The Shadow of the Giant. Chapter 1. Mandate of Heaven. From Graph, pilgrimage at callmin.gov, to Soup, battle boys at strategyandplanning.han.gov. Ray, free vacation offer. Destination of your choice in the known universe. And we pick you up.
Hanzo waited until the armored car was completely out of sight before he ventured out into the bicycle and pedestrian-packed street. Crowds could make you invisible, but only if you were moving in the same direction, and that's the thing Hanzo had never really been able to do, not since he came home to China from battle school. He always seemed to be moving not upstream, but crossways, as if he had a completely different map of the world from the one everyone around him was using. And here he was again, dodging bikes and forward-pressing people on their 10,000 errands in order to get from the doorway of his apartment building to the door of the tiny restaurant across the street. But it was not as hard as it would have been for most people. Hanzo had mastered the art of using only his peripheral vision, so his eyes stared straight ahead. Without eye contact, the others on the street could not face him down, could not insist that he yield the right of way. They could only dodge him as if he were a boulder in the stream. He put his hand to the door and hesitated. He did not know why he had not been arrested and killed or sent for retraining already, but if he was photographed taking this meeting, then it would be easy to prove that he was a traitor. Then again, his enemies didn't need evidence to convict. All they needed was the inclination. So he opened the door, listened to the tinkle of the little bell, and walked toward the back of the narrow corridor between booths. He knew he shouldn't expect Graph himself. For the Minister of Colonization to come to Earth would be news, and Graph avoided news unless it was useful to him, which this would certainly not be. So whom would Graph send? Someone from battle school, undoubtedly. A teacher? Another student? Someone from Ender's Jish? Would this be a reunion? To his surprise, the man in the last booth sat with his back toward the door, so all Hanzo could see was his curly, steel-gray hair, not Chinese, and from the color of his ears, not European. The pertinent fact, though, was that he was not facing the door and could not see Hanzo's approach. However, once Hanzo sat down, he would be facing the door, able to observe the whole room. That was the smart way to do it. After all, Hanzo was the one who would recognize trouble if it came in the door, not this foreigner, this stranger. But few operatives on a mission this dangerous would have the brass to turn their backs on the door just because the person they were meeting would be a better observer. The man did not turn as Hanzo approached. Was he unobservant or supremely confident? "Hello," the man said softly just as Hanzo came up beside him. "Please sit down." Hanzo slid into the booth opposite him and knew that he knew this old man but could not name him. "Please don't say my name," said the man softly. "Easy," said Hanzo. "I don't remember it." "Oh, yes you do," said the man. "You just don't remember my face. You haven't seen me very often, but the leader of the Jish spent a lot of time with me." Now Hanzo remembered. Those last weeks in command school, on Eros, when they thought they were in training but were really leading far-off fleets in the endgame of the war against the Hive Queens. Ender, their commander, had been kept separate from them, but they learned afterward that an old half-Maori cargo ship captain had been working closely with him, training him, goading him, pretending to be his opponent in simulated games. Mazer Rackham, the hero who saved the human race from certain destruction in the second invasion. Everyone thought he died in the war, But he had been sent out on a meaningless voyage at near light speed so that relativistic effects would keep him alive, so he'd be there for the last battles of the war. He was ancient history twice over. That time on Eros, as a part of Ender's Geesh, seemed like another lifetime, and Mazer Rackham had been the most famous man in the world for decades before that. Most famous man in the world, but almost nobody knew his face. "Everyone knows you piloted the first colony ship," said Hanzu. "We lied," said Mazer Rackham. Hanzu accepted that and waited in silence. "There is a place for you as head of a colony," said Rackham. "A former hive world with mostly Han Chinese colonists and many interesting challenges for a leader. The ship leaves as soon as you board it." That was the offer. The dream. To be out of the turmoil of Earth, the devastation of China. Instead of waiting to be executed by the angry and feeble Chinese government, instead of watching the Chinese people writhe under the heel of the Muslim conquerors, he could board a beautiful, clean starship and let them fling him out into space, to a world where human feet had never stepped, to be the founding leader of a colony that would hold his name in reverence forever. He would marry, have children, and in all likelihood be happy. "How long do I have to decide?" asked Hanzu. Rackham glanced at his watch, then looked back at him without answering. "Not a very long window of opportunity," said Hanzu. Rackham shook his head. "It's a very attractive offer," said Hanzu. Rackham nodded. "But I wasn't born for such happiness," said Hanzu. "The present government of China has lost the mandate of heaven. If I live through the transition, I might be useful to the new government." "And that's what you were born for?" asked Rackham. "They tested me," said Hanzu, "and I'm a child of war." Rackham nodded. Then he reached inside his jacket and took out a pen and laid it on the table. "What's that?" asked Hanzu. "The mandate of heaven," said Rackham. Hanzu knew then that the pen was a weapon, because the mandate of heaven was always bestowed in blood and war. "The items in the cap are extremely delicate," said Rackham. "Practice with round toothpicks." Then he got up and walked out the back door of the restaurant. No doubt there was some kind of transport waiting there. Hanzu wanted to leap to his feet and run after him so he could be taken out into space and set free of all that lay ahead. Instead, he put his hand over the pen and slid it across the table, then put it into the pocket of his trousers. It was a weapon, which meant Graff and Rackham expected him to need a personal weapon soon. How soon? Hanzu took 6 toothpicks out of the little dispenser that stood on the table against the wall, beside the soy sauce. Then he got up and went to the toilet. He pulled the cap off the pen very carefully, so he didn't spill out the 4 feather-ended poison darts bunched in it. Then he unscrewed the top of the pen. There were 4 holes there, besides the central shaft that held the tube of ink. The mechanism was cleverly designed to rotate automatically with each discharge. A blowgun revolver. He loaded 4 toothpicks into the 4 slots. They fit loosely. Then he screwed the pen back together. The fountain pen writing tip covered the hole where the darts would emerge. When he held the top of the pen in his mouth, the point of the writing tip served as the sighting device. Point and shoot. Point and blow. He blew. The toothpick hit the back wall of the bathroom, more or less where he was aiming, only a foot lower. Definitely a close-range weapon. He used up the rest of the toothpicks, learning how high to aim in order to hit a target 6 feet away. The room wasn't large enough for him to practice aiming at anything farther. Then he gathered up the toothpicks, threw them away, and carefully loaded the pen with the real darts, handling them only by the feathered part of the shaft. Then he flushed the toilet and re-entered the restaurant. No one was waiting for him. So he sat down and ordered and ate methodically. No reason to face the crisis of his life with an empty stomach, and the food here wasn't bad. He paid and walked out into the street. He would not go home. If he waited there to be arrested, he would have to deal with any number of low-level thugs who would not be worth wasting a dart on. Instead, he flagged down a bicycle taxi and headed for the Ministry of Defense. The place was as crowded as ever. Pathetically so, thought Hanzu. There was a reason for so many military bureaucrats a few years ago, when China was conquering Indochina and India, its millions of soldiers spread out to rule over 1 billion conquered people. But now, the government had direct control only over Manchuria and the northern part of Han China. Persians and Arabs and Indonesians administered martial law in the great port cities of the south, and large armies of Turks were poised in Inner Mongolia, ready to slice through Chinese defenses at a moment's notice. Another large Chinese army was isolated in Szechuan, forbidden by the government to surrender any portion of their troops, forcing them to sustain a multi-million-man force from the production of that single province. In effect, they were under siege, getting weaker, and more hated by the civilian population all the time. There had even been a coup right after the ceasefire, but it was a sham, a reshuffling of the politicians. Nothing but an excuse for repudiating the terms of the ceasefire. No one in the military bureaucracy had lost his job. It was the military that had been driving China's new expansionism. It was the military that had failed. Only Hanzu had been relieved of his duties and sent home. They could not forgive him for having named their stupidity for what it was. He had warned them every step of the way. They had ignored every warning. Each time he had shown them a way out of their self-induced dilemmas, they had ignored his offered plans and proceeded to make decisions based on bravado, face-saving, and delusions of Chinese invincibility. At his last meeting, he had left them with no face at all. He had stood there, a very young man in the presence of old men of enormous authority, and called them the fools they were. He laid out exactly why they had failed so miserably. He even told them that they had lost the mandate of heaven, the traditional excuse for a change of dynasty. This was the unforgivable sin, since the present dynasty claimed not to be a dynasty at all, not to be an empire, but rather to be a perfect expression of the will of the people. What they forgot was that the Chinese people still believed in the mandate of heaven, and knew when a government no longer had it. Now, as he showed his expired ID at the gate of the complex and was admitted without hesitation, he realized that there was only one fathomable reason why they hadn't already arrested him or had him killed. They didn't dare. It confirmed that Rackham was right to hand him a 4-shot weapon and call it the mandate of heaven. There were forces at work here within the Defense Department that Hanzu could not see, waiting in his apartment for someone to decide what to do with him. They had not even cut off his salary. There was panic and confusion in the military, and now Hanzu knew that he was at the center of it, that his silence, his waiting, had actually been a pestle constantly grinding at the mortar of military failure. He should have known that his j'accuse speech would have more effects than merely to humiliate and enrage his superiors. There were aides standing against the walls listening, and they would know that every word that Hanzu said was true. For all Hanzu knew, his death or arrest had already been ordered a dozen times, and the aides who had been given those orders no doubt could prove that they had passed them along. But they would also have passed along the story of Hanzu, the former battle schooler who had been part of Ender's Jish. The soldiers ordered to arrest him would have also been told that if Hanzu had been heeded, China would not have been defeated by the Muslims and their strutting boy caliph. The Muslims won because they had the brains to put their member of Ender's Jish, Caliph Ali, in charge of their armies, in charge of their whole government, their religion itself. But the Chinese government had rejected their own Enderman, and now were giving orders for his arrest. In these conversations, the phrase "mandate of heaven" would certainly have been spoken. And the soldiers, if they left their quarters at all, seemed unable to locate Hanzu's apartment. For all these weeks since the war ended, the leadership must already have come face to face with their own powerlessness. If the soldiers would not follow them on such a simple matter as arresting the political enemy who had shamed them, then they were in grave danger. That's why Hanzu's ID was accepted at the gate. That's why he was allowed to walk unescorted among the buildings of the Defense Department complex. Not completely unescorted, for he saw through his peripheral vision that a growing number of soldiers and functionaries were shadowing him, moving along the buildings in paths parallel to his own. For, of course, the gate guards would have spread the word at once: he's here. So when he walked up to the entrance of the highest headquarters, he paused at the top step and turned around. Several thousand men and women were already in the space between buildings, and more were coming all the time. Many of them were soldiers under arms. Hanzu looked them over, watching as their numbers grew. No one spoke. He bowed to them. They bowed back. Hanzu turned and entered the building. The guards inside the doors also bowed to him. He bowed to each of them and then proceeded to the stairs leading to the second-floor office suites, where the highest officers of the military were certainly waiting for him. Sure enough, he was met on the second floor by a young woman in uniform who bowed and said, "Most respectfully, sir, will you come to the office of the one called Snow Tiger?" Her voice was devoid of sarcasm, but the name Snow Tiger carried its own irony these days. Hanzu looked at her gravely. "What is your name, soldier?" "Lieutenant White Lotus," she said. "Lieutenant," said Hanzu, "if heaven should bestow its mandate upon the true emperor today, would you serve him?" "My life will be his," she said. "And your pistol?" She bowed deeply. He bowed to her, then followed her to Snow Tiger's office. They were all gathered there in the large anteroom, the men who had been present weeks ago when Hanzu had scorned them for having lost the mandate of heaven. Their eyes were cold now, but he had no friends among these high officers. Snow Tiger stood in the doorway of his inner office. It was unheard of for him to come out to meet anyone except members of the Politburo, none of whom were present. "Hanzu," he said. Hanzu bowed slightly. Snow Tiger bowed almost invisibly in return. "I am happy to see you return to duty after your well-earned vacation," said Snow Tiger. Hanzu only stood in the middle of the room, regarding him steadily. "Please come into my office." Hanzu walked slowly toward the open door. He knew that Lieutenant White Lotus stood at the door watching to make sure that no one raised a hand to harm him. Through the open door, Hanzu could see 2 armed soldiers flanking Snow Tiger's desk. Hanzu stopped, regarding each of the soldiers in turn. Their faces showed nothing. They did not even look back at him. But he knew that they understood who he was. They had been chosen by Snow Tiger because he trusted them. But he should not have. Snow Tiger took Hanzu's pause as an invitation for him to enter the office first. Hanzu did not follow him inside until Snow Tiger was seated at his desk. Then Hanzu entered. "Please close the door," said Snow Tiger. Hanzu turned around and pulled the door all the way open. Snow Tiger took his disobedience without blinking. What could he do or say without making himself seem pathetic? Snow Tiger pushed a paper toward Hanzo. It was an order giving him command over the army that was slowly starving in Sichuan province. "You have proved your great wisdom many times," said Snow Tiger. "We ask you now to be the salvation of China and lead this great army against our enemy." Hanzo did not even bother to answer. A hungry, ill-equipped, demoralized, surrounded army was not going to accomplish miracles, and Hanzo had no intention of accepting this or any other assignment from Snow Tiger. "Sir, these are excellent orders," said Hanzo loudly. He glanced at each of the soldiers standing beside the desk. "Do you see how excellent these orders are?" Unused to being spoken to directly in such a high-level meeting, one of the soldiers nodded. The other merely shifted uncomfortably. "I see only one error," said Hanzo. His voice was loud enough to be heard in the anteroom as well. Snow Tiger grimaced. "There is no error." "Let me take my pen and show you," said Hanzo. He took the pen from his shirt pocket and uncapped it. Then he drew a line through his own name at the top of the paper. Turning around to face the open door, Hanzo said, "There is no one in this building with the authority to command me." It was his announcement that he was taking control of the government, and everyone knew it. "Shoot him," said Snow Tiger behind him. Hanzo turned around, putting the pen to his mouth as he did. But before he could fire a dart, the soldier who had refused to nod had blown out Snow Tiger's head, covering the other soldier with a smear of blood and brains and bone fragments. The two soldiers bowed deeply to Hanzo. Hanzo turned back around and strode out into the anteroom. Several of the old generals were heading for the door, but Lieutenant White Lotus had her pistol out, and they all froze in place. "Emperor Hanzo has not given the honorable gentleman his permission to leave," she said. Hanzo spoke to the soldiers behind him. "Please assist the lieutenant in securing this room," he said. "It is my judgment that the officers in this room need time to contemplate upon the question of how China came into her current difficult situation. I would like them to remain in here until each of them has written a complete explanation of how so many mistakes came to be made, and how they think matters should have been conducted." As Hanzo expected, the suck-ups immediately went to work, dragging their compatriots back to their places against the walls. "Didn't you hear the Emperor's request? We will do as you ask, Steward of Heaven." Little good it would do them. Hanzo already knew perfectly well which officers he would trust to lead the Chinese military. The irony was that the great men who were now humiliated and writing reports on their own mistakes were never the source of those errors. They only believed they were. And the underlings who had really originated the problems saw themselves as merely instruments of their commander's will. But it was in the nature of underlings to use power recklessly, since blame could always be passed either upward or downward. Unlike credit, which, like hot air, always rose. As it will rise to me from now on. Hanzo left the offices of the late Snow Tiger. In the corridor, soldiers stood at every door. They had heard the single gunshot, and Hanzo was pleased to see that they all looked relieved to learn that it was not Hanzo himself who had been shot. He turned to one soldier and said, "Please enter the nearest office and telephone for medical attention for the Honorable Snow Tiger." To three others he said, "Please help Lieutenant White Lotus secure the cooperation of the former generals inside this room who have been asked to write reports for me." As they rushed to obey, Hanzo gave assignments to the other soldiers and bureaucrats. Some of them would later be purged, others would be elevated, but at this moment no one even thought of disobeying him. Within only a few minutes he had given orders to have the perimeter of the defense complex sealed. Until he was ready, he wanted no warning going to the Politburo. But his precaution was in vain, for when he went down the stairs and walked out of the building, he was greeted by a roar from the thousands and thousands of military people who completely surrounded the headquarters building. "Hanzu," they shouted, "chosen of heaven." There was no chance the noise would not be heard outside the complex. So instead of rounding up the Politburo all at once, he would have to waste time tracking them down as they fled to the countryside or tried to get to the airport or onto the river. But of one thing there could be no doubt. With the new emperor enthusiastically supported by the armed forces, there would be no resistance to his rule by any Chinese, anywhere. That's what Mazer Rackham and Hiram Graf had understood when they gave him his choice. Their only miscalculation was how completely the story of Hanzu's wisdom had swept through the military. He hadn't needed the blowgun after all. Though, if he hadn't had it, would he have had the courage to act as boldly as he did? One thing Hanzu did not doubt. If the soldier had not killed Snow Tiger first, Hanzu would have done it after, and would have killed both soldiers if they had not immediately submitted to his rule. My hands are clean, but not because I wasn't prepared to bloody them. As he made his way to the Department of Planning and Strategy, where he would make his temporary headquarters, he could not help but ask himself, what if I had taken their initial offer and fled into space? What would have happened to China then? And then a more sobering question, what will happen to China now?
Chapter 2. Mother. From H. Mebane, Genetic Therapy at mayoflorida.org.us, to Julian Delficki, Carlotta at delfickiconsultations.com. Ray, Prognosis. Dear Julian, I wish I had better news, but yesterday's tests are conclusive. Estrogen therapy has had no effect on the epiphyses. They remain open, even though you definitely do not have any defect in the estrogen receptors on the growth plates of your bones. As to your second request, of course we will continue to study your DNA, my friend, whether any of your missing embryos are found or not. What was done once can be done again, and Valescu's mistakes may be repeated with some other genetic alteration in the future. But the history of genetic research is fairly consistent. It takes time to map and isolate an unusual sequence and then perform animal experiments in order to determine what each portion of it does and how to counteract its effects. There is no way to expedite such research. If we had 10,000 working on the problem, they would perform the same experiments in the same order, and it would take the same amount of time. Someday we will understand why your astonishing intellect is so incurably linked with uncontrolled growth. Right now, to be candid, it seems to be almost malicious on the part of nature, as if there were some law that the price for the unleashing of human intellect is either autism or giantism. If only instead of military training you had been taught biochemistry, so that at your present age you could be up to speed in this field. I have no doubt that you would be more likely to have the kind of insights we need than we of fettered intellect. That is the bitter irony of your condition and your personal history. Even Valescu could not have anticipated the consequence of his alteration of your genes. I feel like a coward delivering this information in an email instead of face-to-face, but you insisted on no delay and a written report. The technical data will, of course, be forwarded to you as the final reports become available. If only cryogenics had not proven to be such a barren field. Sincerely, Howard.
As soon as Bob left for his shift as night manager of the grocery store, Randy sat down in front of the screen and started the special on Achille Flandre over again from the beginning. It galled her to hear how they slandered him, but by now she was adept at tuning it out. Megalomaniac, madman, murderer. Why couldn't they see him as he really was? A genius like Alexander the Great, who came this close to uniting the world and ending war forever. Now the dogs would fight over the scraps of Achilles' achievements, while his body rested in an obscure grave in some miserable tropical village in Brazil. And the assassin who had ended Achilles' life, who had thwarted his greatness, he was being honored as if there were something heroic about putting a bullet into the eye of an unarmed man. Julian Delphici. Bean, the tool of the evil hegemon Peter Wiggin. Delphici and Wiggin, unworthy to be on the same planet with Achilles. And yet they claimed to be his heirs, the rightful rulers of the world. Well, poor fools, you're the heirs of nothing, because I know where Achilles' true heir is. She patted her stomach, though that was a dangerous thing to do, what with her puking at a moment's notice ever since the pregnancy really took hold. She didn't show yet, and when she did, it was a 50-50 chance whether Bob would throw her out or keep her and accept the child as his own. Bob knew he couldn't father children. They'd had enough tests. And there was no point in pretending, since he'd ask for a DNA test and then he'd know anyway. And she had sworn never to tell that she had received an implant after all. She would have to pretend that she had had an affair with somebody and wanted to keep the baby. Bob would not like that at all. But she knew that her baby's life depended on keeping the secret. The man who interviewed her at the fertility clinic had been adamant about that. It doesn't matter whom you tell, Randy. The enemies of the great man know that this embryo exists. They'll be searching for it. They'll be watching all the women in the world who give birth within a certain time frame. And any rumor that a baby was implanted rather than naturally conceived will bring them like hounds. Their resources are unlimited. They will spare no effort in their search. And when they find a woman that they even think might be the mother of his child, they will kill her, just in case. But there must be hundreds, thousands of women who have babies implanted, Randy protested. Are you a Christian? Asked the man. You've heard of the slaughter of the innocents. However many you have to kill, it's worth it to these monsters, as long as it means they can prevent the birth of this child. Randy watched the stills of Achilles during his battle school days and soon after, during his time at the asylum, where his enemies had him confined after it became clear that he was a better commander than their precious Ender Wiggin. She had read it on the nets in many places, the fact that Ender Wiggin actually used plans devised by Achilles in order to beat the buggers. They could glorify their phony little hero all they wanted, but everyone knew it was only because he was Peter Wiggin's little brother that Ender was given all the credit. It was Achilles who had saved the world, and Achilles who had fathered the baby she had chosen to bear. Randy's only regret was that she could not be the biological mother as well, and that the child could not have been naturally conceived. But she knew that the bride of Achilles must have been very carefully chosen, a woman who could contribute the right genes so as not to dilute his brilliance and goodness and creativity and drive. But they knew about the woman Achilles loved, and if she had been pregnant when he died, they would have torn the womb out of her so she could lie there in agony and watch them burn the fetus before her eyes. So to protect the mother and the baby, Achilles had arranged for their embryo to be taken secretly and implanted in the womb of a woman who could be trusted to take the child to term and give him a good home and raise him with full awareness of his vast potential, to teach him secretly who he really was and whose cause he served, so he could grow up to fulfill his father's cruelly blocked destiny. It was a sacred trust, and Randy was worthy of it. Bob was not. It was that simple. Randy had always known that she married beneath herself. Bob was a good provider, but he hadn't the imagination to understand anything more important than making a living and planning his next fishing trip. She could just imagine how he would respond if she told him that not only was she pregnant, but the baby was not even hers. Already she had found several places on the web where people were searching for lost or kidnapped embryos. She knew, the man who spoke to her had warned her, that these were likely to originate from Achille's enemies, trolling for information that would lead them to her. She wondered if maybe the very act of searching for people searching for embryos would alert them. The search companies claimed that no government had access to their databases, but it was possible that the international fleet was intercepting all the messages and monitoring all the searches. People said that the IF was really under the control of the United States government, that America's isolationism was a facade, and it ran everything through the IF. Then there were the people who said that it was the other way around. The U.S. was isolationist because that was the way the IF wanted it, since most of the space technology they depended on was developed and built in the U.S. It couldn't be an accident that Peter the Hegemon was American himself. She would stop searching for information about kidnapped embryos. It was all lies and traps and tricks. She knew she would seem paranoid to anyone else, but that's only because they didn't know what she knew. There really were monsters in the world, and those who kept secrets from them had to live with constant vigilance. There on the screen was that terrible picture. They showed it over and over again. Achille's poor broken body lying on the floor in the Hegemon's palace, looking so peaceful, not a wound on his body. Some on the net said that Delphiki didn't shoot him through the eye at all, that if he had, Achille's face would have been powder burned, and there would have been an exit wound and blood all over. No, Delphiki and Wiggin imprisoned Achille and faked some kind of phony standoff with the police, pretending that Achille was taking hostages or something, so they'd have an excuse for killing him. But in fact, they gave him a lethal injection, or poisoned his food, or infected him with a hideous disease so he died writhing on the floor in agony while Delphiki and Wiggin looked on. Like Richard III murdering those poor princes in the tower. But when my son is born, Randy told herself, then all these false histories will be destroyed. The liars will be eliminated, and so will their lies. Then this footage will be used in a true story. My son will see to that. No one will ever even hear the lies they're telling now. And Achille will be known as the Great One, even greater than the son who will have completed his life's work. And I will be remembered and honored as the woman who sheltered him and gave him birth and raised him up to rule the world. All I have to do to accomplish that is nothing. Nothing that calls attention to me, nothing that makes me unusual or strange. Yet the one thing she couldn't bear to do was nothing. Just to sit here watching the television, worrying, fretting. It had to be harmful for the baby to have so much adrenaline coursing through her system. It was the waiting that was making her crazy, not waiting for the baby. That was natural, and she would love every day of her pregnancy. It was waiting for her life to change. Waiting for Bob. Why should she wait for Bob? She got up from the couch, switched off the television, went into the bedroom, and started packing her clothing and other things into cardboard boxes. She emptied out Bob's obsessive financial records in order to empty the boxes, let him amuse himself by sorting them out later. Only after she had packed and taped up the fourth box did it occur to her that the normal pattern would have been to tell him about the baby and then make him move out. But she didn't want a connection with him, didn't want any dispute about paternity. She just wanted to be gone. Out of his ordinary, meaningless life, out of this pointless town. Of course, she couldn't just disappear. Then she'd be a missing person. She'd be added to databases. Someone would be alerted. So she took her boxes of clothing and a few favorite pots, pans, and recipe books and loaded them into the car that she had owned before she married Bob and that was still in her name alone. Then she spent half an hour writing different versions of a letter to Bob, explaining that she didn't love him anymore and was leaving and didn't want him to look for her. No, nothing in writing. Nothing that can be reported to anyone. She got in the car and drove to the grocery store. On the way in from the parking lot, she took a cart that someone had left blocking a parking space and pushed it into the store. Helping keep the parking lot clear of abandoned carts proved that she wasn't vindictive. She was a civilized person who wanted to help Bob do well in his business and his ordinary life. It would help him not to have such an extraordinary woman and child in that life. He was out on the floor, and instead of waiting in his office, she went in search of him. She found him supervising the unloading of a truck that was late because of a breakdown on the highway, making sure that the frozen foods were at a low enough temperature to be safely offloaded and shelved. "Can you wait just a minute?" he said. "I know it's important, or you wouldn't have come down here, but—" "Oh, Bob, it won't take more than a second." She leaned close to him. "I'm pregnant, and it's not yours." Being a two-part message, it didn't entirely register right away. For a moment, he looked happy. Then his face started to turn red. She leaned in close again. "Don't worry, though. I'm leaving you. I'll let you know where to mail the divorce papers. Now, you get back to work." She started to walk away. "Randy!" he called after her. "Not your fault, Bob," she called over her shoulder. "Nothing was your fault. You're a great guy." She felt liberated as she walked back through the store. Her mood was so generous and expansive that she bought a little container of lip balm and a bottle of water. The tiny amount of profit from the sale would be her last contribution to Bob's life. Then she got into the car and drove south, because that way was a right turn coming out of the parking lot, and traffic was too heavy to wait for a chance to go left. She'd drive wherever the currents of the traffic led her. She wouldn't try to hide from anybody. She'd let Bob know where she was as soon as she decided she was there, and she'd divorce him in a perfectly ordinary way. But she wouldn't bump into anyone she knew or anyone who knew her. She would become effectively invisible, not like someone trying to hide, but like someone who had nothing to hide at all, but who never became important to anyone, except to her beloved son.
Chapter 3. Coup. From Julian Delficki, milcom@hegemon.gov, to Valescu, levers at plasticgenome.edu. Ray, why keep hiding when you don't have to? Look, if we wanted you dead or punished, don't you think it would have happened already? Your protector is gone, and there's not a country on earth that will protect you if we lay out the facts of your achievements. What you did, you did. Now help us find our children wherever you've hidden them.
Peter Wiggin had brought Petra Arkanian with him because she knew Caliph Alai. They had both been in Ender's Jish together. And it was Alai who had sheltered her and Bean in the weeks before the Muslim invasion of China, or liberation of Asia, depending on which propaganda mill you shopped at. But now it seemed that having Petra with him meant nothing at all. Nobody in Damascus acted as if it even mattered that the hegemon had come like a supplicant to see the Caliph. Not that Peter had arrived with any publicity. This was a private visit, with him and Petra passing themselves off as a tourist couple, complete with bickering. Because Petra had no patience with him. Everything he did and said and even thought was wrong. And last night, when he finally demanded, "Tell me what you really hate about me, Petra," instead of pretending it's all this trivial stuff, her answer had been devastating. Because the only difference I ever saw between you and Achille was that you let others do your killing for you. It was so patently unfair. Peter had devoted himself to trying to avoid war. At least now he knew why she was so furious at him. When Bean went into the besieged hegemony compound to face Achille alone, Peter understood that Bean was putting his own life on the line, and that it was extremely unlikely that Achille would give him what he had promised, the embryos of Bean's and Petra's children that had been stolen from a hospital soon after in vitro fertilization. So when Bean put a .22 slug through Achille's eye and let it bounce around a few dozen times inside his skull, the only person who absolutely got everything he needed was Peter himself. He got the hegemony compound back. He got all the hostages safely returned. He even regained his tiny army, trained by Bean and led by Suryawong, who had turned out to be loyal after all. Well, Bean and Petra did not get their babies, and Bean was dying, and Peter couldn't do a thing to help either of them, except provide office space and computers for them to conduct their search. He also used all his connections to get them whatever cooperation he could from the nations where they needed access to records. Right after Achille's death, Petra had simply been relieved. Her irritation with Peter had developed, or merely resurfaced, in the weeks after, as she saw him trying to re-establish the prestige of the office of hegemon and trying to put together a coalition. She began making snotty little comments about Peter playing in his geopolitical sandbox and outstrutting the heads of state. He should have expected that actually having her travel along with him would only make it worse, especially because he wasn't following her advice about anything. "You can't just show up," she told him. "I have no choice. It's disrespectful, as if you think you can drop in on the Caliph. It's treating him like a servant. That's why I brought you," Peter patiently explained, "so you can see him and explain that the only way this can happen is if it's a secret meeting. But he already told me and Bean that we couldn't have access to him like we used to. We're infidels. He's Caliph. The Pope sees non-Catholics all the time. He sees me. The Pope isn't Muslim," said Petra. "Just be patient," said Peter. "Ali knows we're here. Eventually he'll decide to see me." "Eventually? I'm pregnant, Mr. Hegemon, and my husband is dying in a big way. Ha, ha, ha. And you're wasting some of the time we have together, and that pisses me off. I invited you to come. I didn't compel you. It's a good thing you didn't try. But now it was out, in the open, clear at last. Of course, she was really irritated at all the things she complained about, but underneath it all was resentment about how Peter had let Bean do his killing for him. "Petra," said Peter, "I'm not a soldier. Neither is Bean." "Bean is the finest military mind alive," said Peter. "So, why isn't he hegemon?" "Because he doesn't want to be. And you do, and that's why I hate you, since you asked. You know why I wanted this office and what I'm trying to do with it. You've read my Locke essays. I also read your Demosthenes essays. Those also needed to be written, but I intend to govern as Locke. You govern nothing. The only reason you even have your little army is because Bean and Suryawong created it and decided to let you have the use of it. You only have your precious compound and all your staff because Bean killed Achille and gave it back to you. And now you're back to putting on your little show of importance. But you know what? Nobody's fooled. You're not even as powerful as the Pope. He's got the Vatican and 1 billion Catholics. You've got nothing but what my husband gave you." Peter didn't think this was quite accurate. He had labored for years to build up his network of contacts, and he had kept the office of hegemon from being abolished. Over the years, he'd made it mean something. He had saved Haiti from chaos. Several small nations owed their independence or freedom to his diplomatic and, yes, military intervention. But certainly he was on the verge of losing it all to Achille because of his own stupid mistake. A mistake that Bean and Petra had warned him about before he made it. A mistake that Bean had rectified, only at grave risk. "Petra," said Peter, "you're right. I owe everything to you and Bean. But that doesn't change the fact that whatever you think of me, and whatever you think of the office of hegemon, I hold that office, and I'm trying to use it to avoid another bloody war. You're trying to use your office to make your office into dictator of the world. Unless you can figure out a way to extend your reach out into the colonies and become dictator of the known universe." "We don't actually have any colonies yet," said Peter. The ships are all still in transit and will be until we're all dead. But by the time they arrive, I'd like them to send their answerable messages back home to an Earth that is united under a single democratic government. It's the democratic part I missed, said Petra. Who elected you? Since I don't have any actual authority over anybody, Petra, how can it possibly matter if I'm not legitimately authorized? You argue like a debater, she said. You don't actually have to have an idea, you just have to have a seemingly clever refutation. And you argue like a 9-year-old, said Peter, sticking your fingers in your ears and going la, 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 and same to you, and Petra looked like she wanted to slap him. Instead, she put her fingers in her ears and said, same to you, and la, la, la. He did not laugh. Instead, he reached out a hand, intending to pull her arm away from her ear, but she whirled around and kicked his hand so hard that he thought she might have broken his wrist. As it was, he staggered and stumbled over the corner of the bed in his hotel room and ended up on his butt on the floor. There's the hegemon of Earth, said Petra. Where's your camera? Don't you want this to be public? If I wanted to destroy you, you'd be destroyed. Petra, I didn't send Bean into that compound. Bean sent himself. You let him go. Yes, I did, and in the event I was proven right. But you didn't know he'd live. I was carrying his baby, and you sent him in to die. Nobody sends Bean anywhere, said Peter, and you know it. She whirled away from him and stalked out of the room. She would have slammed the door, but the pneumatics prevented it. He had seen, though, the tears in her eyes. She didn't hate Peter. She wanted to hate him. But what she really was furious about was that her husband was dying, and she had agreed to this mission because she knew it would be important. If it worked, it would be important. But it wasn't working. It probably wouldn't work. Peter knew that. But he also knew that he had to talk to Khalif Alai, and he had to do it now if the conversation was to have any good effect. If possible, he'd like to have the conversation without risking the prestige of the office of hegemon. But the longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood of word of his trip to Damascus getting out. And then, if Alai rebuffed him, the humiliation would be public, and the office of hegemon would be greatly diminished. So Petra's judgment of him was obviously unfair. If all he cared about was his own authority, he wouldn't be here. And she was clever enough to know that. She got into battle school, didn't she? She was the only girl among Ender's Jish. Had certified her as his superior, at least in the area of strategy and leadership. Surely she must see that he was putting the goal of preventing a bloody war above his own career. As soon as he thought of this, he heard her voice inside his head saying, "Oh, isn't that fine and noble of you, to put the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers ahead of your own indelible place in history? Do you think you get a prize for that?" Or else she'd say, "The only reason I'm along is specifically so you can avoid risking anything. Or else you've always been bold as a risk-taker when the stakes are high enough and your own life isn't on the line." This is great, Peter, he thought. You don't even need her in the room with you, and you can still carry on an argument with her. How did Bean stand her? No doubt she didn't treat him like this. No, it was impossible to imagine that being nasty was something she could switch on and off. Bean had to have seen this side of her. And yet he stayed with her and loved her. Peter wondered what it would be like to have Petra look at him the way she looked at Bean. Then he corrected himself at once. Wonderful to have a woman look at him the way Petra looked at Bean. The last thing he wanted was a lovelorn Petra making googly eyes at him. The telephone rang. The voice made sure it was Peter Jones and then said, 5 a.m, be downstairs outside the north lobby doors. Click. Well, what brought that on? Something in Petra's and his argument? Peter had swept the room for bugs, but that didn't mean that they couldn't have some low-tech device like somebody in the next room with his ear pressed against the wall. What did we say to make them let me see the Caliph? Maybe it was what he had said about avoiding another bloody war. Or perhaps it was because they heard him admit to Petra that maybe he didn't have any legitimate authority. What if they recorded that? What if it suddenly surfaced on the web? Then it would happen, and he'd do his best to recover from the blow. And either he'd succeed or he'd fail. No point in fretting about it now. Somebody was meeting him at the north door of the lobby tomorrow morning before daylight. Maybe they'd lead him to Alai, and maybe he'd achieve what he needed to achieve, save all that he needed to save. He toyed with the idea of not telling Petra about the meeting. After all, she had no pertinent office at all. She had no particular right to be at the meeting, especially after their quarrel tonight. Don't be spiteful and petty, Peter told himself. One spiteful act brings too much pleasure. It just makes you want to do another, and sooner each time. So he picked up the phone, and on the 7th ring she picked it up. "I'm not going to apologize," she said curtly. "Good," he said, "because I don't want some smarmy, 'I'm sorry you got so upset' fake apology. What I want is for you to join me at 5 a.m. at the north door of the lobby." "What for?" "I don't know," said Peter. "I'm just passing along what I was just told on the telephone. He's going to let us see him? Or he's sending thugs to escort us back to the airport. How can I possibly know? You're the one who's his friend. You tell me what he's planning." "I haven't the slightest idea," said Petra. "It's not like Alai and I were ever close. And are you sure they want me to come to the actual meeting? There are plenty of Muslims who would be horrified at the thought of an unveiled married woman speaking face to face with a man, even the Caliph." "I don't know what they want," said Peter. "I want you at the meeting." They were ushered into a closed van and driven along a route that Peter assumed was convoluted and deceptively long. For all he knew, the Caliph's headquarters was next door to their hotel. But Alai's people knew that without the Caliph, there was no unity, and without unity, Islam had no strength. So they were taking no chances on letting outsiders know where the Caliph lived. They were driven far enough that they might be outside Damascus. When they emerged from the van, it was not in daylight. It was indoors or underground. Even the porticoed garden into which they were ushered was artificially lighted, and the sound of running and trickling and falling water masked any faint noises that might have seeped in from outside and hinted where they were. Alai did not so much greet them as notice their presence as he walked in the garden. He did not even face them, but sat a few meters away facing a fountain, and began to speak. "I have no desire to humiliate you, Peter Wiggin," he said. "You should not have come." "I appreciate your letting me speak with you at all," Peter answered. "Wisdom said that I should announce to the world that the hegemon had come to see the Caliph, and the Caliph refused to see him. But I told wisdom to be patient and let folly be my guide today in this garden. Petra and I are here to—" "Petra is here," said Alai, "because you thought her presence might get you in to see me, and you needed a witness that I would be reluctant to kill. And because you want her to be your ally after her husband is dead." Peter did not let himself glance at Petra to see how she took this sally from Alai. She knew the man. Peter did not. She would interpret his words as she saw fit, and nothing he could see in her face right now would help him understand anything. It would only weaken him to show he cared. "I'm here to offer my help," said Peter. "I command armies that rule over more than half the population of the world," said Alai. "I have united Muslim nations from Morocco to Indonesia and liberated the oppressed peoples in between. It's the difference between conquered and liberated that I wanted to talk about. So, you came to rebuke me. Not to help, after all, said Ali. I see, I'm wasting my time, said Peter. If we can't speak together without petty debate, then you are past receiving help. Help? Said Ali. One of my advisors said to me when I told them I wanted to see you, "How many soldiers does this hegemon have?" "How many divisions has the Pope?" quoted Peter. "More than the hegemon has," said Ali, "if the Pope should ask for them. As the old dead United Nations found out long ago, religion always has more warriors than some vague international abstraction." Peter realized then that Ali was not speaking to him. He was speaking past him. This was not a private conversation, after all. "I do not intend to be disrespectful to the Caliph," said Peter. "I have seen the majesty of your achievement and the generosity of spirit with which you have dealt with your enemies." Ali visibly relaxed. They were now playing the same game. Peter had finally understood the rules. What is to be gained from humiliating those who believe they stand outside the power of God? Asked Ali. God will show them his power in his own good time, and until then we are wise to be kind. Ali was speaking as the true believers around him required him to speak, always asserting the primacy of the caliphate over all non-Muslim powers. "The dangers I came to speak of," said Peter, "will not ever come from me or because of the small influence I have in the world. Though I was not chosen by God, and there are few who listen to me, I also seek, as you seek, the peace and happiness of the children of God on earth." Now was the time, if Ali was completely the captive of his supporters, for him to rant about how it was blasphemous for an infidel like Peter to invoke the name of God or pretend that there could be peace before all the world was under the rule of the caliphate. Instead, Ali said, "I listen to all men, but obey only God." "There was a day when Islam was hated and feared throughout the world," said Peter. "That era ended long ago, before either of us were born, but your enemies are reviving those old stories." "Those old lies, you mean," said Ali. "The fact that no man can make the Hajj in his own skin and live," said Peter, "suggests that not all the stories are lies. In the name of Islam, terrible weapons were acquired, and in the name of Islam they were used to destroy the most sacred place on earth." "It is not destroyed," said Ali. "It is protected." "It's so radioactive that nothing can live within 100 kilometers, said Peter. "And you know what the explosion did to Al-Hajar al-Aswad." "The stone was not sacred in itself," said Ali, "and Muslims never worshipped it. We only used it as a marker to remember the holy covenant between God and his true followers. Now its molecules are powdered and spread over the whole earth as a blessing to the righteous and a curse to the wicked, while we who follow Islam still remember where it was and what it marked, and bow toward that place when we pray." It was a sermon he had surely said many times before. "Muslims suffered more than anyone in those dark days," said Peter. "But that is not what most people remember. They remember bombs that killed innocent women and children and fanatical self-murderers who hated any freedom except the freedom to obey the very narrowest interpretation of Sharia." He could see Ali's stiffen. "I make no judgment myself," Peter immediately said. "I was not alive then. But in India and China and Thailand and Vietnam there are people who fear that the soldiers of Islam did not come as liberators, but as conquerors, that they'll be arrogant in victory, that the caliphate will never allow freedom to the people who welcomed him and aided him in overcoming the Chinese conquerors. We do not force Islam on any nation," said Ali, "and those who claim otherwise are liars. We ask them only to open their doors to the teachers of Islam so the people can choose. Forgive my confusion then, said Peter. The people of the world see that open door and notice that no one passes through it except in one direction. Once a nation has chosen Islam, then the people are never allowed to choose anything else. I hope I do not hear the echo of the Crusades in your voice. The Crusades, thought Peter, that old bugbear. So Ali really has joined himself to the rhetoric of fanaticism. I only report to you what is being said among those who are seeking to ally against you in war, said Peter. That war is what I hope to avoid. What those old terrorists tried and failed to achieve, a worldwide war between Islam and everyone else, may now be almost upon us. The people of God are not afraid of the outcome of such a war, said Ali. It's the process of the war that I hope to avoid, said Peter. Surely the Caliph also seeks to avoid needless bloodshed. All who die are at the mercy of God, said Ali. Death is not the thing to fear most in life, since it comes to all. If that's how you feel about the carnage of war, said Peter, then I've wasted your time. Peter leaned forward, preparing to rise to his feet. Petra put her hand on his thigh, pressing down, urging him to remain seated. But Peter had no intention of leaving. But, said Ali. Peter waited. But God desires the willing obedience of his children, not their terror. It was the statement that Peter had been hoping for. Then the murders in India, the massacre, there have been no massacres. The rumors of massacre, said Peter, which seemed to be supported by smuggled vids and eyewitness accounts and aerial photographs of the alleged killing fields. I am relieved that such things would not be the policy of the Caliphate. If someone has slain innocents for no other crime than believing in the idols of Hinduism and Buddhism, then such a murderer would be no Muslim. What the people of India wonder, you do not speak for the people of any place, except a small compound in Ribeirão Preto, said Ali. What my informants in India tell me that the people of India wonder is whether the Caliph intends to repudiate and punish such murderers or merely pretend that they didn't happen. Because if they cannot trust the Caliph to control what is done in the name of Allah, then they will defend themselves. By piling stones in the road, asked Ali. We are not the Chinese to be frightened by stories of a great wall of India. The Caliph now controls a population that has far more non-Muslims than Muslims, said Peter. So far, said Ali. The question is whether the proportion of Muslims will increase because of teaching or because of the slaughter and oppression of unbelievers. For the first time, Ali turned his head, and then his body to face them. But it was not Peter he looked at. He only had eyes for Petra. Don't you know me? He said to her. Peter wisely did not answer. His words were doing their work, and now it was time for Petra to do what he had brought her to do. Yes, she said. Then tell him, said Ali. No, she said. Ali sat in wounded silence. Because I don't know whether the voice I hear in this garden is the voice of Ali or the voice of the men who put him into office and control who may or may not speak to him. It is the voice of the Caliph, said Ali. I've read history, said Petra, and so have you. The sultans and caliphs were rarely anything but holy figureheads when they allowed their servants to keep them within walls. Come out into the world, Ali, and see for yourself the bloody work that's being done in your name. They heard footsteps, loud ones, many footsteps, and soldiers trotted out of concealment. Within moments, rough hands held Petra and were dragging her away. Peter did not raise a hand to interfere. He only faced Ali, staring at him, demanding silently that he show who ruled in his house. Stop, said Ali, not loudly, but clearly. No woman speaks to the Caliph like that, shouted a man who was behind Peter. Peter did not turn. It was enough to know that the man had spoken in common, not in Arabic, and that his accent bore the marks of a superb education. "Let go of her," Ali said to the soldiers, ignoring the man who had shouted. There was no hesitation. The soldiers let go of Petra. At once she came back to Peter's side and sat down. Peter also sat down. They were spectators now. The man who had shouted, dressed in the flowing robes of an imitation sheik, strode up to Ali. "She uttered a command to the Caliph, a challenge. Her tongue must be cut out of her mouth." Ali remained seated. He said nothing. The man turned to the soldiers. "Take her," he said. The soldiers began to move. "Stop," said Ali, quietly but clearly. The soldiers stopped. They looked miserable and confused. "He doesn't know what he's saying," the man said to the soldiers. "Take the girl, and then we'll discuss it later." "Do not move, except at my command," said Ali. The soldiers did not move. The man faced Ali again. "You're making a mistake," he said. "The soldiers of the Caliph are witnesses," said Ali. "The Caliph has been threatened. The Caliph's orders have been countermanded. There is a man in this garden who thinks he has more power in Islam than the Caliph. So the words of this infidel girl are correct. The Caliph is a holy figurehead who allows his servants to keep him within walls. The Caliph is a prisoner, and others rule Islam in his name." Peter could see in the man's face that he now realized that the Caliph was not just a boy who could be manipulated. "Don't go down this road," he said. "The soldiers of the Caliph are witnesses," said Ali, "that this man has given a command to the Caliph, a challenge. But unlike the girl, this man has ordered armed soldiers in the presence of the Caliph to disobey the Caliph. The Caliph can hear any words without harm. But when soldiers are ordered to disobey him, it does not require an imam to explain that treason and blasphemy are present here. If you move against me," the man said, "then the others—" "The soldiers of the Caliph are witnesses," said Ali, "that this man is part of a conspiracy against the Caliph. There are others." One soldier came forward and laid a hand on the man's arm. He shook it off. Ali smiled at the soldier. The soldier took the man's arm again, but not gently. Other soldiers stepped forward. One took the man's other arm. The rest faced Ali, waiting for orders. "We have seen today that one man of my council thinks he is the master of the Caliph. Therefore, any soldier of Islam who truly wishes to serve the Caliph will take every member of the council into custody and hold them in silence until the Caliph has decided which of them can be trusted and which must be discarded from the service of God. Move quickly, my friends, before the ones who are spying on this conversation have time to escape." The man wrenched one hand free and in a moment held a wicked-looking knife, but Ali's hand was already firmly gripping his wrist. "My old friend," said Ali. "Soldiers," said Ali, "make me safe. Meanwhile, I will continue my conversation with these visitors who are under the protection of my hospitality." 2 soldiers dragged the prisoner away, while the others took off at a run. "You have work to do," said Peter. "I've just done it," said Ali. He turned to Petra. "Thank you for seeing what I needed." "Being a provocateur comes naturally to me," she said. "I hope we've been helpful." "Everything that you said has been heard," said Ali, "and I assure you that when it's actually in my power to control the armies of Islam, they will behave as true Muslims and not as barbarian conquerors. Meanwhile, however, I'm afraid that bloodshed is likely, and I believe you will be safest here with me in this garden for the next half hour or so." "Hot soup has just taken over in China," said Petra. "So I've heard. And he's taking the title of emperor," she added. "Back to the good old days. A new dynasty in Beijing now faces the restored caliphate in Damascus," said Petra. It would be a terrible thing for members of the Jish to have to choose up sides. Surely that's not what battle school was ever meant to accomplish. Battle school? Said Ally. They may have identified us, but we already were who we were before they laid a hand on us. Do you think that without battle school I could not be where I am, or Hansu where he is? Look at Peter Wiggin. He didn't go to battle school, but he got himself appointed hegemon. An empty title, said Peter. It was when you got it, said Ally. Just as my title was until 2 minutes ago, but when you sit in the chair and wear the hat, some people don't understand that it's just a play and start obeying you as if you had real power. And then you have real power, nay? Said Petra. Peter smiled. I'm not your enemy, Ally, he said. You are not my friend either, said Ally. But then he smiled. The question is whether you'll turn out to be a friend to humanity, or whether I will. He turned back to Petra. And so much depends on what your husband chooses to do before he dies. Petra nodded gravely. He'd prefer to do nothing except enjoy the months, or perhaps years, he'll have with me and our child. God willing, said Ally. That's all he'll be required to do. A soldier came pounding across the flagstones. Sir, the compound is secure, and none of the council have escaped. I'm happy to hear that, said Ally. 3 councilmen are dead, sir, said the soldier. It could not be helped. I'm sure that is the truth, said Ally. They are now in God's hands. The rest are in mine, and now I must try to do what God would have me do. Now, my son, will you take these 2 friends of the Caliph safely back to their hotel? Our conversation is finished, and I wish them to be free to leave Damascus unhindered and unrecognized. No one will speak of their presence in this garden on this day. Yes, my Caliph, said the soldier. He bowed, then turned to Peter and Petra. Will you come with me, friends of the Caliph? Thank you, Petra said. The Caliph is blessed with true servants in this house. The man did not acknowledge her praise. This way, he said to Peter. As they followed him back to the enclosed van, Peter wondered whether he might have unconsciously planned for the events that happened here today, or whether it was just dumb luck, or whether Petra and Ally planned it, and Peter was nothing more than their pawn, thinking foolishly that he was making his own decisions and conducting his own strategy. Or are we, as the Muslims believe, only acting out the script of God? Not likely. Any God worth believing in could make up a better plan than the mess the world was in now. In my childhood, I set my hand to improving the world, and for a while I succeeded. I stopped a war through words I wrote on the nets when people didn't know who I was. But now I have the empty title of hegemon. Wars are swirling back and forth across swaths of the earth like a reaper's scythe. Vast populations are seething under the whips of new oppressors, and I am powerless to change a thing.
Chapter 4. Bargain. From Peter Wiggin, private at hegemon.gov, to Sacred Cause, one man at freetie.org. Ray, Suriyawong's actions concerning Achille Flandre. Dear Amble, at all times during Achille Flandre's infiltration of the hegemony, Suriyawong acted as my agent inside Flandre's growing organization. It was at my instructions that he pretended to be Flandre's staunch ally, and that was why, at the crucial moment when Julian Delphiki faced the monster, Suriyawong and his elite soldiers acted for the good of all humankind, including Thailand, and made possible the destruction of the man who, more than any other, was responsible for the defeat and occupation of Thailand. This is the public story, as you pointed out. Now I point out that In this case, the public story also happens to be the complete truth. Like you, Siri Yawang is a battle school graduate. China's new emperor and the Muslim caliph are both battle school graduates, but they are two of those chosen to take part in my brother Ender's famous Jish. Even if you discount their actual brilliance as military commanders, the public perception of their powers is at the level of magic. This will affect the morale of your soldiers as surely as of theirs. How do you suppose you will keep Thailand free if you reject Siri Yawang? He is no threat to your leadership. He will be your most valuable tool against your enemies. Sincerely, Peter Hegemon.
Bean stooped to pass through the doorway. He wasn't actually tall enough to bang his head, but it had happened often enough in other doorways that once would have given him plenty of room that now he was overcautious. He didn't know what to do with his hands either. They seemed too big for any job he might need them for. Pens were like toothpicks. His finger filled the trigger guard of many a pistol. Soon he'd have to butter his finger to get it out, as if the pistol were a too tight ring. And his joints ached, and his head hurt sometimes like it was going to split in two. Because, in fact, it was trying to do exactly that. The soft spot on the top of his head could not seem to expand fast enough to make room for his growing brain. The doctors loved that part. To find out what it did to the mental function of an adult to have the brain grow. Did it disrupt memory, or merely add to capacity? Bean submitted to their questions and measurements and scans and bloodlettings because he might not find all his children before he died, and anything they learned from studying him might help them. But at times like this, he felt nothing but despair. There was no help for him, and none for them either. He would not find them, and if he did, he could not help them. What difference has my life made? I killed one man. He was a monster, but I had it in my power to kill him at least once before and failed to do it. So don't I share in the responsibility for what he did in the intervening years? The deaths, the misery, including Petra's suffering when she was his captive, including our own suffering over the children he stole from us. And yet he went on searching, using every contact he could think of, every search engine on the nets, every program he could devise for manipulating the public records in order to be ready to identify which births were of his children, implanted in surrogates. For of that much he was certain. Achille and Valescu had never intended to give the embryos back to him and Petra. That promise had only been a lure. A man of less malice than Achille might have killed the embryos, as he pretended to do when he broke test tubes during their last confrontation in Ribeirão Preto. But for Achille, killing itself was never a pleasure. He killed when he thought it was necessary. When he actually wanted to make someone suffer, he made sure the suffering lingered as long as possible. Bean's and Petra's children would be born to mothers unknown to them, probably scattered throughout the world by Valescu. But Achille had done his work well. Valescu's travels were completely erased from the public record, and there was nothing about the man to make him particularly memorable. They could show his picture to 1 million airline workers and another 1 million cab drivers throughout the world, and half of them might remember seeing a man who looked like that, but none of them would be sure of anything, and Valescu's path could not be retraced. And when Bean had tried to appeal to Valescu's lingering shreds of decency, which he hoped existed against all evidence, the man had gone underground, and now all Bean could hope for was that somebody, some agency somewhere, would find him, arrest him, and hold him long enough for Bean to... To what? Torture him? Threaten him? Bribe him? What could possibly induce Valescu to tell him what he needed to know? Now the International Fleet had sent him some officer to give him important information. What could they possibly know? The IF was forbidden to operate on the surface of Earth. Even if they had agents who had discovered Valescu's whereabouts, why would they risk exposing their own illegal activities just to help Bean find his babies? They had made a big deal about how loyal they were to the battle school graduates, especially to Ender's Jish, but he doubted it went that far. Money. That's what they offered. All the battle school grads had a nice pension. They could go home like Cincinnatus and farm for the rest of their lives without even having to worry about the weather or the seasons or the harvest. They could grow weeds and still prosper. Instead, I stupidly allowed children of my deformed and self-destructive genes to be created in vitro, and now Valescu has planted them in foreign wombs, and I must find them before he and people like him can exploit them, and use them up, and then watch them die of giantism like me, before they turn 20. Valescu knows. He would never leave it to chance. Because he still imagined himself to be a scientist. He would want to gather data about the children. To him, it was all one big experiment, with the added inconvenience of being illegal and based on stolen embryos. To Valescu, those embryos belonged to him by right. To him, Bean was nothing but the experiment that got away. Anything he produced was part of Valescu's long-term study. An old man sat at the table in the conference room. It took Bean a moment to decide whether his skin was naturally dark or merely weathered into a barnwood color and texture. Both, probably. I know him, thought Bean. Mazer Rackham. The man who saved humanity in the second bugger invasion. Who should have been dead many decades ago, but who surfaced long enough to train Ender himself for the last campaign. They send you to Earth? I'm retired, said Rackham. So am I, said Bean. So is Ender. When does he come to Earth? Rackham shook his head. Too late to be bitter about that, he said. If Ender had been here, do you think there's any chance he would be both alive and free? Rackham had a point. Back when Ashiel was arranging for all of Ender's Jish to be kidnapped, the greatest prize of all would have been Ender himself. And even if Ender had evaded capture, as Bean had done, how long before someone else tried to control him or exploit him in order to achieve some imperial ambition? With Ender, being an American as he was, maybe the United States would have stirred from its torpor, and now, instead of China and the Muslim world being the main players in the great game, America would be flexing its muscles again, and then the world really would be in turmoil. Ender would have hated that. Hated himself for being part of it. It really was better that Graf had arranged to send him off on the first colony ship to a former bugger world. Right now, each second of Ender's life aboard the starship was a week to Bean. While Ender read a paragraph of a book, 1 million babies would be born on Earth. 1 million old people and soldiers and sick people and pedestrians and drivers would die, and humanity would move forward another small step in its evolution into a starfaring species. Starfaring species. That was Graf's program. You're not here for the fleet, then, said Bean. You're here for Colonel Graf. For the Minister of Colonization? Rackham nodded gravely. Informally and unofficially, yes. To inform you of an offer. Graf has nothing that I want. Before any starship could arrive on a colony world, I'd be dead. You'd undoubtedly be an interesting choice to head a colony, said Rackham. But as you said, your term in office would be too brief to be effective. No, it's a different kind of offer. The only things I want you don't have. Once upon a time, I believe you wanted nothing more than survival. It's not within your power to offer me. Yes, it is, said Rackham. Oh, from the vast medical research facilities of the International Fleet, there comes a cure for a condition that is suffered by only one person on Earth? Not at all, said Rackham. The cure will have to come from others. What we offer you is the ability to wait until it's ready. We offer you a starship, and light speed, and an Ansible so you can be told when to come home. Precisely the gift they gave Rackham himself when they thought they might need him to command all the fleets when they arrived at the various bugger worlds. The chance of survival rang inside him like the tolling of a great bell. He couldn't help it. If there was anything that had ever driven him, it was that hunger to survive. But how could he trust them? And in return, what do you want from me? Can't this be part of your retirement package from the fleet? Rackham was good at keeping a straight face, but Bean knew he couldn't be serious. When I come back, there's going to be some poor young soldier I can train. You're not a teacher, said Rackham. Neither were you. Rackham shrugged. So we become whatever we need to be. We're offering you life. We'll continue to fund research on your condition. What, using my children as your guinea pigs? We'll try to find them, of course. We'll try to cure them. But they won't get their own starships. Bean, said Rackham, how many trillions of dollars do you think your genes are worth? To me, said Bean, they're worth more than all the money in the world. I don't think you could pay even the interest on that loan. So I don't have as high a credit rating as I hoped. Bean, take this offer seriously. While there's still time. Acceleration is hard on the heart. You have to go while you're still healthy enough to survive the voyage. As it is, we'll be cutting it rather fine, don't you think? A couple of years to accelerate, and at the end, a couple more to decelerate. Who gives you 4 years? Nobody, said Bean. And you're forgetting. I have to come home. That's 4 more years. It's already far too late. Rackham smiled. Don't you think we've taken that into account? What, you figured out a way to turn while traveling at light speed? Even light bends. Light is a wave. So are you, when you're traveling that fast. Neither of us is a physicist, but the people who planned our new generation of messenger ship are, said Rackham. How can the IF afford to build new ships? Asked Bean. Your funding comes from Earth and the emergency is over. The only reason the nations of Earth even pay your salaries and continue to supply you is because they're buying your neutrality. Rackham smiled. Somebody's paying you to keep developing new ships, said Bean. Speculation is pointless. There's only one nation that could afford to do that, and it's the one nation that could never keep its secret. So it's not possible, said Rackham. Yet you're promising me a kind of ship that couldn't exist. You go through acceleration in a compensatory gravity field, so there's no additional strain on your heart. That lets us accelerate in a week instead of 2 years. And if the gravity fails? Then you're torn to dust in an instant. But it doesn't fail. We've tested it. So messengers can go from world to world without losing more than a couple of weeks of their lives. Of their own lives, said Rackham. But when we send someone out on such a voyage, 30 or 50 light years, everyone they ever knew is dead long before they come back. Volunteers are few. Everyone they ever knew. If he got on this starship, he'd leave Petra behind and never see her again. Was he heartless enough for that? Not heartless at all. He could still feel the pain of losing Sister Carlotta, the woman who saved him from the streets of Rotterdam and watched over him for years, until Ashiel finally murdered her. Can I take Petra with me? Would she go? Not without our children, said Bean. Then I suggest you keep searching, said Rackham. Because even though the new technology buys you a bit more time, it's not forever. Your body imposes a deadline that we can't put off. And you'll let me bring Petra if we find our children. If she'll go, said Rackham. She will, said Bean. We have no roots in this world except our children. Already they're children in your imagination, said Rackham. Bean only smiled. He knew how Catholic it made him sound, but that's how it felt to him and Petra both. We ask only one thing, said Rackham. Bean laughed. I knew it. As long as you're waiting around anyway, searching for your children, said Rackham, we'd like you to help Peter unite the world under the office of the hegemon. Bean was so astonished he stopped laughing. So the fleet intends to meddle in Earthside affairs? We aren't meddling at all, said Rackham. You are. Peter doesn't listen to me. If he did, he would have let me kill Ashiel back in China when we first had the chance. Peter decided to rescue him instead. Maybe he's learned from his mistake. He thinks he learned from it, said Bean. But Peter is Peter. It wasn't a mistake, it's who he is. He can't listen to anyone else if he thinks he has a better plan, and he always thinks he has a better plan. Nevertheless, I can't help Peter because Peter won't be helped. He took Petra along on his visit to Alai. His top secret visit that the IF couldn't possibly know about. We keep track of our alumni. Is that how you pay for your new model starships? Alumni donations? Our best graduates are still too young to be at the really high salary levels. I don't know. You have 2 heads of state. Doesn't it intrigue you, Bean, to imagine what the history of the world would have been like if there had been 2 Alexanders at the same time? Alai and Hot Soup? Asked Bean. It'll all boil down to which of them has the most resources. Alai has most at the moment, but China has staying power. But then you add to the 2 Alexanders a Joan of Arc here and there, and a couple of Julius Caesars, maybe an Attila, and... You see Petra as Joan of Arc? Asked Bean. She could be. And what am I? Why, Genghis Khan, of course. If you choose to be, said Rackham. He has such a bad reputation. He doesn't deserve it. His contemporaries knew he was a man of might who exercised his power lightly upon those who obeyed him. I don't want power. I'm not your Genghis. No, said Rackham. That's the problem. It all depends on who has the disease of ambition. When Graf took you into battle school, it was because your will to survive seemed to do the same job as ambition. But now it doesn't. Peter's your Genghis, said Bean. That's why you want me to help him. He might be, said Rackham. And you're the only one who can help him. Anybody else would make him feel threatened. But you, because I'm going to die. Or leave. Either way, he can have the use of you, as he thinks, and then be rid of you. It's not as he thinks. It's what you want. I'm a book in a lending library. You lend me to Peter for a while. He turns me in, then you send me out on another chase after some dream or other. Hugh and Graf, you still think you're in charge of the human race, don't you? Rackham looked off into the distance. It's a job that, once you take it on, it's hard to let go. One day out in space, I saw something no one else could see. And I fired a missile and killed a hive queen, and we won that war. From then on, the human race was my responsibility. even if you're no longer the best qualified to lead it. I didn't say I was the leader, only that I have the responsibility to do whatever it takes, whatever I can. And what I can do is this. I can try to persuade the most brilliant military mind on earth to help unify the nations under the leadership of the only man who has the will and the wit to hold them all together. At what price? Peter's not a great fan of democracy. We're not asking for democracy, said Rackham. Not at first. Not until the power of nations is broken. You have to tame the horse before you can let it have its head. And you say you're just the servant of humanity, said Bean. Yet you want to put a bridle and saddle on the human race and let Peter ride. Yes, said Rackham, because humanity isn't a horse. Humanity is a breeding ground for ambition, for territorial competitors, for nations that do battle, and if the nations break down, then tribes, clans, households. We were bred for war. It's in our genes, and the only way to stop the bloodshed is to give one man the power to subdue all the others. All we can hope for is that it be a decent enough man that the peace will be better than the wars, and last longer. And you think Peter's the man? He has the ambition you lack. And the humanity. Rackham shook his head. Don't you know by now how human you are? Bean wasn't going to go down that road. Why don't you and Graff just leave the human race alone? Let them go on building empires and tearing them down. Because the Hive Queens aren't the only aliens out there. Bean sat up. No, we haven't seen any. We have no evidence. But think about it. As long as humans seemed to be unique, we could live out our species' history as we always did. But now we know that it's possible for intelligent life to evolve twice, and in very different ways. If twice, then why not 3 times? Or 4? There's nothing special about our corner of the galaxy. The Hive Queens were remarkably close to us. There could be thousands of intelligent species in our galaxy alone, and not all of them as nice as we are. So you're dispersing us, as far and wide as we can, planting our seed in every soil. And for that, you want Earth united. We want Earth to stop wasting its resources on war, and spend them on colonizing world after world, and then trading among them so that the whole species can profit from what each one learns and achieves and becomes. It's basic economics, and history, and evolution, and science. Disperse, vary, discover, publish, explore. Yeah, I get it, said Bean. How noble of you. Who's paying for all this now? Bean, said Rackham. You don't expect me to tell you, and I don't expect you to have to ask. Bean knew. It was America. Big, sleepy, do-nothing America. Burned out from trying to police the world back in the 21st century, disgusted at the way their efforts earned them nothing but hatred and resentment, they declared victory and went home. They kept the strongest military in the world and closed their doors to immigration. And when the buggers came, it was American military might that finally blew up those first exploratory ships that scoured the surface of some of the best agricultural land in China, killing millions. It was America that mostly funded and directed the construction of the interplanetary warships that resisted the second invasion long enough for New Zealander Mazer Rackham to find the Hive Queen's vulnerability and destroy the enemy. It was America that was secretly funding the IF now, developing new ships. getting its hand into the business of interstellar trade at a time when no other nation on Earth could even attempt to compete. And how will it be in their interest for the world to be united except under their leadership? Rackham smiled. So now you know how deep our game has to be. Bean smiled back. So Graff had sold his colony program to the Americans, probably on the basis of future trade and a probable American monopoly. And in the meantime, he was backing Peter in the hope that he could unite the world under one government, which would mean, eventually, a showdown between America and the hegemon. And when the day comes, said Bean, when America expects the IF, which it's been paying for and researching for, to come to its aid against a powerful hegemon, what will the IF do? What did Suryawong do when Ashiel ordered him to kill you? Gave him a knife and told him to defend himself. Bean nodded. But will the IF obey you? If you're counting on the reputation of Mazer Rackham, remember that hardly anybody knows you're alive. I'm counting on the IF living up to the code of honor that every soldier has drummed into him from the start. No interference on Earth, even as you break that code yourself. We're not interfering, said Rackham. Not with troops or ships. Just a little information here and there. A dollop of money and a little, tiny bit of recruitment. Help us, Bean. While you're still on Earth. The minute you're ready to go, we'll send you, no delays. But while you're here, what if I don't believe Peter's as decent a man as you think he is? He's better than Ashiel. So is Augustus, said Bean. But he laid the foundation for Nero and Caligula. He laid a foundation that survived Caligula and Nero and lasted for 1.5 millennia in one form or another. And you think that's Peter? We do, said Rackham. I do. As long as you understand that Peter won't do a thing I say, won't listen to me or anyone, and will go on making idiotic mistakes that I can't prevent, then yes, I'll help him. As much as he'll let me. That's all we ask. But I'll still give my first priority to finding my children. How about this, said Rackham. How about if we tell you where Valescu is? You know? He's in one of our safe houses, said Rackham. He accepted the protection of the IF? He thinks it's part of Ashiel's old network. Is it? Somebody had to take over his assets. Somebody could only do that if they knew where his assets were. Who do you think maintains all the communications satellites? Asked Rackham. So the IF is spying on Earth, just as a mother spies on her children at play in the yard. Good to know you're looking out for us, Mummy. Rackham leaned forward. Bean. We make our plans, but we know we might fail. Ultimately, it all comes down to this. We've seen human beings at their best, and we think our species is worth saving. Even if you have to have the help of non-humans like me. Bean, when I spoke of human beings at their best, whom do you think I was talking about? Ender Wiggin, said Bean. And Julian Delphiki, said Rackham. The other little boy we trusted to save the world. Bean shook his head and stood up. Not so little now, said Bean. And dying. But I'll take your offer because it gives me a hope for my little family. And apart from that, I have no hope at all. Tell me where Valescu is and I'll go see him. You'll have to secure him yourself, said Rackham. We can't have IF agents involved. Give me the address, and I'll do the rest. Bean ducked again to leave the room. and he was trembling as he walked through the park, back toward his office in the hegemony compound. Huge armies prepared to clash in a struggle for supremacy. And off to one side, not even on the surface of Earth, there were a handful of men who intended to turn those armies to their own purposes. They were Archimedes, preparing to move the Earth because they finally had a lever big enough. I'm the lever. And I'm not as big as they think I am. Not as big as I seem. It can't be done. Yet it might just be worth doing. So I'll let them use me to try to pry the world of men loose from its age-old path of competition and war. And I'll use them to try to save my life and the lives of my children who share my disease. And the chance of both projects succeeding is so slim that the odds are much better of the Earth being hit by a disastrously huge meteor first. Then again, they probably already have a plan to deal with a meteor strike. They probably have a plan for everything. Even a plan they can turn to when I fail.
Chapter 5. Shiva. From Figurehead, Parent at Hegemon.gov, to Peter Wiggin, Private at Hegemon.gov. Password encrypted. Ray, speaking as a mother. After all these years of posing as the Madonna in your little Pietà, it occurs to me that I might whisper something in your oh-so-busy ear. Ever since Achilles' little kidnapping adventure, the not-so-secret weapon in everyone's arsenal is whatever array of battle school graduates they're able to acquire, keep, and deploy. Now it's even worse. Alai is Caliph in fact as well as name. Hunzu is Emperor of China. Verlomi is... what, a goddess? That's what I hear, coming out of India. Now they will go to war against each other. What are you doing? Betting on the winner and choosing up sides? Quite apart from the fact that many of these children were Ender's friends and fellow soldiers, the whole human race owes them our very survival. We took away their childhood. When do they get a life they can call their own? Peter, I've read history. Men like Genghis and Alexander were deprived of a normal childhood and absolutely focused on war, and you know what? It deformed them. They were unhappy all the days of their lives. Alexander didn't know who he was when he stopped conquering people. If he stopped moving forward, slaughtering all the way, he died. So how about setting these children free? Have you given any thought to that? Talk to Graf. He'll listen to you. Give these children an out, a chance, a life. If for no other reason than because they're Andrew's friends. They're like Andrew. They didn't choose themselves for battle school. You, on the other hand, didn't go to battle school. You volunteered to save the world. So you have to stay and see it through. Your loving and ever-supportive mother.
A woman's face appeared on the screen. She was dressed in the simple work-stained clothing of a Hindu peasant woman, but she bore herself like a lady of the highest caste, a concept that still had meaning despite the long-ago banning of all outward markers of caste. Peter did not know her, but Petra did. It's Verlomi. All this time, said Bean, she hasn't shown her face, till now. I wonder, said Petra, how many thousands of people in India already know her face. Let's listen, said Peter. He moused the play button. No one is faithful to God who has no choice. That is why Hindus are truly faithful, for they may choose not to be Hindus, and no harm comes to them. And that is why there are no true Muslims in the world, because they may not choose to cease to be Muslims. If a Muslim tries to become a Hindu or a Christian or even a simple unbeliever, some fanatical Muslim will kill him. Pictures were flashed on the screen of beheaded bodies, well-known images but still potent as propaganda. "Islam is a religion that has no believers," she said. "Only people who are compelled to call themselves Muslim and live as Muslims under fear of death." Standard pictures of Muslims en masse, bowing down to pray, the very footage that was often used to show the piety of Muslim populations. But now, framed as Vellomi had framed it, the images seemed to be those of puppets, acting in unison out of fear. Her face reappeared on the screen. "Caliph Alai, we welcomed your armies as liberators. We sabotaged and spied and blocked Chinese supply routes to help you defeat our enemy. But your followers seem to think they conquered India rather than liberating us. You did not conquer India. You will never conquer India." Now there was news footage. Ragged Indian peasants bearing modern Chinese arms, marching like old-fashioned soldiers. "We have no need of false Muslim soldiers. We have no need of false Muslim teachers. We will never accept any Muslim presence on Indian soil until Islam becomes a true religion and allows people the freedom to choose not to be Muslim without any penalty." Vellomi's face again. "Do you think your mighty armies can conquer India? Then you do not know the power of God, for God will always help those who defend their homeland. Any Muslim that we killed on Indian soil shall go straight to hell, for he does not serve God, he serves Shaitan. Any Imam who tells you otherwise is a liar and a Shaitan himself. If you obey him, you will be condemned. Be true Muslims and go home to your families and live at peace, and let us live in peace with our own families in our own land." Her face looked calm and sweet as she uttered these condemnations and threats. Now she smiled. Peter thought she must have practiced the smile for hours, for days in front of a mirror, because she absolutely looked like a god, even though she had never seen a god and did not know how one should look. She was radiant. Was it a trick of the light? "My blessing upon India. I bless the Great Wall of India. I bless the soldiers who fight for India. I bless the farmers who feed India. I bless the women who give birth to India and raise India to manhood and womanhood. I bless the great powers of the earth who unite to help us regain our stolen freedom. I bless the Indians of Pakistan who have embraced the false religion of Islam. Make your religion true by going home and letting us choose not to be Muslim. Then we will live at peace with you, and God will bless you. My blessing above all blessings on Caliph Alai. O noble of heart, prove that I am wrong. Make Islam a true religion by giving freedom to all Muslims. Only when Muslims can choose not to be Muslims are there any Muslims on earth. Set your people free to serve God instead of being captives of fear and hate. If you are not the conqueror of India, then you will be the friend of India. But if you intend to be the conqueror of India, then you will make yourself nothing in the eyes of God." Great tears rolled out of her eyes and down her cheeks. This was all done in a single take, so the tears were real enough. What an actress, thought Peter. "Oh, Caliph Alai, how I long to embrace you as a brother and friend. Why do your servants make war on me?" She made a strange series of movements with her hands, then drew 3 fingers backhanded across her forehead. "I am Mother India," she said. "Fight for me, my children." Her image remained on the screen as all motion stopped. Peter looked from Bean to Petra and back again. "So, my question is simple enough. Is she insane? Does she really believe she's a god? And will this work?" "What was that business at the end with the fingers on her forehead?" asked Bean. She was drawing the mark of Shiva, the destroyer, on her forehead, said Peter. It was a call to war. He sighed. They'll be destroyed. Who? Said Petra. Her followers, said Peter. Ali won't let them, said Bean. If he tries to stop them, he'll fall, said Peter, which may be what she wants. No, said Petra. Don't you see? The Muslim occupation of India absolutely counts on supplying their armies from Indian produce and Indian revenues. But Shiva will be there first. They'll destroy their own crops rather than let the Muslims have it. Then they'll die in famine, said Peter. And they'll absorb many bullets, said Petra, and beheaded Hindu bodies will litter the ground. But then the Muslims will run out of bullets, and they'll discover that they can't get more because the roads are blocked. And for every Hindu they killed, there will be 10 more to overwhelm them with their bare hands. Velomi understands her nation, her people. And all of this you understand, said Peter, because you were a prisoner in India for a few months? India has never been led into war by a god, said Petra. India has never gone to war with perfect unity. A guerrilla war, said Peter. You'll see, said Petra. Velomi knows what she's doing. She wasn't even part of Ender's Jish, said Peter. Ali was, so he's smarter, right? Petra and Bean looked at each other. Peter, it's not about brains, said Bean. It's about playing the hand you're dealt. Velomi has the stronger hand, said Petra. I don't see it, said Peter. What am I missing? Hansu won't just sit there while the Muslim armies try to subdue India. The Muslim supply lines either run across the vast Asian desert or through India, or by sea from Indonesia. If the Indian supply lines are cut, how long can Ali hold his armies there in numbers sufficient to keep Hansu contained? Peter nodded. So you think Ali will run out of food and bullets before Velomi runs out of Indians? I think, said Bean, that what we just saw was a marriage proposal. Peter laughed. But since Bean and Petra weren't laughing, what are you talking about? Velomi is India, said Bean. She just said so. And Hansu is China, and Ali is Islam. So, will it be India and China against the world, or Islam and India against the world? Who could sell that marriage to their own people? Which throne will sit beside the throne of India? Whichever one it is, that's more than half the population of the world united. Peter closed his eyes. So we don't want either to happen. Don't worry, said Bean. Whichever happens, it won't last. You're not always right, said Peter. You can't see that far ahead. Bean shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. I'll be dead before it all shakes out. Petra growled and stood up and paced. I don't know what to do, said Peter. I tried to talk to Ali, and all I did was provoke a coup, or rather Petra did that. He couldn't hide his annoyance. I wanted him to control his people, but they're out of control. They're roasting cows in the streets of Madras and Bombay, and then killing the Hindus who riot. They're beheading any Indian that someone accuses of being a lapsed Muslim, or even the grandchild of lapsed Muslims. Do I just sit here and watch the world collapse into war? Petra snapped at him. I thought that was part of your plan, to make yourself seem indispensable. I don't have a great plan, said Peter. I just respond, and I'm asking you about it instead of figuring things out on my own, because the last time I ignored your advice, it was a disaster. But now I find out you don't actually have any advice, just predictions and assumptions. I'm sorry, said Bean. It didn't cross my mind you were asking for advice. Well, I am, said Peter. Here's my advice, said Bean. Your goal isn't to avoid war. Yes, it is, said Peter. Bean rolled his eyes. So much for listening. I'm listening, said Peter. Your goal is to establish a new order in which war between nations becomes impossible. But to get to that utopian place, there's going to have to be enough war that people will know the thing that they're desperate to avoid. I'm not going to encourage war, said Peter. It would discredit me completely as a peacemaker. I got this job because I'm Locke. If you stop objecting and listen, said Petra, you'll eventually get Bean's advice. I'm the great strategist, after all, said Bean with a wry smile, and the tallest man in the hegemony compound. I'm listening, said Peter again. You're right, you can't encourage war, but you also can't afford to stop wars that can't be stopped. If you're seen to try and fail, you're weak. The reason Locke was able to broker a peace between the Warsaw Pact and the West was neither side wanted war. America wanted to stay home and make money, and Russia didn't want to run the risk of provoking IF intervention. You can only negotiate peace when both sides want it badly enough to give up something in order to get it. Right now, nobody wants to negotiate. The Indians can't. They're occupied, and their occupiers don't believe they pose a threat. The Chinese can't. It's politically impossible for a Chinese ruler to settle for any boundary short of the borders of Han China. And Ely can't, because his own people are so flushed with victory that they can't see any reason to give anything up. So I do nothing? You organize relief efforts for the famine in India, said Petra. The famine that Volomi is going to cause, Petra shrugged. So I wait until everybody's sick of war, said Peter. No, said Bean. You wait until the exact moment when peace is possible. Wait too long and the bitterness will run too deep for peace. How do I know when the time is right? Beats me, said Bean. You're the smart one, said Peter. Everyone says so. Stop the humble act, said Petra. You understand perfectly what we're saying. Why are you so angry? Any plan we make now will crumble the first time somebody makes a move that isn't on our script. Peter realized that it wasn't them he was angry at. It was his mother and her ridiculous letter. As if he had the power to rescue the Caliph and the Chinese emperor and this brand new Indian goddess and set them free when they had all clearly maneuvered themselves into the positions they were in. I just don't see, said Peter, how I can turn any of this to my advantage. You just have to watch and keep meddling, said Bean, until you see a place where you can insert yourself. That's what I've been doing for years. And very well, too, said Petra. Can we go now? Go, said Peter. Get your evil scientist. I'll save the world while you're out. We expect no less, said Bean. Just remember, you asked for the job. We didn't. They got up. They started for the door. Wait a minute, said Peter. They waited. I just realized something, Peter said. They waited some more. You don't care. Bean looked at Petra. Petra looked at Bean. What do you mean, we don't care, said Bean. How can you say that, said Petra. It's war, it's death, it's the fate of the world. You're treating it like I was asking advice about a cruise, which cruise line to go on, or a poem, whether the rhymes are good. Again, they looked at each other. And when you look at each other like that, said Peter, it's like you're laughing, only you're too polite to show it. We're not polite people, said Petra, especially not Julian. No, that's right. It's not that you're polite, it's that you're so much wrapped up in each other that you don't have to laugh. It's like you already laughed, and only you two know about it. This is all so interesting, Peter, said Bean. Can we go now? He's right, said Petra. We aren't involved. Like he is, I mean. But it's not that we don't care, Peter. We care even more than you do. We just don't want to get involved in doing anything about it because... They looked at each other again, and then, without saying another word, they started to leave. Because you're married, said Peter. Because you're pregnant, because you're going to have a baby. Babies, said Bean, and we'd like to get on with trying to find out what happened to them. You've resigned from the human race, is what you've done, said Peter. Because you invented marriage and children, suddenly you don't have to be a part of anything. opposite," said Petra. "We've joined the human race. We're like most people. Our life together is everything. Our children are everything. The rest is... we do what we have to. Anything to protect our children, and then beyond that, what we have to. But it doesn't matter to us as much. I'm sorry that bothers you." "It doesn't bother me," said Peter. "It did before I understood what I was seeing. Now I think, sure, it's normal. I think my parents are like that. I think that's why I thought they were stupid, because they didn't seem to care about the outside world. All they cared about was each other and us kids." "I think the therapy is proceeding nicely," said Bean. "Now, say 3 Hail Marys while we get on with our limited domestic concerns, which involve attack helicopters and getting to Valescu before he makes another change of address and identity." And they were gone. Peter seethed. They thought they knew something that nobody else knew. They thought they knew what life was about. But they could only have a life like that because people like Peter and Hansu and Alai and that wacko self-deifying Verlomi actually concentrated on important matters and tried to make the world a better place. Then Peter remembered that Bean had said almost exactly what his mother said, that Peter chose to be hegemon, and now he had to work it out on his own. Like a kid who tries out for the school play, but he doesn't like the part he's been given. Only if he backs out now, the show can't go on because he has no understudy. So he's got to stick it out. Got to figure out how to save the world, now that he's got himself made hegemon. Here's what I want to have happen, thought Peter. I want every damn battle school graduate off Earth. They are the complicating factor in every country. Mother wants them to have a life. Me too. A nice long life on another planet. But to get them off planet would require getting the cooperation of Graf. And Peter had the sneaking suspicion that Graf didn't actually want Peter to be an effective, powerful hegemon. Why should Graf accept the battle school kids into colony ships? They'd be a disruptive force in any colony they were in. What about this? A colony of nothing but battle school grads. If they bred true, they'd be the smartest military minds in the galaxy. Then they'd come home and take over Earth. Okay, not that. Still, it was the seed of a good idea. In the eyes of the people, it was the battle school that won the war against the buggers. They all wanted their armies to be led by battle schoolers, which is why the battle schoolers were virtually the slaves of their nation's military. So I'll do as Mother suggested. I'll set them free. Then they can all marry, like Bean and Petra, and live happily ever after, while other people, responsible people, did the hard work of running the world.
In India, the response to Virlomi's message was immediate and fierce. That very night, in a dozen incidents scattered across India, Muslim soldiers committed acts of provocation, or, as they saw it, retaliation, or defiance to Virlomi's blasphemous, outrageous accusation, thereby, of course, proving those accusations in the eyes of many. But it wasn't riots they faced this time. It was an implacable mob determined to destroy them no matter what the cost. It was Shiva. So, yes, the streets were littered with the dead bodies of Hindu civilians, but the Muslim soldiers' bodies could not be found, or at least could not be reassembled. Reports of the bloodshed flowed into Virlomi's mobile headquarters, including plenty of video. She had a selected version out on the web within hours. Lots of pictures of Muslims committing acts of provocation and then firing on the rioters. No footage of human waves swarming over the machine-gun-firing Muslim soldiers and tearing them to pieces. What the world would see was Muslims offending Hindu religion and then massacring civilians. They would only hear about the fact that among the Muslim soldiers there were no survivors.
Bean and Petra boarded attack helicopters and headed out across the ocean to Africa. Bean had heard from Rackham and knew where Valescu was.
Chapter 6. Evolution. From Crazy Tom, Wackomac at sandhurst.england.gov to Magic, Legume at iComeOn.com. Forwarded and posted by iComeOn. Encrypted using code. Decrypted using code. Ray, England and Europe. I hope you're still using this address, now that you're official and not hiding from Mr. Tendon anymore. I don't think this should go through channels. I keep getting these feelers from Wigan. I think he thinks he's got some special affinity for members of the Jish, just because he's Ender's brother. Does he? I know he's got his fingers in everything. The items the hegemony seems to know before we do are sometimes quite amazing. But does he have his fingers in us? He's asked me for an assessment of the European willingness to surrender sovereignty to a world government. Given that the whole history of the past 200 years consists of Europe flirting with a real European government and always backing away, I wonder if the question comes from an idiot child or a deep thinker who knows more than I do. But if you think his question is a legitimate one, then let me say that surrendering sovereignty to any existing world or regional body is laughable. Only little countries like Benelux or Denmark or Slovenia are eager to join. It's like communes. People with nothing are always willing to share. Even though Europe now speaks a version of English as its native tongue, except a few die-hard enclaves, we are as far from unity as ever. Which is not to say that under the right pressure, at the right time, each proud nation of Europe might not trade sovereignty for safety. Tom.
It would have to be Fortress Rwanda, of course. The Switzerland of Africa, they called it sometimes. But it only maintained its independence and neutrality because, meter for meter, it was probably the most fortified nation on Earth. They could never have fought their way into Rwandan airspace. But a chatty phone call from Peter to Felix Starman, the Prime Minister, won them a safe passage for 2 hegemony jet choppers and 20 soldiers, along with uploads of detailed maps of the medical center where Valescu was operating. Under another name, of course. For Rwanda had been one of the places where Achille maintained safe houses and spy cells. What Valescu could not have known was that Peter's computer experts had been able to enter Achille's clandestine computer network through Suryawang's computer, and, cell by cell, Achille's organization had either been co-opted, subverted, or destroyed. Valescu was depending on a Rwandan cell that had been reported to the Rwandan government. Felix Starman had chosen to continue to operate the cell through intermediaries, so the members of the cell did not realize that they were actually working for the Rwandan government. So it was no small thing for Starman, who insisted that his self-chosen name should be translated so that everyone was aware of the rather odd image he wished to convey, to give up this asset. While Bean and Petra took Valescu, the Rwandan police would be arresting all the other members of Achille's organization. They even promised that hegemony experts could monitor the Rwandan deconstruction of the Achillean computers. The beat, beat, beat of chopper blades was as good as a police siren when it came to announcing their approach, so they set down a kilometer away from the medical center. 4 soldiers on each chopper were equipped with slimline motorcycles, and they took off to secure all the vehicle exit points. The rest advanced through the yards and parking lots of houses, apartment buildings, and small businesses. Since the entire population of Rwanda was trained as soldiers, they knew enough to stay indoors as they watched the dark green-clad soldiers of the hegemony jog cross-lots from cover to cover. They might try to telephone the government to find out what was happening, but cell phones were getting a "We're making your service better, please have patience" message, and landlines were hearing that "all circuits are busy." Petra was pregnant enough now that she didn't jog along with the troops. And Bean was so distinctively large that he, too, remained in the choppers with the pilots. But Bean had trained these men and had no doubt of their ability. Besides, Suryawong, still trying to rehabilitate himself, even though Bean had assured him that he had his full trust, was eager to show that he could fulfill the mission perfectly without Bean's direct supervision. So it was only 15 minutes before Suryawong texted them Fa, which either meant fait accompli or the fourth note of the musical scale, depending on what mood Bean was in. This time, when he saw the message, he sang it out, and the choppers rose into the air. They came down in the parking lot of the medical complex. As befitted a rich country like Rwanda, it was state-of-the-art, but the architecture was designed to make the place feel homelike to its patients. So it looked for all the world like a village, with every room that did not need a controlled environment open to whatever breezes blew. Valescu was being held in the climate-controlled lab where he was arrested. He nodded gravely to Bean and Petra when they came inside. "How nice to see you again," he said. "Was anything you told us true?" asked Petra. Her voice was calm, but she wasn't going to pretend that pleasantries were in order. Valescu gave a little smile and shrug. "Doing what the boy wanted seemed to be a good idea at the time. He promised me this." "A place to conduct illegal research?" asked Bean. "Oddly enough," said Valescu, "in our new days of freedom, now that the hegemony is powerless, my research is not illegal here, so I don't have to be prepared to dispose of my subjects at a moment's notice." Bean looked at Petra. "He still says dispose of instead of murder." Valescu's smile grew sad. "How I wish I had all your brothers," he said. "But that's not why you're here. I already served my time and was legally released." "We want our babies back," said Petra. "All 8 of them, unless there are more." "There were never more than 8, said Valescu. "I was observed the whole time, as you arranged, and there is no way I could have faked the number, nor could I have faked the destruction of the 3 discards." "I've already thought of several," said Bean, "the most obvious being that the 3 you pretended to find had Anton's key turned and had already been taken away. What you destroyed were someone else's embryos, or nothing at all." "If you know so much, why do you need me?" asked Valescu. 8 names and addresses," said Bean. "The women who are bearing our babies." "Even if I knew," said Valescu, "what purpose would be served by telling? None of them have Anton's key. They aren't worth studying." "There is no non-destructive test," said Petra. "So you don't know which of them had Anton's key turned. You would have kept them all. You would have implanted them all. Again, since you know more than I do, by all means tell me when you find them. I'd love to know what Achille did with the 5 survivors." Bean walked up to his biological half-uncle. He towered over him. "My," said Valescu, "what big teeth you have." Bean took him by the shoulders. Valescu's arms seemed so small and fragile within the grasp of Bean's huge hands. Bean probed and pressed with his fingers. Valescu winced. Bean's hands wandered idly along Valescu's shoulders until his right hand nested the back of the man's neck and his thumb played with the point of Valescu's larynx. "Lie to me again," whispered Bean. "You'd think," said Valescu, "that someone who used to be small would know better than to be a bully." "We all used to be small," said Petra. "Let go of his neck, Bean. Let me crush his larynx just a little." "He's too confident," said Petra. "He's very sure we'll never find them." "So many babies," said Valescu genially. "So little time." He's counting on us not torturing him, said Bean. Or maybe he wants us to, said Petra. Who knows how his brain works? The only difference between Valescu and Ashiel is the size of their ambitions. Valescu's dreams are so very, very small. Valescu's eyes were welling up with tears. I still think of you as my only son, he said to Bean. It grieves me that we don't communicate any better than this. Bean's thumb massaged the skin of Valescu's throat in circles around the point of his larynx. It surprises me that you can always find a place to do your sick little brand of science, said Petra. But this lab is closed now. The Rwandan government will have its scientists go over it to find out what you were doing. Always I do the work while others get the credit, said Valescu. Do you see how I nearly encircle his throat with just one hand? Said Bean. Let's take him back to Ribeirão Preto, Julian. That would be nice, said Valescu. How are my sister and her husband doing? Or do you see them anymore, now that you've got to be so important? He's talking about my family, said Bean, as if he were not the monster who cloned my brother illegally and then murdered all but one of the clones. They've gone back to Greece, said Petra. Please don't kill him, Bean. Please. Remind me why? Because we're good people, said Petra. Valescu laughed. You live by murder. How many people have you both killed? And if we add in all the buggers you slaughtered out in space... All right, said Petra. Go ahead and kill him. Bean tightened his fingers. Not that much, really. But Valescu made a strangled sound in his throat, and in moments his eyes were bugging out. At that moment, Suryawang entered the lab. General Delphiki, sir, he said. Just a minute, Suri, said Petra. He's killing somebody. Sir, said Suryawang, this is a war materials lab. Bean relaxed his grip. Still genetic research? Several of the other scientists working here had misgivings about Valescu's work and the sources of his grants. They were collecting evidence. Not much to collect, but everything points to Valescu breeding a common cold virus that would carry genetic alterations. That wouldn't affect adults, said Bean. I shouldn't have said war materials, said Suryawang, but I thought that would stop your little game of strangulation faster. What is it then? Asked Bean. It's a project to alter the human genome, said Suryawang. We know that's what he worked with, said Petra. But not with viruses as carriers, said Bean. What were you doing here, Valescu? Valescu choked out some words. Fulfilling the terms of my grants. Grants from whom? The granters, said Valescu. Lock this place down, said Bean to Suryawang. I'll call the hegemon to request a Rwandan perimeter guard. I think, said Petra, that our brilliant scientist friend had some bizarre notion of remaking the human race. We need Anton to look at what this sick little disciple of his was doing, said Bean. Suri, said Petra. Petra stopped going along on the interviews with Valescu. They could hardly be called interrogations. Direct questions led nowhere. Threats seemed to mean nothing. It was maddening and stressful, and she hated the way he looked at her. Looked at her belly, which was showing her pregnancy more and more every day. But she still kept on top of what they were calling, for lack of a better name, the Valescu Project. The head of electronic security, Ferreira, was working most intensely on trying to track down everything Valescu had been doing with his computer and tracking his various identities through the nets. But Petra made sure that the database searches and indexes that they already had underway continued. These babies were out there somewhere, implanted in surrogate mothers, and at some point they were going to give birth. Valescu wouldn't risk their lives by forbidding the mothers access to good medical care. In fact, that was bound to be a minimum. So they would be born in hospitals, their births registered. How would they find these babies? In the millions that would be born in that time frame, Petra couldn't begin to guess. But they'd collect the data and index it on every conceivably useful variable, so it was there to work with when they finally figured out some identifying marker.
Meanwhile, Bean conducted the interviews with Valescu. They were yielding some information that proved accurate, but it was hard for Bean to decide whether Valescu was unconsciously letting useful information slip or deliberately toying with them by bleeding out little bits of information that he knew would not be terribly useful in the end.
When he wasn't with Valescu, Bean was with Anton, who had come away from retirement and accepted a heavy level of drugs to control his aversive reaction to working in his field of science. "I tell myself every day," he said to Bean, "that I'm not doing science. I'm merely grading a student's assignments. It helps, but I still throw up. This is not good for me." "Don't push any harder than you can." "My wife helps me," said Anton. "She's very patient with this old man. And you know what? She's pregnant, in the natural way." "Congratulations," Bean said, knowing how hard this was for Anton, whose sexual desires did not tend in the same direction as his reproductive plans. "My body knows how, even at this old age." He laughed. "Doing what comes unnaturally." But his personal happiness aside, the picture Anton began to paint looked worse and worse. "His plan was simple enough," said Anton. "He planned to destroy the human race." "Why? That makes no sense. Vengeance?" No. Destroy and replace. The virus he chose would go straight to the reproductive cells in the body. Every sperm, every ovum. They infest, but they don't kill. They just snip and replace all kinds of changes. Strength and speed of an East African. A few changes I don't understand because nobody's really mapped that part of the genome. Not for function. And some I don't even know where they fit on the human genome. I'd have to try them out, and I can't do that. That would be real science. Someone else. Later. "You're sidestepping the big change," said Bean. "My little key," said Anton. "His virus turns the key." "So he has no cure, no way to switch the key for intellectual ability without also triggering this perpetual growth pattern." "If he had it, he'd use it. There's no advantage not to." "So it is a biological weapon." "Weapon? Something that affects only your children? Makes them die of giantism before they're 20? Oh, that would make armies run in panic." "What then?" "Valescu thinks he's God. Or at least he's playing dress-up with God's clothing. He's trying to jump the whole human race to the next stage of evolution, spread this disease so that no normal children can be born ever again." "But that's insane. Everybody dying so young?" No, Julian, no. Not insane. Why do humans live so long? Mathematicians and poets, they burn out in their mid-20s anyway. We live so long because of grandchildren. In a difficult world, grandparents can help ensure the survival of their grandchildren. The societies that kept their old people around and listened to them and respected them, that fed them, always do better. But that's a community on the edge of starvation, always at risk. Are we at risk so much today? If these wars keep getting worse. Yes, war, said Anton. Kill off a whole generation of men, yet the grandfathers keep their sexual potency. They can propagate the next generation even if the young ones are dead. But Volescu thinks we're ready to move beyond planning for the deaths of young men. So he doesn't mind having generations that are less than 20 years? Change society's patterns. When were you ready to assume an adult role, Bean? When was your brain ready to go to work and change the world? Age 10. Earlier if I'd had a good education. So, you get a good education. All our schools change because children are ready to learn at age 3, age 2. By age 10, Volescu's gene change takes place. The new generation is completely ready to take over for the old. Marry as early as possible, breed like bunnies, become giants. Irresistible in war, unless they keel over from heart attacks. Don't you see? Instead of spending the young men in violent death, we send the old men, the 18-year-olds. While all the work in science, technology, building, planting, everything, all done by the young men, the 10-year-olds, all of them like you, not human anymore, a different species, yes, the children of Homo sapiens, Homo lumens, maybe, still capable of interbreeding, but the old style of human, they grow to be old, but they are never big, and they are never very smart. How can they compete? They are gone, Bean. Your people rule the world. They wouldn't be my people. It's good that you're loyal to old humans like me. But you are something new, Bean. And if you have any children with my little key turned, no, they won't be fast like what Volescu has designed. But they'll be brilliant, something new in the world. When they can talk to each other instead of being alone like you, will you be able to keep up with them? Well, maybe yes, for you, but will I be able to keep up with them? Bean laughed bitterly. Will Petra? That's what you're saying. You had no parents to be humiliated when they found out that you were learning faster than they can teach. Petra will love them just as much. Yes, she will, but all her love won't turn them human. And here you told me that I'm definitely human. Not true after all. Human in your loves, your hungers, in what makes you good and not evil. But in the speed of your life, the intellectual heights, are you not alone in this world? Unless that virus is released. How do you know it won't still be released? Asked Anton. How do you know he hasn't already completed a batch and disseminated it? How do you know he didn't infect himself and now he spreads it wherever he goes? In these past weeks, since he got here, how many people in the hegemony compound have had a cold, sniffly nose, itchy penis, tender nipples? Yes, he used that virus as his base. He has a sense of humor, an ugly kind. I haven't checked on the subtler symptoms, but we've had the normal number of colds. Probably not, said Anton. He probably didn't make himself a carrier. What would be the point? He wants other people to spread it. You're saying that it's already out there? Or he has a website that he has to check every week or every month, and then 1 month, he doesn't do it. So a signal is sent out to some of Achille's old network. The virus gets broken out and used, and all Volescu had to do to trigger it was be a captive with no access to computers. Was his research that complete? Could he have a working virus? I don't know. All his records were changed when he moved. When you sent him a message, you told me about that, yes? You sent him a message and he moved to Rwanda. Before that, maybe he had an earlier version of the virus. Maybe not. Maybe this is the first time he put the changed human genes into the virus. If that's the case, then no, it has not been released. But it could be. It's ready. Ready enough. Maybe you caught him just in time. And if it is out there, what? Then I hope the baby my wife is pregnant with, I hope it's one like you, and not one like me. Why? Your tragedy, Bean, is that you are the only one. If all the world will soon be like you, then you know what that makes you. A damn fool. It makes you Adam. Anton was unbearably complacent about this. What Bean was, what was happening to him, he wouldn't wish on anyone, not his child and not Anton's. But Anton could be forgiven for his idiotic wish. He had not been so small. He had not been this large. He could not know how larval the early stage was. Like silkworms, the larva of my species does all the work of its life while it's young. Then the big butterfly, that's what people see. But all it has left to do in its life is get laid, then lay eggs, then die. Bean talked it through with Petra, and then they went to Ferreira and Peter. Now the computer search was geared, with some urgency, toward detecting any kind of dead man switch that Valescu was signing on to every day or every week. No doubt the dead man switch was set to destroy itself as soon as its message was sent, which meant that if it was already sent, it wouldn't be there anymore. But somewhere there were tracks, backups, records of one kind or another. Nobody traveled the networks clean. Not even Bean. He had made himself untraceable by constantly changing everything. But Valescu had stayed rooted in a lab here or a lab there as long as he could. He might not have been as careful in his maneuvers through the nets. After all, Valescu might think he was brilliant, but he was no Bean.
Chapter 7. An Offer. From Peter Wiggin, private at hegemon.gov, to Vlad, impaled at gcu.ru.gov. Ray, my brother's friends. I'd like to have a chance to talk with you, face to face, for my brother's sake, on neutral territory.
Peter arrived in St. Petersburg ostensibly to be an observer and consultant at the Warsaw Pact trade talks that were part of Russia's ongoing effort to set up an economic union to rival the Western European one. And he did attend several meetings and kept his suite humming with conversations. Of course, his agenda was quite different from the official one, and he made good headway with, as expected, representatives from some of the smaller or less prosperous countries: Latvia, Estonia, Slovakia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Albania, Croatia, Georgia. Every piece in the puzzle counted. Not every piece was a country. Sometimes it was an individual. That's why Peter found himself walking in a park, not one of the magnificent parks in the heart of St. Petersburg, but a smallish park in Kotlayerva, a town in northeastern Estonia with the delusions of cityhood. Peter wasn't sure why Vlad had chosen a town that involved crossing borders. Nothing could have made their encounter more obvious. And being in Estonia meant there'd be two intelligence services watching them, Estonia's and Russia's. Russia hadn't forgotten history. They still watched over Estonia using their domestic spy service rather than the foreign one. This park was, perhaps, the reason. There was a lake, no, a pond, a skating pond in winter, Peter was sure, since it was almost perfectly round and over-equipped with benches. Now, in the summer, it was undoubtedly advertised with a suck blood and lay eggs all in one place campaign among the mosquitoes, which had shown up in profusion. "Close your eyes," said Vlad. Peter expected some kind of spy ritual and, sighing, complied. His sigh left his mouth open, however, just enough to get a good taste of the insect repellent that Vlad sprayed in his face. "Hands," said Vlad. "Tastes bad, but doesn't kill. Hands." Peter held out his hands. They were sprayed too. Don't want you to lose more than a pint during our conversation. Horrible place. Nobody comes here in summer, so it isn't pre-wired. Lots of clear meadows. We can see if anybody's watching us. Are you that closely watched? Russian government not as understanding as hegemon. Suryawong stays in your confidence because you believe he always opposed a shield, but me, not trusted. So, if you think I have influence, very wrong thinking, my friend. Not why I'm here. Yes, I know you're here for trade talks, Vlad grinned. Not much point to trade talks when smuggling and bribery make any kind of custom collection a joke anyway, said Peter. I'm glad you understand our way of doing things, said Vlad. Trust no one that you haven't bribed within the last half hour. Don't tell me that you really have that thick a Russian accent, by the way, said Peter. You grew up on battle school. You should speak common like a native. I do, said Vlad, still in a thick Russian accent, except when my future depends on giving people no reason to remember how different I am. Accents are hard to learn and hard to hold on to, so I will maintain it now. I'm not by nature a good actor. May I call you Vlad? May I call you Piotr? Yes. Then yes, also. Lowly strategic planner cannot be more formal than hegemon of the whole world. You know just how much of the world I'm hegemon over, said Peter, and, as I said, that's not why I'm here, or not directly. What then? You want to hire me? Not possible. They may not trust me here, but they certainly don't want me going anywhere else. I'm a hero of the Russian people. Vlad, if they trusted you, what do you think you'd be doing right now? Vlad laughed. Leading the armies of Mother Russia, as Alai and Hatsup and Velome and so many others are already doing. So many Alexanders. Yes, I've heard that comparison, said Peter, but I see it another way. I see it as being the arms race that led up to World War I. Vlad thought for a moment. And we battle school brats are the arms race. If one nation has it, then another must have more. Yes, that's what Achilles' little venture in kidnapping was about. My point is, having a battle school graduate, particularly one of Ender's Jish, makes war more, not less probable. I don't think so, said Vlad. Yes, Hatsup and Alai are in the thick of things, but Velome wasn't in the Jish. And the rest of the Jish, Bean and Petra, are with you, struggling for world peace, yes? Like beauty pageant contestants. Ding is in a joint Anglo-American project, which means he has had his balls cut off, militarily speaking. Shen is marking time in some ceremonial position in Tokyo. Domper is a monk, I think, or whatever they called him, shaman, in the Andes somewhere. Crazy Tom. Is that Sandhurst confined to a classroom? Carn Carby is in Australia, where they may or may not have a military, but nobody cares. And Fly Molo, well, he is a busy boy in the Philippines, but not their president or even an important general. That squares with my tally, though I think Karn would argue with you about the value of the Australian military. Vlad waved the objection aside. My point is, most nations that have this treasured national resource are far more concerned to keep us under observation and away from power than to actually use us to make war. Peter smiled. Yes, either they have you up to your elbows in blood, or they have you locked in a box. Anybody happily married? We are none of us even 25 yet. Well, maybe Dink. He always lied about his age. Most of us are in our teens or barely out of them. They're afraid of you. All the more so now because the nations that actually use their Jish members in war are now governed by them. if you can call worldwide Islam a nation, I personally call it a riot with scripture. Just don't say that in Baghdad or Tehran, said Peter. As if I could ever go to those places. Vlad, said Peter, how would you like to be free of all this beauty? Vlad hooted with laughter. So, you're here representing Graf? Peter was taken aback. Graf came to you? Be head of a colony? Get away from it all expenses paid, vacation? That takes the rest of your life. Not a vacation, said Peter. Very hard work, but at least you have a life. So, Pietro, the hegemon wants Anders Gish off-planet forever. Do you want my job? Said Peter. I'll resign it today if I thought it would go to you, or to any member of Anders Gish. You want it? Think you could hold it? Then it's yours. I only have it because I wrote the Locke essays and stopped a war. But what have I done lately? Vlad, I don't see you as a rival. How could I? What freedom do you have to oppose me? Vlad shrugged. All right. So, your motives are pure. My motives are realistic, said Peter. Russia's not using you right now, but they haven't killed you or locked you up. If they ever decide that war is desirable or necessary or unavoidable, how long before you get promoted and put into the thick of things, especially if the war goes badly for a while? You are their nuclear arsenal. Not really, said Vlad. Since my brain is supposed to be the payload of this particular missile, and my brain was defective enough to seem to trust our shield, then I must not be as good as the other Gish members. In a war against Hansu, how long before you commanded an army, or at least were put in charge of strategy? 15 minutes, give or take. So, is Russia more or less likely to go to war, knowing they have you? Vlad smiled a little and ducked his head. Well, so the hegemon wants me out of Russia, so Russia won't be so adventurous. Not quite so simple, said Peter. There'll come a day when much of the world will have merged their sovereignty, by which you mean they will have surrendered it, into one government. It won't be the big nations, just a bunch of little ones. But unlike the United Nations and the League of Nations and even the hegemony in its previous form, it will not be designed to keep the central government as powerless as possible. The nations in this league will maintain no separate army or navy or air force. They will not have separate control over their own borders, and they will collect no customs, nor will they maintain a separate merchant marine. The hegemony will have power over foreign policy, period, without rival. Why would Russia ever join such a confederacy? It never would. Peter nodded and waited. It never would unless it thought that it was the only safe thing to do. Add the word profitable into that sentence, and you'll be closer to right. Russians are not Americans like you, Peter Wiggin. We don't do things for profit motive. So all those bribes go into charitable causes? They keep the bookmakers and the prostitutes of Russia from starving, said Vlad. Altruism at its finest. Vlad, said Peter, all I'm saying is, think about this. Ender Wiggin did two great deeds for humanity. He wiped out the buggers, and he never returned to Earth. Vlad turned on Peter with real fire in his eyes. Do you think I don't know who arranged for that? I advocated it, said Peter. I wasn't hegemon then. But do you dare to tell me I was wrong? What would have happened if Ender himself were here on Earth? Everybody's hostage. And if his homeland managed to keep him safe, what then? Ender Wiggin, the bugger slayer, now at the head of the armed forces of the dreaded United States? Think of the jockeying, the alliances, the preemptive attacks, all because this great and terrible weapon was in the hands of the nation that still thinks it has the right to judge and govern all the world. Vlad nodded. So, it's just a happy coincidence that it left you without a rival for the hegemony? I have rivals, Vlad. The Caliph has millions of followers who believe that he's the one God chose to be ruler over the earth. Aren't you making the same offer to Ally? Vlad, said Peter, I don't expect to persuade you, only to inform you. If there comes a day when you think your best hope of safety is to leave Earth, post a note to me at the website I'll link to you in an email. Or if you realize that the only chance your nation has of peace is for all its battle school grads to disappear from Earth, tell me, and I'll do all I can to get them safely out and off. Unless I go to my superiors and tell them all that you just told me. Tell them, said Peter. Tell them and lose the last shreds of freedom that you have. So I won't tell them, said Vlad. And you'll think about it. It will be there in the back of your mind. And when all the battle school grads are gone, said Vlad, there will be Peter, brother of Endervigen, the natural ruler of all humankind. Yes, Vlad, the only chance we have of unity is to have a strong consensus leader, our George Washington. And that's you. It could be a caliph, and we'd have a future as a Muslim world. Or we might all be made into vassals of the Middle Kingdom. Or, tell me, Vlad, should we prefer to be ruled over by the government that now treats you so kindly? I'll think about this, said Vlad. And you, think about something else. Ambition was part of the basis by which we were chosen for battle school. Just how self-sacrificing do you think we'll be? Look at Verlomi, as shy a person as battle school could possibly admit, but to achieve her purpose she made herself into a god. And she does seem to play the part with enthusiasm, doesn't she? Ambition balanced against survival instinct, said Peter. Ambition leads you to greater risk, but ambition never leads you to certain destruction. Unless you're a fool. There are no fools in this park today, said Peter. Unless you count the spies lying underwater, breathing through straws in order to overhear our conversation. It's the best the Estonians can do, said Vlad. I'm glad to know that Russians haven't forgotten their sense of humor. Everybody knows a few dozen Estonian jokes. Who do Estonians tell jokes about? Asked Peter. Estonians, of course. Only they don't realize that they're jokes. Laughing, they left the park and headed back. Peter to his chauffeured car, Vlad to the train back to St. Petersburg.
Some battle school graduates came to Ribeirão Preto to hear Peter's invitation. Others Peter contacted through mutual friends. Members of Ender's Jish Peter met with directly. Karn Karbi in Australia, Dink Meeker and Crazy Tom in England, Shen in Tokyo, Fly Molo in Manila, and Dumper amid a council of Quechuas in the ruins of Machu Picchu, his unofficial headquarters as he worked steadily to organize the Native Americans of South America. None of them accepted his offer. All of them listened and remembered. Meanwhile, the guerrilla fighting in India grew more savage. More and more Persian and Pakistani troops were withdrawn from China, until the day came when there was no one penning in the starving Chinese army in Sichuan province. Hanzu set it in motion. The Turks withdrew to Xinjiang province. The Indonesians got back in their boats and withdrew to Taiwan. The Arabs joined in the occupation of India. Han China was free of foreign occupiers, without the emperor firing a shot. At once, the Americans and Europeans and Latin Americans were back, buying and selling, helping China recover from empty wars of conquest, while the Muslim nations continued to bleed weapons and wealth and men in the ever more brutal war to control India. Meanwhile, a new pair of essayists emerged on the nets. One styled himself Lincoln and spoke of the need to put an end to bloody wars and oppression, and to secure the rights and freedoms of all societies by giving an honest, law-abiding world government exclusive control of all weapons of war. The other called himself Martel, harking back to Charles the Hammer, who stopped the Muslim advance into Europe at Poitiers. Martel kept pounding at the grave danger the world faced from the existence of a caliph. The Muslims, who now made up more than a third of the population of some European countries, would be emboldened, seize power, and force all of Europe to live under brutal Muslim law. There were some commentators who saw in these two new essayists a similarity to the days when Locke and Demosthenes duelled, with a similar division between statesmen like peace-seeking and warnings of war. Those had turned out to be written by Peter and Valentine Wiggin. Only once did Peter answer a question about Lincoln. There are several ways the world could be united. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who hopes it will be through a liberal democracy rather than a conquering despotism. And only once did Peter comment when questioned about Martel. I don't believe it helps the cause of peace in the world to stir up the kind of fear and hatred that leads to expulsions and genocide. Both answers only added to the credibility of the two essayists.
Chapter 8. Ender. From Raquette, Armenian at hegemon.gov, to Noggin, Lima at hegemon.gov. Ray, I'm having fun, so don't carp. Beloved husband, what else can I do while I'm sitting around with a belly the size of a barn except type? It's actually hard work, considering the keyboard is at arm's length. And it's not as if anti-Muslim propaganda is harder than breathing. I'm Armenian, O father of the balloon I'm carrying around inside my abdomen. We learn about how Muslims, Turks in particular of course, have been slaughtering Armenian Christians from time immemorial. How they can never be trusted. And guess what? When I look for evidence, ancient and contemporary, I don't have to get out of my chair. So I will continue to write the Martel essays and continue to laugh while they accuse Peter of writing them. Of course, I am doing it at his request, which is what I understand Valentine did for him when she wrote Demosthenes' essays back when we were all in school. But you know that nobody will listen to his Lincoln stuff unless they're also terrified. Either terrified of Muslims taking over the world, id est, more particularly their neighborhood, or terrified of the hideous bloodshed that would ensue if nations with Muslim minorities actually started restricting them or expelling them. Besides, Bean, I think that what I'm saying is true. Ali means well, but he clearly is not in control of his fanatical supporters. They really are murdering people and calling it executions. They really are trying to rule over India. They really are agitating and rioting and committing the odd atrocity in Europe right now, pushing to have European nations declare for the Caliph and cease trading with China, which really is supplying Verlomi. And now this essay will end because the stomach aches I've been having are clearly not stomach aches. This baby thinks it's coming, 2 months prematurely. Please get back here right away.
Peter waited outside the delivery room with Anton and Ferreira. Does this premature birth mean anything? He asked Anton. They wouldn't let the doctors amnio the baby, said Anton, so I didn't have any reliable genetic material to work with, but we know that in the early stages maturity is highly accelerated. It seems possible to me that premature birth is consistent with the key being turned. My thought, said Peter, is that this might be the break we need to find the other babies and unravel Valescu's network. Because the others might be premature too? Asked Ferreira. I think Valescu had a dead man's switch, and sometime after he was arrested a warning went out, and all the surrogate mothers bolted. That wouldn't help us before because we didn't know when the signal went out, and pregnant women may be one of the more stable demographic groups, but they do move around by the hundreds of thousands. Ferreira nodded, but now we can try to correlate premature births with abrupt moves at the same time as other women with similarly premature births. and then check funding. They'll have the best possible hospital care, and somebody's paying for it. Unless, said Anton, this baby is premature because Petra herself has some kind of problem. There's no history of premature births in her family, said Peter, and the baby has been developing quickly, not in size, mind you, but the parts were all in place before schedule, so I think this baby is like Bean. I think the key is turned. So let's use it as a key to finding where Valescu went and where those viruses might be waiting to be released. Not to mention finding Bean's and Petra's babies, said Anton. Of course, said Peter. That's the main purpose. He turned to the managing nurse. Have someone call me when we know anything about the condition of the mother and baby.
Bean sat down beside Petra's bed. How do you feel? Not as bad as I expected, she said. That's one good thing about premature delivery, he said. Smaller baby, easier birth. He's doing fine. They're only keeping him in neonate intensive care because of his size. All his other organs are working. He's like you. Anton is supervising the analysis right now, but that's my guess. He held her hand. The thing we wanted to avoid. If he's like you, she said, then I'm not sorry. If he's like me, said Bean, then it means Valescu really didn't have any kind of test. Or he had one, and discarded the babies that were normal. Or maybe they're all like me. The thing you wanted to avoid, she whispered. Our little miracles, said Bean. I hope you're not too disappointed. I hope you think of it as a chance to see what your life might have been like if you had grown up with parents, in a home, not barely escaping with your life and then scrabbling to survive on the streets of Rotterdam, at the age of 1. Think what it would be like to raise this baby surrounded by love, teaching him as fast as he wants to learn. All those lost years, recovered for our baby. Bean shook his head. I hoped the baby would be normal, he said. I hoped they'd all be normal, so I wouldn't have to consider this. Consider what? Taking the baby with me. With you where? Asked Petra. The IF has a new starship. Very secret. A messenger ship. It uses a gravity field to offset acceleration, up to light speed in a week. The plan is that once we find the babies, I take the ones like me, and we take off and keep traveling until they find the cure for this. Once you're gone, said Petra, why do you think the fleet will bother even looking for a cure? Because they want to know how to turn Anton's key without the side effects, said Bean. They'll keep working on it. Petra nodded. She was taking this better than Bean expected. All right, she said. As soon as we find the babies, then we go. We, said Bean. I'm sure in your normal, legumocentric view of the universe, it didn't cross your mind that there's no reason I shouldn't go along with you. Petra, it means being cut off from the human race. It's different for me because I'm not human. That again. What kind of life is that for the normal babies? Growing up confined to a starship? It would only seem like weeks, Bean. How grown up will they be? You'd be cut off from everything. Your family, everybody. You stupid man, she said. You are everybody now. You and our babies. You could raise the normal babies normally, with grandparents, a normal life. A fatherless life, and their siblings off on a starship so they'll never even meet? I don't think so, Bean. Do you think I'm going to give birth to this little boy and then let somebody take him away from me? Bean stroked her cheek, her hair. Petra, there's a whole bunch of rational arguments against what you're saying, but you just gave birth to my son, and I'm not going to argue with you now." "You're right," said Petra. "By all means, let's avoid this discussion until I've nursed the baby for the first time, and it becomes even more impossible for me to consider letting you take him away from me. But I'll tell you this right now. I will never change my mind. And if you maneuver things so you sneak off and steal my son from me and leave me a widow without even my child to raise, then you're worse than Valescu. When he stole our children, we knew he was an amoral monster. But you're my husband. If you do that to me, I'll pray that God puts you in the deepest part of hell." "Petra, you know I don't believe in hell. But knowing that I'm praying such a thing, that will be hell for you." "Petra, I won't do anything you don't agree to." "Then I'm coming with you," she said, "because I'll never agree to anything else. So it's decided. There's no discussion to have later when I'm rational. I'm already as rational as I'll ever be. In fact, there's no rational reason why I shouldn't come along if I want to. It's an excellent idea. And being raised on a starship has to be better than being orphaned on the streets of Rotterdam." "No wonder they named you after rock," said Bean. "I don't give up, and I don't wear down. I'm not just rock. I'm diamond." Her eyelids were heavy. "Go to sleep now, Petra." "Only if I can hold on to you," she said. He took her hand. She gripped it fiercely. "I got you to give me a baby," she said. "Don't think for a minute I am not going to get my way in this, too." "I promised you already, Petra," said Bean. "Whatever we do, it'll be because you agree it's the right thing." "Think you want to leave me? Voyage to nowhere? Think nowhere's better than living with me?" "That's right, baby," said Bean, stroking her arm with his other hand. "Nowhere is better than living with you."
They had the baby christened by a priest. He came into neonate intensive care. Not the first time he'd done it, of course, baptizing distressed newborns before they died. He seemed relieved to learn that this baby was strong and healthy and likely to survive, despite how tiny he was. "Andrew Arkanian Delphiki, I baptize you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." It was quite a crowd gathered around the neonate incubator to watch. Bean's family, Petra's family, and of course Anton and Ferreira and Peter and the Wigan parents and Suryawang and those members of Bean's little army who weren't actually on assignment. They had to wheel the incubator cart out into a waiting room to have space enough to hold everybody. "You're going to call him Ender, aren't you?" said Peter. "Until he makes us stop," said Petra. "What a relief," said Teresa Wigan. "Now you won't have to name a child of your own after your brother, Peter." Peter ignored her, which meant that her words had really stung. "The baby is named for St. Andrew," said Petra's mother. "Babies are named for saints, not soldiers." "Of course, Mother," said Petra. "Ender and our baby were both named for St. Andrew." Anton and his team learned that, yes, the baby definitely had Bean's syndrome. The key was turned. And having two sets of genes to compare confirmed that Bean's genetic modification bred true. "But there's no reason to suppose that all the babies will have the modification," he reported to Bean, Petra, and Peter. "The likelihood is that the trait is dominant, however, so any child who has it should be on the fast track." "Premature birth," said Bean. "And we can guess that statistically, half the 8 babies should have the trait, Mendel's law. Not ironclad, because randomness is involved. So there might be only 3, or 5, or more, or this might be the only one. But the likeliest thing—" "We know how the probability works, Professor," said Ferreira. "I wanted to emphasize the uncertainty." "Believe me," said Ferreira, "uncertainty is my life. Right now, we found either 24 or nearly 100 groups of women who gave birth within 2 weeks of Petra, and who moved at the same time as others in their group since the day Volescu was arrested. How can you not even know how many groups you have? Asked Bean. Selection criteria, said Petra. If we divide them into groups that left within 6 hours of each other, then we get the higher total. If we divide them into groups that left within 2 days of each other, the lower total. Plus, we can shift the time frames, and the groups also shift. What about prematurity in the babies? That supposes that the doctors are aware that the babies are premature, said Ferreira. Low birth weight is what we went for. We eliminated any babies that were higher than the low end of normal. Most of them will be premature, but not all. And all of this, said Petra, depends on all the babies being on the same clock. It's all we can go on, said Peter. If it turns out that Anton's key doesn't make them all triggered delivery after about the same gestation time, well, it's no more of a problem than the fact that we don't know when the other embryos were implanted. Some of the embryos might have been implanted much more recently, said Ferreira. So we're going to keep adding women to the database as they give birth to low birth weight children and turn out to have moved at about the time Volescu was arrested. You realize how many variables there are that we don't know? How many of the embryos have Anton's key? When they were implanted? If they were all implanted? If Volescu even had a dead man switch? I thought you said he did. He did, said Ferreira. We just don't know what the switch was about. Maybe it was for release of the virus. Maybe for the mothers to move. Maybe both. Maybe neither. A lot of things we don't know, said Bean. Remarkable how little we got from Volescu's computer. He's a careful man, said Ferreira. He knew perfectly well that he'd be caught someday, and his computer seized. We learned more than he could have imagined, but less than we had hoped. Just keep looking, said Petra. Meanwhile, I have a baby-shaped suction cup to go attached to one of the tenderest parts of my body. Promise me that he won't develop teeth early. I don't know, said Bean. I can't remember not having them. Thanks for the encouragement, said Petra.
Bean got up in the night, as usual, to get little Ender so Petra could nurse him. Tiny as he was, he had a pair of lungs on him. Nothing small about his voice. And, as usual, once the baby started suckling, Bean watched until Petra rolled over to feed the baby on the other side. Then he slept. Until he awoke again. Usually he didn't, so for all he knew it was like this every time. Because Petra was still nursing the baby, but she was also crying. "Baby, what's wrong?" said Bean, touching her shoulder. "Nothing," she said. She wasn't crying anymore. "Don't try to lie to me," said Bean. "You were crying." "I'm so happy," she said. "You were thinking about how old little Ender will be when he dies." "That's silly," she said. "We're going off in a starship until they find a cure. He's going to live to be 100. "Petra," said Bean. "What? I'm not lying." "You're crying because in your mind's eye you can already see the death of your baby." She sat up and lifted the now sleeping baby to her shoulder. "Bean, you really are bad at guessing things like this. I was crying because I thought of you as a little baby, and how you didn't have a father to go and get you when you cried in the night, and you didn't have a mother to hold you and feed you from her own body, and you had no experience of love. But when I finally found out what it was, I got more of it than any man could hope for." "Damn right," said Petra. "And don't you forget it." She got up and took the baby back to the bassinet. And tears came to Bean's eyes. Not pity for himself as a baby, but remembering Sister Carlotta, who had become his mother and stayed with him long before he learned what love was and was able to give any back to her. And some of his tears were also for Poke, the friend who took him in when he was in the last stages of death by malnutrition in Rotterdam. "Petra, don't you know how short life is? even when you don't have some disease like Anton's key. So many people prematurely in their graves, and some of them I put there. Don't cry for me. Cry for my brothers who were disposed of by Valescu as he destroyed evidence of his crimes. Cry for all the children that no one ever loved. Bean thought he was being subtle, turning his head so Petra couldn't see his tears when she came back to bed. Whether she saw or not, she snuggled close to him and held him. How could he tell this woman who had always been so good to him and loved him more than he knew how to return? How could he tell her that he had lied to her? He didn't believe that there would ever be a cure for Anton's key. When he got on that starship with the babies that had his same disease, he expected to take off and head outward into the stars. He would live long enough to teach the children how to run the starship. They would explore. They would send reports back by Ansible. They would map habitable planets farther away than any other humans would want to travel. In 15 or 20 years of subjective time, they would live 1,000 years or more in real time, and the data they collected would be a treasure trove. They would be the pioneers of 100 colonies or more. And then they would die, having no memory of setting foot on a planet, and having no children to carry on their disease for another generation. And it would all be bearable, for them and for Bean, because they would know that back on Earth, their mother and their healthy siblings were living normal lives and marrying and having children of their own, so that by the time their 1,000-year voyage was over, every living human being would be related to them one way or another. That's how we'll be part of everything. So no matter what I promised Petra, you're not coming with me, and neither are our healthy children. And someday you'll understand and forgive me for breaking my word to you.
Chapter 9. Pension. From Peter Wiggin, personal@hegemon.gov, to Champi. Titu@quechuanation.freenet.ne.com. The best hope of the Quechua and Aymara peoples. Dear Champi Titu, thank you for consenting to visit with me. Considering that I tried to call you Dumper as if you were still a child in battle school and a friend of my brother, I'm surprised you didn't toss me out on the spot. As I promised, I am sending you the current draft of the Constitution of the Free People of Earth. You are the first person outside the innermost circle of hegemony officials to look at it, and please remember that it is only a draft. I would be grateful for your suggestions. My goal is to have a constitution that would be as attractive to nations that are recognized as states as to peoples that are still stateless. The constitution will fail if the language is not identical for both. Therefore, there are aspirations you would have to give up and claims you would have to relinquish. But I think you will see that the same will be true for the states that now occupy territory you claim for the Quechua and Aymara peoples. The principles of majority, viability, contiguity, and compactness would guarantee you a self-governing territory, albeit one much smaller than your present claim. But your present claim, while historically justifiable, is also unattainable without a bloody war. Your military abilities are sufficient to guarantee that the contest would be far more evenly matched than the governments of Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, and Colombia would anticipate. But even if you won a complete victory, who would be your successor? I speak candidly because I believe that you are not following a delusion but embarking on a specific attainable enterprise. The root of war might succeed for a time, and the operative word is might, since nothing is certain in war, but the cost in blood, economic losses, and ill will for generations to come will be steep. Ratifying the hegemony constitution, on the other hand, will guarantee you a homeland, to which those who insist on being governed only by Quechua and Aymara leaders and raising their children to be Quechua and Aymara speakers may migrate freely without needing anyone's permission. But take note of the irrevocability clause. I can promise you that this will be taken very seriously. Do not ratify this Constitution if you and your people do not intend to abide by it. As for the personal question you asked me, I don't believe it matters whether I'm the one who unites the world under one government. No individual is irreplaceable. However, I am quite certain that it will need to be a person exactly like me, and at present the only person who meets that requirement is me. Committed to a liberal government with the highest degree of personal freedom, equally committed to tolerating no breach of the peace or oppression of one people by another, and strong enough to make it happen and make it stick. Join with me, Champi Titu, and you will not be an insurrectionary hiding out in the Andes. You will be a head of a state within the hegemony constitution. And if you are patient and wait until I have won the ratification of at least 2 of the nations at issue, then you and all the world can see how peacefully and equitably the rights of native peoples can be handled. It only works if every party is determined to make the sacrifices necessary to ensure the peace and freedom of all other parties. If even one party is determined on a course of war or oppression, then someday that party will find itself bearing the full weight of the pressure the free nations can bring to bear. Right now, that isn't much. But how long do you think it will take me to make it a considerable force indeed? If you are with me, Champi Titu, you will need no other ally. Sincerely, Peter.
Something was bothering Bean, nagging at the back of his mind. He thought at first that it was a feeling caused by his fatigue, getting so little uninterrupted sleep at night. Then he chalked it up to anxiety because his friends, well, Ender's and Petra's friends, were involved in a life-or-death struggle in India, which they couldn't possibly all win. And then, in the middle of changing Ender's diaper, it came to him. Perhaps because of his baby's name. Perhaps, he thought bitterly, because of what he had his hands in. He finished diapering the baby and left him in the bassinet where Petra, dozing, would hear him if he cried. Then he went in search of Peter. Naturally, it wasn't easy to get in to see him. Not that there was so huge a bureaucracy in Ribeirão Preto, but it was large enough now that Peter could afford to pay for a few layers of protection. Nobody who just stood there being a guard, but a secretary here, a clerk there, and Bean found he had explained himself 3 times at 5:30 in the morning before he even got to see Teresa Wiggin. And now that he thought about it, he wanted to see her. He's on the phone with some European bigwig, she told him. Either sucking up or getting sucked up too, depending on how big and powerful the country is. So that's why everybody's up early. He tries to get up early enough to catch a significant part of the working day in Europe, which is hard because it's usually only a few hours in the morning. Their morning. So I'll talk to you. Well, that's a puzzler, said Teresa. Business so important that you get up at 5:30 to see Peter, and yet so unimportant that when you find out he's on a phone call, you can actually talk to me about it. She said it with such verve that Bean might have missed the bitter complaint behind her words. So he still treats you like a ceremonial mother? Asked Bean. Does the butterfly consult with the cocoon? So, how do your other children treat you? Asked Bean. Her face darkened. This is your business? He wasn't sure if the question was pointed irony, as in, that's none of your business, or a simple question. This is what you came for? He took it the first way. Ender's my friend, said Bean. More than anybody else except Petra. I miss him. I know there's an Ansible on his ship. I just wondered. I'm 46 years old, said Teresa. When Val and Andrew get to their destination, I'll be old. Why should they write to me? So they haven't. If they have, the IF hasn't seen fit to inform me. They're bad at mail delivery, as I recall. They seem to think that the best family therapy method is out of sight, out of mind. Or Andrew and Valentine can't be bothered. Teresa typed something. There. Another letter I'll never send. Who are you writing to? Whom? You foreigners are wrecking the English language. I'm not speaking English. I'm speaking common. There's no whom in common. I'm writing to Verlomi and telling her to wise up to the fact that Suryawong is still in love with her, and she has no business trying to play God in India when she could do it for real by marrying and having babies. She doesn't love Suri, said Bean. Someone else then? India. It's way past patriotism with her. Matriotism. Nobody thinks of India as the fatherland. And you're the matriarch, dispensing maternal advice to battle school grads. Just the ones from Ender's Geesh who happen now to be heads of state or insurrectionary leaders, or in this case, fledgling deities. Just one question for you, said Bean. Back to the subject. Is Ender getting a pension? Pension? Yes, I think so. Yes, of course. And what is his pension doing while he's puttering along at light speed? Gathering interest, I imagine. So you're not administering it? Me? I don't think so. Your husband? I'm the one who handles the money, said Teresa. Such as it is. We don't get a pension. Come to think of it, we don't get a salary either. We're just hangers-on. Camp followers. We're both on leave of absence at the university because it was too dangerous for potential hostages to be out where enemies could kidnap us. Of course, the main kidnapper is dead, but here we stay. So the IF is holding on to Ender's money. What are you getting at? Asked Teresa. I don't know, said Bean. I was wiping my little Ender's butt and I thought, there's an awful lot of shit here. They drink and drink. The breast doesn't seem to get smaller, and they poop more than they could possibly get from the breast without shriveling it into a raisin. And then I thought, I know how much I'm getting in my pension, and it's kind of a lot. I don't actually have to work at anything as long as I live. Petra, too. Most of it we simply invest. Roll it back into investments. It's adding up fast. Pretty soon our income from invested pension is going to be greater than the original pension we invested. Of course, that's partly because we have so much inside information. You know, about which wars are about to start and which will fizzle, that sort of thing. You're saying that somebody ought to be watching over Andrew's money. I'll tell you what, said Bean. I'll find out from Graf who's taking care of it. You want to invest it? Asked Teresa. Going into brokering or financial management when Peter has finally achieved world peace? I won't be here when Peter... Oh, Bean, for heaven's sake, don't take me seriously and make me feel bad for acting as if you weren't going to die. I prefer not to think of you dying. I was only saying that I'm not a good person to manage Ender's portfolio. So, who? Wouldn't that be whom? She grimaced. No, it would not. Not even if you spoke English. I don't know. I've got no candidate. And so you wanted to confer with Peter? Bean shrugged. But that would make no sense at all. Peter doesn't know anything about investing and... No. I see what you're getting at. How? When I'm not sure myself. Oh, you're sure? You think Peter is financing some of this from Andrew's pension. You think he's embezzling from his brother. I doubt Peter would call it embezzling. What would he call it then? In Peter's mind, Ender's probably buying government bonds issued by the hegemony. So when the hegemon rules the world, Ender will get 4% per year tax-free. Even I know that would be a lousy investment. From a financial point of view. Mrs. Wiggin, Peter has the use of more money than the scant dues the few dues-paying nations still pay to the hegemony. The dues go up and down, said Teresa. He tells you? John Paul is closer to these things. When the world is worried about war, money flows into the hegemony. Not a lot, just a little extra. When I first got here, there were Peter, you two, and the soldiers I brought with me. A couple of secretaries. And a lot of debt. Yet Peter always had enough money to send us out in the choppers we brought with us. Money for fuel, money for ammunition. Bean, what will be gained if you accuse Peter of embezzling Ender's pension? You know Peter isn't making himself rich with it. No, but he is making himself hegemon. Ender might need that money someday. Ender will never come back to Earth, Bean. How valuable will money be on the new world he's going to colonize? What harm is it causing? So you're all right with Peter cheating his brother. If he's doing that, which I doubt. Teresa's smile was tight and her eyes flashed just a little. Mother bear, guarding cub. Protect the son who's here even if he's cheating the son who's gone. Why don't you go back to your place and take care of your own child instead of meddling with mine? And the pioneers circle the wagons to protect from the arrows of the Native Americans. I like you, Bean. I'm also worried about you. I'll miss you when you die. I'll do my best to help Petra get through the hard times ahead. But keep your hippo-sized hands off my son. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders, in case you didn't notice. I think maybe I won't have that interview with Peter this morning after all. Delighted to be of service, said Teresa. Do avoid telling him I stopped by, will you? With pleasure. In fact, I've already forgotten that you're here. She turned back to the computer and typed again. Bean rather hoped she was typing meaningless words and strings of letters because she was too angry to be writing anything intelligible. He even thought of peeking just to see. But Teresa was a good friend who happened to be protective of her son. No reason to turn her into an enemy. He sauntered away, his long legs carrying him much farther, much faster than a man walking so slowly should have gone. And even though he wasn't moving quickly, he still felt his heart pump faster. Just to walk down a corridor, it's as if he were jogging a little. How much time? Not as much as I had yesterday.
Teresa watched him go and thought, I love that boy for being so loyal to Ender. And he's absolutely right to suspect Peter. It's just the sort of thing he'd do. For all I know, Peter got us back onto full salary at the university too, only he didn't tell us and he's cashing our checks. Then again, maybe he's secretly getting paid by China, or America, or some other country that values his services as hegemon. Unless they value his services as Lincoln, or as Martel, if he was really writing the Martel essays. Such a thing smacked of Peter's propaganda methods, but the writing sounded nothing like him, and it could hardly be Valentine this time. Had he found another surrogate writer? Maybe somebody was contributing in a big way to Martel's cause, and Peter was pocketing the money to advance his own. But no, word of such contributions would get out. Peter would never be so foolish as to accept money that might compromise him if he were found out. I'll check with Graf, see whether the IF is paying out the pension to Peter, and if it is, I'll have to kill the boy. Or at least make my disappointed in you face, and then curse about him to John Paul when we're alone.
Bean told Petra he was going to train with Suri and the boys. And he did. Go where they were training, that is. But he spent his time in one of the choppers, making a scrambled and encrypted call to the old Battle School space station, where Graf was assembling his fleet of colony ships. "Going to come visit me?" said Graf. "Want to take a trip into space?" "Not yet," said Bean. "Not till I've found my lost kids." "So you have other business to discuss?" "Yes. But you'll immediately realize that the business I want to talk about is none of my business." "Can't wait." "Nope. Got to wait. Call I can't turn down. Wait just a minute, please." The hiss of atmosphere and magnetic fields and radiation between the surface of the Earth and the space station. Bean thought of breaking off the connection and waiting for another time. Or maybe dropping the whole stupid line of inquiry. Just as Bean was going to terminate the call, Graf came back on. "Sorry. I'm in the middle of tricky negotiations with China to let breeding couples emigrate. They want to send us some of their surplus males. I told him we were forming a colony, not fighting a war. But negotiating with the Chinese. You think you hear yes, but the next day you find out they said no very delicately and then tittered behind their hands. All those years controlling the size of their population, and now they won't let go of a measly few thousand," said Bean. "So you called me. What is it that's none of your business?" "I get my pension. Petra gets hers. Who gets Ender's?" "My, but you're to the point. Is it going to Peter? What an excellent question. May I make a suggestion?" "Please. As I recall, you have a history of making interesting suggestions." "Stop sending the pension to anybody." "I'm the Minister of Colonization now," said Graf. "I take my orders from the hegemon." "You're in bed so deep with the IF that Chamrajnagar thinks you're a hemorrhoid and wakes up scratching at you." "You have a vast, untapped potential as a poet," said Graf. "My suggestion," said Bean, "is to get the IF to turn Ender's money over to a neutral party." "When it comes to money, there are no neutral parties. The IF and the colony program both spend money as fast as it comes in. We have no idea where to begin an investment program. And if you think I'm trusting some Earthside mutual fund with the entire savings of a war hero who won't even be able to inquire about the money for another 30 years, you're insane. I was thinking that you could turn it over to a computer program. You think we didn't think of that? The best Why are you so set on software doing it? Because software doesn't get greedy and try to steal, even for a noble purpose. So what if Peter is using Ender's money? That's what you're worried about, right? If we suddenly cut it off, won't he notice? Won't that set back his efforts? Ender saved the world. He's entitled to have his full pension when and if he ever wants it. There are laws to protect child actors. Why not war heroes traveling at light speed? Ah, said Graf. So you are thinking about what will happen when you take off in the scout ship we offered you. I don't need you to manage my money. Petra will do it just fine. I want her to have the use of the money, meaning you think you'll never come back. You're changing the subject. Software. Managing Ender's investments. A semi-autonomous program that... Not semi. Autonomous. There are no autonomous programs. Besides which, the stock market is impossible to model. Nothing that depends on crowd behavior can be accurate over time. What computer could possibly deal with it? I don't know, said Bean. Didn't that mind game you had us play predict human behavior? It's very specialized educational software. Come on, said Bean. It was your shrink. You analyzed the behavior of the kids and... That's right. Listen to yourself. We analyzed. But the game also analyzed. It anticipated our moves. When Ender was playing, it took him places the rest of us never saw. But the game was always ahead of him. That was one cool piece of software. Can't you teach it to play Investment Manager? Graf looked impatient. I don't know. What does an ancient piece of software have to do with... Bean, do you realize how much effort you're asking me to go to in order to protect Ender's pension? I don't even know that it needs protecting. But you should know that it doesn't. Guilt. You, the conscienceless wonder, are actually using guilt on me. I spent a lot of time with Sister Carlotta. And Petra's no slouch either. I'll look at the program. I'll look at Ender's money. Just out of curiosity, what is the program being used for now that you don't have any kids up there? Graf snorted. We have nothing but kids here. The adults are playing it now. The mind game. Only I promised them never to let the program do analyses on their gameplay. So the program does analyze. It does pre-analysis, looking for anomalies, surprises. Wait a minute, said Bean. You don't want me to have it run Ender's finances? I haven't changed my mind about that. I'm just wondering, maybe it could look at a really massive database we've got here and analyze, well, find some patterns that we're not seeing. The game was created for a very specific purpose. Pattern finding in databases wasn't... Oh, come on, said Bean. That's all it did. Patterns in our behavior. Just because it assembled the database of our actions on the fly doesn't change the nature of what it was doing. Checking our behavior against the behavior of earlier children. Against our own normal behavior. Seeing just how crazy your educational program was making us. Graf sighed. Have your computer people contact my computer people. With your blessing. Not some foot-dragging, fob them off with smoke and mirrors effort that deliberately leads nowhere. You really care about what we do with Ender's money? I care about Ender. Someday he may need that money. I once made a promise that I'd keep Peter from hurting Ender. Instead, I did nothing while Peter sent Ender away. For Ender's own good. Ender should have had a vote. He did, said Graf. If he had insisted on going home to Earth, I would have let him. But once Valentine came up to join him, he was content. Fine, said Bean. Has he given consent to have his pension pillaged? I'll see about turning the mind game into a financial manager. The program is a complex one. It does a lot of self-programming and self-alteration, so maybe if we ask it to, it can rewrite its own code in order to become whatever you want it to be. It is magic, after all. This computer stuff. That's what I always thought, said Bean. Like Santa Claus. You adults pretend he doesn't exist, but we know that he really does. When he ended the conversation with Graf, Bean immediately called Ferreira. It was full daylight now, so Ferreira was actually awake. Bean told him about the plan to have the mind game program analyze the impossibly large database of vague and mostly useless information about the movements of pregnant women with low birth weight babies, and Ferreira said he'd get right on it. He said it without enthusiasm, but Bean knew that Ferreira wasn't the kind of man to say he'd do something and not do it, just because he didn't believe in it. He'd keep his word. How do I know that? Bean wondered. How do I know that I can trust Ferreira to go off on wild goose chases once he gives his word to do it? While I know without even knowing that I know it, that Peter is partly financing his operations by stealing from Ender. That was bothering me for days before I understood it. Damn, but I'm smart. Smarter than any computer program. Even the mind game. If only I could control it. I may not have the capacity to consciously deal with a vast database and find patterns in it, but I could deal with the database of stuff I observe in the hegemony and what I know about Peter, and without my even asking the question, out pops an answer. Could I always do that? Or is my growing brain giving me ever stronger mental powers? I really should look at some of the mathematical conundrums and see if I can find proofs of whatever it is they can't prove but want to. Maybe Valescu isn't so wrong after all. Maybe a whole world of minds like mine. Miserable, lonely, untrusting minds like mine. Minds that see death looming over them all the time. Minds that know they'll never see their children grow up. Minds that let themselves get sidetracked on issues like taking care of a friend's pension that he'll probably never need. Peter is going to be so furious when he finds out that those pension checks aren't going to him anymore. Should I tell him it was my meddling? Or let him think the IF did it on their own? And what does it say about my character that I am absolutely going to tell him I did it?
Teresa didn't actually see Peter until noon, when she and John Paul and their illustrious son sat down to a lunch of papaya and cheese and sliced sausage. "Why do you always drink that stuff?" asked John Paul. Peter looked surprised. "Guaran. It's my duty as an American to never drink Coke or Pepsi in a country that has an indigenous soft drink. Besides which, I like it." "It's a stimulant," said Teresa. "It fuzzes your brain." "It also makes you fart," said John Paul. "Constantly." "Frequently would be the more accurate term," said Peter. "And it's sweet of you to care." "We're just looking out for your image," said Teresa. "I only fart when I'm alone." "Since he does it in front of us," said John Paul to Teresa, "what exactly does that make us?" "I meant in private," said Peter. "And flatulence from carbonated beverages is odorless." "He thinks it doesn't stink," said John Paul. Peter picked up the glass and drained it. "And you wonder why I don't look forward to these little family get-togethers." "Yes," said Teresa. "Family is so inconvenient for you, except when you can spend their pension checks." Peter looked back and forth between her and John Paul. "You aren't even on a pension, either of you. You're not even 50 yet." Teresa just looked at him like he was stupid. She knew that look drove him crazy. But Peter refused to bite. He simply went back to eating his lunch. His very incuriosity was proof enough to Teresa that he knew exactly what she was talking about. "You mind telling me what this is about?" asked John Paul. "Why, Andrew's pension," said Teresa. "Bean thinks that Peter's been stealing it." "So naturally," said Peter with his mouth full, "Mother believes him." "Oh, haven't you then?" asked Teresa. "There's a difference between investing and stealing. Not when you invested in hegemony bonds, especially when a circle of huts in Amazonas has a higher bond rating than you. Investing in the future of world peace is a sound investment." "Investing in your future," said Teresa, "which is more than you did for Andrew. But now that Bean knows, you can be sure that source of funding will dry up very quickly." "How sad for Bean," said Peter, "since that was what was paying for his and Petra's search." "It wasn't until you decided it was," said John Paul. "Are you really that petty?" "If Bean decides unilaterally to cut off a funding source, then I have to reduce spending somewhere. Since spending on his personal quest has nothing to do with hegemony goals, it seems only fair that the meddler's pet project be the first to go. It's all moot anyway. Bean has no claim on Ender's pension. He can't touch it." "He's not going to touch it himself," said Teresa. "He doesn't want the money." "So he'll turn it over to you? What will you do? Keep it in an interest-bearing debit account, the way you do with your own money?" Peter laughed. "He seems unrepentant," said John Paul. "That's the problem with Peter," said Teresa. "Only the one?" said Peter. "Either it doesn't matter or it's the end of the world. No in-between for him. Absolute confidence or utter despair." I haven't despaired in years. Well, weeks. Just tell me, Peter, said Teresa, is there no one you won't exploit to accomplish your purposes? Since my purpose is saving the human race from itself, said Peter, the answer is no. He wiped his mouth and dropped his napkin on his plate. Thanks for the lovely lunch. I do enjoy our little times together. He left. John Paul leaned back in his chair. Well, I think I'll tell Bean that if he needs any next-of-kin signatures for whatever he's doing with Andrew's pension, I'll be happy to help. If I know Julian Delphiki, no help will be needed. Bean saved Peter's whole enterprise by killing Achille at great personal risk, and our son's memory is so short that he'll stop paying for the effort to rescue Bean's and Petra's children? What gene is it that Peter's missing? Gratitude has a very short half-life in most people's hearts, said Teresa. By now, Peter doesn't even remember that he ever felt it toward Bean. Anything we can do about it? Again, my dear, I think we can count on Bean himself. He'll expect retaliation from Peter, and he'll already have a plan. I hope his plan doesn't require appealing to Peter's conscience. Teresa laughed. So did John Paul. It was the saddest kind of laughter in that empty room.
Chapter 10. Grief. From Felix Starman, backdoor at rwanda.gov.rw, to Peter Wiggin, personal at hegemon.gov. Ray. Only one question remains. Dear Peter, your arguments have persuaded me. In principle, I am prepared to ratify the Constitution of the Free People of Earth. But in practice, one key issue remains. I have created in Rwanda the most formidable army and air force north of Pretoria and south of Cairo. That is precisely why you regard Rwanda as the key to uniting Africa. But the primary motivation of my troops is patriotism, which cannot help but be tinged with Tutsi tribalism. The principle of civilian control of the military is, shall we say, not as preeminent in their ethos. For me to turn over my troops to a hegemon who happens to be not only white, but American by birth, would run a grave risk of a coup that would provoke bloodshed in the streets and destabilize the whole region. That is why it is essential that you decide in advance who the commander of my forces will be. There is only one plausible candidate. Many of my men got a good look at Julian Delphiki. Word has spread. He is viewed as something of a god. His record of military genius is respected by my officer corps. His enormous size gives him heroic stature, and his partial African ancestry, which is fortunately visible in his features and coloring, makes him a man that patriotic Rwandans could follow. If you send Bean to me, to stand beside me as the man who will assume command of Rwandan forces as they become part of the Free People's Army, then I will ratify and immediately submit the issue to my people in a plebiscite. People who would not vote for a constitution with you at its head will vote for a constitution whose face is that of the giant Julian. Sincerely, Felix.
Verlomi spoke on the cell phone with her contact. "All clear?" she asked. "It's not a trap, they're gone. How bad is it?" "I'm so sorry." That bad. Verlomi put away the phone and walked from the shelter of the trees into the village. There were bodies lying in the doorway of every house they passed, but Verlomi did not turn to the right hand or the left. They had to make sure they got the key footage first. In the center of the village, the Muslim soldiers had spitted a cow and roasted it over a fire. The bodies of 20 or so Hindu adults surrounded the roasting pit. 10 seconds, said Verlomi. Obediently, the vidman framed the shot and ran the camera for 10 seconds. During the shot, a crow landed but did not eat anything. It merely walked a couple of steps and then flew again. Verlomi wrote her script in her head. The gods send their messengers to see, and in grief they fly away again. Vrlomi walked near the dead and saw that each corpse had a slab of half-cooked bloody meat in its mouth. No bullets had been spent on the dead. Their throats were split and gaping open. Close up, these three, each in turn, 5 seconds each. The vidman did his work. Vrlomi did not touch any of the bodies. How many minutes left? Plenty, said the vidman. Then take every one of them, every one. The vidman moved from body to body, taking the digital shots that would soon go out over the nets. Meanwhile, Vrlomi now went from house to house. She hoped that there would be at least one person living, someone they could save. But there was no one. In the doorway of the village's largest house, one of Vrlomi's men waited for her. "Please do not go in, lady," he said. "I must." "You do not want this in your memory. Then it is exactly the thing that I must never forget." He bowed his head and moved aside. 4 nails and a crossbeam had served the family as hooks for clothing. The clothing lay in a sodden mass on the floor. Except for the shirts that had been tied around the necks of 4 children, the youngest only a toddler, the eldest perhaps 9. They had been hung up on the hooks to strangle slowly. Across the room lay the bodies of a young couple, a middle-aged couple, and an old woman. They had made the adults in the household watch the children die. "When he is finished by the fire," said Vrlomi, "bring him here." "Is there enough light inside, lady?" "Take down a wall." They took it down in minutes, and then light flooded into the dark place. "Start here," she told the vidman, pointing to the adults' bodies. "Pan very slowly, and then pan just a little faster to what they were forced to watch. Hold on all 4 children. Then, when I enter the frame, stay with me, but not so close that you can't see everything I do with the child." "You cannot touch a dead body," said one of her men. "The dead of India are my children," she said. "They cannot make me unclean. Only the ones who murdered them are made filthy. I will explain this to the people who see the vid." The vidman started, but then Vrlomi noticed the shadows of the watching soldiers in the frame and made him start over. "It must be a continuous take," she said. "No one will believe it if it is not smooth and continuous." The vidman started again. Slowly he panned. When he had focused on the children for a solid 20 seconds, Vrlomi stepped into the frame and knelt before the body of the oldest child. She reached up and touched the lips with her fingers. The men could not help it. They gasped. Well, let them, thought Vrlomi. So would the people of India. So would the people of the whole world. She stood and took the child in her arms, raising him up. With no tension on the shirt, it came away easily from the nail. She carried him across the room and laid him in the arms of the young father. "O Father of India," she said, loudly enough for the camera, "I lay your child, the hope of your heart, in your arms." She got up and walked slowly back to the children. She knew better than to look to see if the camera was with her. She had to act as if she didn't know the camera were there. Not that anyone would be fooled, but looking toward the camera reminded people that there were other observers. As long as she seemed oblivious of the camera, the viewers would forget that there must be a vidman and would feel as if only they and she and the dead were in this place. She knelt before each child in turn, then rose and freed them from the cruel nails on which they once hung shawls or school bags. When she laid the second child, a girl, beside the young mother, she said, "O mother of the Indian house, here is the daughter who cooked and cleaned beside you. Now your home is permanently washed in the pure blood of the innocent." When she laid the third child, a little girl, across the bodies of the middle-aged couple, she said, "O history of India, have you room for one more small body in your memory, or are you full of our grief at last? Is this one body at last too many to bear?" When she took the 2-year-old boy from his hook, she could not walk with him. She stumbled and fell to her knees and wept and kissed his distorted, blackened face. When she could speak again, she said, "Oh, my child, why did my womb labor to bring you forth only to hear your silence instead of your laughter?" She did not stand again. It would have been too clumsy and mechanical. Instead, she moved forward on her knees across the rough floor, a slow, stately procession, so that each dip and lurch became part of a dance. She propped the little body on the corpse of the old woman. "Great-grandmother!" cried Velomi. "Great-grandmother, can't you save me? Can't you help me? Great-grandmother, you are looking at me, but you do nothing. I can't breathe, great-grandmother. You are the old one. It is your place to die before me, great-grandmother. It is my place to walk around your body and anoint you with ghee and water of the holy Ganges. In my little hands there should have been a fistful of straw to do pranam for you, for my grandparents, for my mother, for my father." Thus she gave voice to the child. Then she put her arm around the shoulder of the old woman and partly raised her body so the camera could see her face. "O little one, now you are in the arms of God as I am. Now the sun will stream upon your face to warm it. Now the Ganges will wash your body. Now fire will purify, and the ashes will flow out into the sea, just as your soul goes home to await another turn of the wheel." Velomi turned to face the camera, then gestured at all the dead. "Here is how I purify myself. In the blood of the martyrs I wash myself. In the stink of death do I find perfume. I love them beyond the grave, and they love me, and make me whole." Then she reached out toward the camera. "Caliph Alai, we knew you out among the stars and planets. You were one of the noble ones then. You were one of the great heroes who acted for the good of all humankind. They must have killed you, Alai. You must be dead before you would let such things happen in your name." She beckoned, and the vidman zoomed in. She knew from experience with this vidman that only her face would be visible. She held herself almost expressionless, for at this distance any kind of expression would look histrionic. "Once you spoke to me in the corridors of that sterile place. You said only one word. Salam, you said. Peace, you said. It filled my heart with joy." She shook her head once, slowly. "Come forth from your hiding place, O Caliph Alai, and own your work. Or if it is not your work, then repudiate it. Join me in grieving for the innocent." Because her hand could not be seen, she flicked with her fingers to tell the vidman to zoom away and include the whole scene again. Now she let her emotions run free. She wept on her knees, then wailed, then threw herself across the bodies and howled and sobbed. She let it go on for a full minute. The version for Western eyes would have captions over this part, but for Hindus, the whole shocking scene would be allowed to linger, uninterrupted. Velomi defiling herself upon the bodies of the unwashed dead. But no, Velomi purified by their martyrdom. The people would not be able to look away. Nor would the Muslims who saw it. Some would gloat, but others would be horrified. Mothers would see themselves in her grief. Fathers would see themselves in the corpses of the men who had been unable to save their children. What none of them would hear was the thing she had not said. Not a single threat, not a single curse, only grief and a plea to Caliph Alai. To the world at large, the video would excite pity and horror. The Muslim world would be divided, but the portion that rejoiced at this video would be smaller each time it was shown. And to Alai, it would be a personal challenge. She was laying responsibility for this at his door. He would have to come out of Damascus and take command himself. No more hiding indoors. She had forced his hand. Now to see what he would do.
The video swept around the world, first on the nets, then picked up by broadcast media. High-resolution files were conveniently provided for download. Of course, there were charges that the whole thing was faked, or that Hindus had committed the atrocities. But no one really believed that. It fit too well with the record that Muslims had created for themselves during the Islamic wars that raged in the century and a half before the buggers came. And it was unbelievable to imagine Hindus defiling the dead as these had been defiled. Such atrocities were meant to strike terror in the hearts of the enemy. But Vrlomé had taken this one and turned it into something else. Grief, love, resolve, and finally a plea for peace. Never mind that she could have peace whenever she wanted merely by submitting to Muslim rule. The world would understand that complete submission to Islam would not be peace, but the death of India and its replacement by a land of puppets. She had made this so clear in earlier vids that it did not need to be repeated. They tried to keep the vid from a lie, but he refused to let them block what he saw on his own computer. He watched it over and over again. "Wait until we can investigate and see if it's true," said Ivan Lankovsky, the half-Kazakh aide he trusted to be closest to him, to see him when he was not acting the part of Caliph. "I know that it's true," said Alai. "Because you know this Vrlomé?" "Because I know the soldiers who claim to be of Islam." He looked at Ivan with tears streaming down his cheeks. "My time in Damascus is done. I am Caliph. I will lead the armies in the field, and men who act this way, I will punish with my own hand." "That is a worthy goal," said Ivan. "But the kind of men who massacred that village in India and nuked Mecca in the last war, they're still out there. That's why your orders are not being obeyed. What makes you think you can reach your armies alive?" "Because I truly am Caliph, and if God wants me to lead his people in righteousness, he will protect me," said Alai.
Chapter 11. African God. From H95TQ0GDY9 at freenet.net. Posted at site shivadaughter.org. Re, suffering daughter of Shiva, the dragon grieves at the wounds he caused you. May not the dragon and the tiger be lovers and bring forth peace? Or if there is no peace, may not the tiger and the dragon fight together?
Bean and Petra were surprised when Peter came to see them in their little house on the grounds of the hegemony compound. "You honor our humble abode," said Bean.
"I do, don't I?" said Peter with a smile. "The baby's asleep?"
"Sorry you don't get to watch me nurse him," said Petra.
"I have good news and bad news."
They waited for him to tell them.
"I need you to go back to Rwanda, Julian."
"I thought the Rwandan government was with us."
"It's not a raid. I need you to take command of the Rwandan military and incorporate it into the hegemony forces."
Petra laughed. "You're kidding. Felix Starman is going to ratify your constitution?"
It's hard to believe, but yes, Felix is ambitious the way I'm ambitious. He wants to create something that will outlive him. He knows that the best way for Rwanda to be safe and free is for there to be no armies in the world, and the only way for that to happen is to have a world government that will maintain the liberal values he's created in his Rwanda: elections, individual rights, the rule of law, universal education, and no corruption.
"We've read your constitution, Peter."
He asked for you in particular. His men saw you when you took Valescu. They call you the African giant now.
"Darling," said Petra to Bean, "you're a god now, like Vrlomé."
"The question is whether you're woman enough to be married to a god."
"I shade my eyes, and it keeps me from going blind."
Bean smiled and turned to Peter. "Does Felix Starman know how long I'm not expected to live?"
No, I regard that as a state secret.
"Oh no, now we can't tell each other."
How long will you expect me to stay?
Long enough for the Rwandan army to transfer its loyalty to the free people.
To you?
To the free people. I'm not creating a cult of personality here. They have to be committed to the Constitution and to defending the free people who have accepted it.
In practical terms, a date, please.
Until after the plebiscite, at least.
And I can go with him?
Your choice. It's probably safer there than here, but it's a long flight. You can write the Martel essays from anywhere.
Julian, he's leaving it up to us. We are free people now, too.
All right, I'll do it. Now, what's the good news?
That was the good news. The bad news is that we've had a sudden and unexpected shortfall in revenue. It will take months at least to make up what we abruptly stopped receiving. Therefore, we're cutting back on projects that don't contribute directly to the goals of the hegemony.
Petra laughed. You have the cheek to ask us to help you when you're cutting off funding for our search?
You see, you immediately recognized that your search was not contributing.
You're searching too. To find the virus.
If it exists, in all likelihood, Valescu is teasing us and the virus doesn't actually work and hasn't been dispersed.
So you're going to bet the future of the human race on that?
No, I'm not. But without a budget for it, it's beyond our reach. However, it is not beyond the reach of the international fleet.
You're turning it over to them?
I'm turning Valescu over to them, and they're going to continue the research into the virus he developed and where he might have dispersed it, if he did.
The IF can't operate on Earth.
They can if they're acting against an alien threat. If Valescu's virus works, and it's released on Earth, it would create a new species designed to completely replace humanity in a single generation. The hegemon has issued a secret finding that Valescu's virus constitutes an alien invasion, which the IF has kindly agreed to track down and repel for us.
Bean laughed. Well, it seems we think alike.
Really? Oh, you're just flattering me.
I already turned over our search to the Ministry of Colonization. And we both know that Graf is really functioning as a branch of the IF.
Peter regarded him calmly. So you knew I'd have to cut the budget for your search?
I knew that you didn't have the resources no matter how much budget you have. Ferreira was doing his best, but Coleman has better software.
Well, everything's working out happily for everyone then, said Peter, standing up to go.
Even for Ender, said Bean.
Your baby's a lucky little boy to have such attentive parents. And he was out the door.
Valescu looked tired when Bean went to see him. Old. Confinement wasn't good for him. He was not suffering physically, but he seemed to be growing wan as a plant kept in a closet without sun. Promise me something, said Valescu. What? Asked Bean. Something. Anything. Bargain with me. The one thing you want, said Bean, you will never have again. Only because you're vindictive, said Valescu. Ungrateful. You exist because I made you, and you keep me in this box. It's a good-sized room. It's air-conditioned. Compared to the way you treated my brothers, they were not legally, and now you have my babies hidden away. And a virus with the potential to destroy the human race. Improve it, erase it. How can you be given your freedom again? You combine grandiosity with amorality. Rather like Peter Wiggin, whom you serve so faithfully. He's a little toad. The word is toady, said Bean. Yet here you are, visiting me. Could it be that Julian Delficki, my dear half-nephew, has a problem I could help him with? Same questions as before, said Bean. Same answer, said Valescu. I have no idea what happened to your missing embryos. Bean sighed. I thought you might want a chance to square things with me and Petra before you leave this earth. Oh, come on, said Valescu. You're threatening me with the death penalty. No, said Bean. You're simply leaving Earth. Peter is turning you over to the IF, on the theory that your virus is an alien invasion. Only if you're an alien invasion, said Valescu. But I am, said Bean. I'm the first of a race of short-lived giant geniuses. Think how much larger a population the Earth can sustain when the average age at death is 18. You know, Bean, there's no reason for you to die young. Really. You have the antidote. Nobody needs an antidote to destiny. Death from giantism comes from the strain on your heart, trying to pump so much blood through so many kilometers of arteries and veins. If you get away from gravity, your heart won't be overtaxed and you won't die. You think I haven't thought of that? Said Bean. I'll still continue to grow. So you get large. The IF can build you a really big ship. A colony ship. You can gradually fill it up with your protoplasm and bones. You'd live for years, tied to the walls of the ship like a balloon. An enormous Gulliver. Your wife could come visit you. And if you get too big, well, there's always amputation. You could become a being of pure mind. Fed intravenously, what need would you have of belly and bowels? Eventually, all you really need is your brain and spine, and they need never die. A mind eternally growing. Bean stood up. Is that what you created me for, Valescu? To be a limbless, crippled monster out in space? Silly boy, said Valescu. To ordinary humans, you already are a monster. Their worst nightmare. The species that will replace them. But to me, you're beautiful. Even tethered to an artificial habitat, even limbless, trunkless, voiceless, you'd be the most beautiful creature alive. And yet you came within one toilet tank lid of killing me and burning my body. I didn't want to go to jail. Yet here you are, said Bean. And your next prison is out in space. I can live like Prospero, refining my arts in solitude. Prospero had Ariel and Caliban, said Bean. Don't you understand? Said Valescu. You're my Caliban. And all your little children, they're my Ariels. I've spread them over the earth. You'll never find them. Their mothers have been taught well. They'll mate. They'll reproduce before their giantism becomes obvious. Whether my virus works or not, your children are my virus. So that's what Ashiel plotted? Ashiel? Valescu laughed. That bloody-handed little moron? I told him your babies were dead. That's all he wanted. Fool. So they're not dead. All alive. All implanted. By now, perhaps, some of them born, since those with your abilities will be born 2 months premature. You knew that, and didn't tell us? Why should I? The delivery was safe, wasn't it? The baby was mature enough to breathe and function on its own. What else do you know? I know that everything will work out. Julian, look at yourself, man. You escaped at the age of 1, which means that 17 months after conception, you were able to survive without parents. I don't have even the tiniest worry about the health of your babies, and neither should you. They don't need you because you didn't need anybody. Let them go. Let them replace the old species bit by bit over the generations to come. No, said Bean. I love the old species. And I hate what you did to me. Without what I did to you, all you'd be is Nikolai. My brother is a wonderful person. Kind. And very smart. Very smart, but not as smart as you. Would you really trade with him? Would you really like to be as dull-witted as he is compared to you? Whereupon Bean left, having no answer to Valescu's last question.
Chapter 12. Allahu Akbar. From Graph. Pilgrimage@Colman.gov. To Boromakot. Pinto at iComanon.com. Forwarded and posted by iComanon. Encrypted using code. Decrypted using code. Ray, Investment Counselor. Your idea of converting the fantasy game software into an investment counselor is going surprisingly well. We haven't had time to do more than short-term testing, but so far it has outpicked all the experts. We are paying Ender's pension funds to it. As you suggested, we are making sure that all investments are under false identities. We are also making sure the software is hooked widely over the nets in endlessly self-varying forms. It will be effectively untraceable and unkillable unless someone is making a systematic international effort to wipe it out, which is unlikely to happen as long as no one suspects it's there. Ender will have no need of this money on his colony, and he'll do a better job if he's not aware that it's there. The first time he enters the nets after his subjective 21st birthday, the software will reveal itself to him along with the extent of his investments. Given the amount of time and travel alone, Ender will come of age with a noticeable fortune. Considerably more, I might add, than even the most optimistic projections of the value of hegemony bonds. But Ender's finances are not an emergency, and your children are. A different team is tweaking the database your Ferreira sent us so it yields us more useful information. It involves a lot of additional research, not by raw data seeks, but by individual operators crawling various medical, voting, tax, real estate, moving company, transportation, and other databases, some of them not legally available. Instead of getting thousands of positives, of which none is likely to be useful, we are now getting hundreds of positives, of which some might actually go somewhere. Sorry it takes time, but once we get a decent positive, we have to check it out, often with landside personnel, and for obvious reasons we don't have many of those to work with. Meanwhile, I suggest you keep in mind that our deal depends on your making Peter hegemon, in fact as well as name, before you go. You asked me where my standard of success would be. You can go when Peter has firm control over more than 50% of the world's population, or Peter has sufficient military force that he is assured of victory, whether or not any potential opponent is led by battle school graduates. Therefore, yes, Bean, we expect you to go to Rwanda. We are your best hope for your and your children's survival. And you are our best hope for assuring Peter will prevail and achieve unity and general peace. Your task begins with getting Peter that irresistible military force, and our task begins with finding your babies. Like you, I hope both our tasks turn out to be achievable.
Alai had thought that once he took control of the complex in Damascus, he'd be free to rule as Caliph. It didn't take long to learn otherwise. All the men in his palace complex, including his bodyguards, obeyed him implicitly. But as soon as he tried to leave, even to ride around in Damascus, those he trusted most would begin to plead with him. "It's not safe," Ivan Lankovsky would say. "When you got rid of the people controlling you here, It panicked their friends, and their friends included those who are commanding our armies everywhere. They followed my plan in the war, said Ali. I thought they were loyal to the Caliph. They were loyal to victory, said Ivan. Your plan was brilliant, and you were in Ender's Jish, his closest friend. Of course they followed your plan. So they believed in me from battle school, but not as Caliph. They believe in you as Caliph, said Ivan, but more as the figurehead kind of Caliph who makes vague religious pronouncements and encouraging speeches, while you have wazirs and warlords to do all the nasty, tedious work, like making decisions and giving commands. How far does their control reach? Asked Ali. It's impossible to know, said Ivan. Here in Damascus, your loyal servants have caught and eliminated several dozen agents, but I would not let you board an aircraft in Damascus, military or commercial. So, if I can't trust Muslims, drive me over the Golan Heights into Israel, and let me fly on an Israeli jet. The same group that refuses to obey you in India is also saying that our accommodation with the Zionists was an offense against God. They want to start that nightmare all over again. They long for the good old days. Yes, when Muslim armies were humiliated left and right, and the world feared Muslims because so many innocents were murdered in the name of God. You don't have to argue with me, said Ivan pleasantly. Well, Ivan, said Ali, if I stay here, then someday my enemies will finish in India. Either they'll win or they'll lose. Either way, they'll come here, made mad by victory or by defeat. It doesn't matter which. Either way, I'll be dead, don't you think? Oh, definitely, sir. We do have to find a way to get you out of here. No plan? All kinds of plans, said Ivan, but they all involve saving your life, not saving the caliphate. If I run away, then the caliphate is lost, and if you stay, then the caliphate is yours until the day you die. Ali laughed. Well, Ivan, you've analyzed it well. So I have no choice. I have to go to my enemies and destroy them. I suggest you use a magic carpet, said Ivan, as the most reliable form of transportation. You think only a genie could get me to India to face General Rajam? Alive, yes. Then I must contact my genie, said Ali. Is this a good time? Asked Ivan. With the mad woman's latest vid all over the nets and the media, Rajam is going to be a crazy man. That's the best time, said Ali. By the way, Ivan, can you tell me why Rajam's nickname is Andari? Would it help if I told you that he chose the nickname Thick Rope himself? Ah, so it doesn't refer to his tenacity or strength. He would say it does, or at least the tenacity of a particular part of his body. And yet, rope is limp. Thick rope isn't. Thick rope is as limp as any other, said Ali, unless it's very short. Ivan laughed. I'll make sure to repeat this joke at Rajam's funeral. Just don't repeat it at mine. I will not be at your funeral, said Ivan, unless it's a mass grave. Ali went to his computer and began to compose a few emails. Within a half hour of sending them, he received a telephone call from Felix Starman of Rwanda. I'm sorry to tell you, said Felix, that I cannot allow Muslim teachers into Rwanda. Fortunately, said Ali, that isn't why I called. Excellent, said Felix. I am calling in the interest of world peace, and I understand you have already made your decision about who is the best hope of humankind for achieving that goal. No, say no names. Since I have no idea what you're talking about, excellent, said Ali. A good Muslim always assumes that unbelievers have no idea. They both laughed. All I ask is that you let it be known that there is a man crossing the Rub al-Khali on foot because his camel won't let him mount and ride. And you wish someone to help this poor wanderer? God watches over all his creatures, but the Caliph cannot always reach out a hand to do God's will. I hope this poor unfortunate will be helped as soon as possible, said Felix. Let it be soon. I am ready at any time to hear good news of him. They said their goodbyes, and Ali got up and went in search of Ivan. Pack, he said. Ivan raised his eyebrows. What will you need? Clean underwear, my most flamboyantly Caliph-like costume, 3 men who will kill at my command and will not turn their weapons on me, and a loyal man with a video camera with a fully charged battery and plenty of film. Should the vidman be one of the loyal soldiers or a separate person? Let all the loyal soldiers be part of the video crew. And shall I be one of these 3? That is for you to decide, said Ali. If I fail, the men who are with me will surely die. Better to die quickly before the face of God's servant than slowly at the hands of God's enemies, said Ivan. My favorite Russian, said Ali. I am a Kazakh Turk, Ivan reminded him. God was good to send you to me, and good when he gave you to all of the faithful. Will you say so when I have done all that I mean to do? Always, said Ivan. Always I am your faithful servant. You are a servant only to God, said Ali. To me, you are a friend. An hour later, Ali received an email that he knew was from Petra, despite the innocent signature. It was a request that he pray for a child that was undergoing an operation at the largest hospital in Beirut at 7 o'clock the next morning. We will begin our own prayers at 5 in the morning, said the letter, so that dawn will find us praying. Ali merely answered, I will pray for your nephew and for all those who love him, that he may live. Let it be as God wills, and we will rejoice in his wisdom. So he would have to go to Beirut. Well, the drive was easy enough. The problem was doing it without alarming anyone that his enemies had set to spy on him. When he left the palace complex, it was in a garbage truck. Ivan had protested, but Ali told him, A caliph who is afraid to be filthied on God's errand is unworthy to rule. He was sure this would be written down, and if he lived, would be included in a book of the wisdom of Caliph Ali, a book he hoped would be long and worth reading, instead of brief and embarrassing. Dressed as a pious old woman, Ali rode in the back seat of a little old sedan driven by a soldier in civilian clothes and a false beard much longer than his real one. If he lost, if he was killed, then the fact that he dressed this way would be taken as proof that he was never worthy to be Caliph. But if he won, it would be part of the legend of his cleverness. The old woman accepted a wheelchair to take her into the hospital, pushed by the bearded man who had driven her to Beirut. On the roof, 3 men with ordinary scuffed suitcases were waiting. It was 10 minutes to 5. If someone in the hospital had noticed the disappearance of the old woman, or looked for the wheelchair, or wondered about the 3 men who had arrived separately, each carrying clothing for a family member to wear home, then word might already have gone out to Ali's enemies. If someone came to investigate, and they had to kill him, it would be as good as setting off an alarm by Rajam's own bed. 3 minutes before 5, 2 young doctors, a man and a woman, came onto the roof ostensibly to smoke. But soon they withdrew out of the sight of the men waiting with their suitcases. Ivan looked at Ali questioningly. Ali shook his head. They are here to kiss, he said. They are afraid of us reporting them, that's all. Ivan, being careful, got up and walked to where he could see them. He came back and sat down. More than kissing, he whispered. They should not do that if they aren't married, said Ali. Why do people always think that the only 2 choices are either to follow the harshest Sharia or else discard all the laws of God? You have never been in love, said Ivan. You think not, said Alai. Just because I can't meet any women does not mean I haven't loved. With your mind, said Ivan, but I happen to know that with your body you have been pure. Of course I am pure, said Alai. I'm not married. A medical chopper approached. It was exactly 5 o'clock. When it came close enough, Alai could see that it was from an Israeli hospital. Do Israeli doctors send patients to Beirut? Asked Alai. Lebanese doctors send patients to Israel, said Ivan. So, must we expect that our friends will wait until this chopper leaves? Or are these our friends? You have hidden in garbage and dressed as a woman, said Ivan. What is riding in a Zionist helicopter compared to that? The chopper landed. The door opened. Nobody got out. Alai picked up the suitcase that he knew was his because it was light, filled only with clothes instead of weaponry, and walked boldly to the door. Am I the passenger you came for? The pilot nodded. Alai turned to look back toward where the couple had gone to kiss. He saw a flurry of motion. They had seen. They would speak of it. He turned back to the pilot. Can this chopper carry all 5 of us? Easily, said the pilot. What about 7? The pilot shrugged. We fly lower, slower, but we often do. Alai turned to Ivan. Please invite our young lovers to come with us. Then Alai climbed into the helicopter. In moments he had the women's clothing off. Underneath he was wearing a simple Western business suit. In moments a pair of terrified doctors climbed into the helicopter at gunpoint in various stages of déshabille. Apparently they had been warned to maintain absolute silence because when they saw Alai and recognized him, the man went white and the woman began to weep while trying to refasten her clothing. Alai came and knelt in front of her. Daughter of God, he said, I am not concerned about your immodesty. I am concerned that the man you offered your nakedness to is not your husband. We will be married, she said. Then, when that happy day comes, said Alai, your nakedness will bless your husband, and his nakedness will belong to you. Until then, I have this clothing for you. He handed her the costume he had worn. I do not ask that you dress like this all the time, but today, when God has seen how your heart intended to sin, perhaps you might cover yourself in humility. Can she wait to dress until we're in the air? Asked the pilot. Of course, said Alai. Everybody strap down, said the pilot. There weren't enough seats along the sides. The center was meant to hold a gurney. But Alai's driver grinned and insisted on standing. I've ridden choppers into battle. If I can't keep my feet in a medical chopper, I deserve some bruises. The chopper tilted as it rose into the air, but soon it found a workable equilibrium, and the woman unstrapped and awkwardly dressed herself. All the men looked away, except her companion, who helped her. Meanwhile, Alai and the pilot conversed, making no attempt to lower their voices. I don't want these 2 with us for the main enterprise, said Alai, but I don't want to kill them either. They need time to find their way back to God. They can be held in Haifa, said the pilot, or I can have them taken on to Malta, if that would suit you better. Haifa will do. It wasn't a long journey, even flying low and slow. By the time they arrived, the doctors were quiet and looked penitent, holding hands and trying not to look at Alai too much. They landed on the roof of a hospital in Haifa, and the pilot turned off the engine and got out to converse for a moment with a man dressed like a doctor. Then he opened the door. I have to lift off again, he said, to make room for your transportation. So you need to come out now, except those 2. The doctors looked at each other, frightened. They'll be safe? Asked Alai. Better if they don't see your transportation come and go, said the pilot. It will soon be dawn and there's a little light, but they'll be safe. Alai touched them both as he left the chopper. He and his men watched as the medical chopper lifted off. Instantly, another chopper arrived, but this time a long-range battle jet, large enough to carry many soldiers into battle, and armed heavily enough to get them past a lot of obstacles. The door opened, and Peter Wiggin stepped out. Ali walked up to him. "Salam," he said. "And in you too, let there be peace," said Peter. "You look more like Ender than the public photographs show. I have them retouched by computer to make me look older and smarter," said Peter. Ali grinned. "It was nice of you to give us a ride." When Felix told me the sad story of that lonely pedestrian in the empty quarter, I couldn't pass up the chance to help. "I thought it would be Bean," said Ali. "It's a whole bunch of men trained by Bean," said Peter. "But Bean himself is on another errand, in Rwanda as it happens." "So that's happening now?" asked Ali. "Oh no," said Peter. "We won't make a move until we see how your little adventure turns out." "Then let's go," said Ali. Peter invited Ali to take precedence, but then he himself entered before any of Ali's soldiers. Ivan made as if to protest, but Ali gestured for him to relax. Ali had already bet everything on Peter's being cooperative and trustworthy. Now was not the time to worry about assassination or kidnapping. Even though there were 20 hegemony soldiers already inside, as well as a sizable amount of equipment. Ali recognized the Thai-looking commander as someone he knew from battle school. Had to be Suryawang. Ali nodded to him. Suryawang nodded back. Once they were underway and on jet power, this time without any embarrassed woman having to be officially rebuked and forgiven and dressed, Peter indicated the men who were with him. "I assumed," said Peter, "that the lone hitchhiker our mutual friend told me about didn't need a large escort. Only enough to get me to where a certain thick rope is coiled like a snake." Peter nodded. "I have friends currently trying to find his exact location." Ali smiled. "I assume it's far from the front." "If he's in Hyderabad," said Peter, "then he will be under extremely heavy guard. But if he's across the border in Pakistan, security will not be unusually heavy." "Either way," said Ali, "I will not have your men exposed to danger." "Or observed," said Peter. "It wouldn't do for too many people to know you were brought to real power with the help of the hegemon. You do seem to be at hand whenever I make a play for power." "This is the last time, if you win," said Peter. "This is the last time, either way," said Ali, then grinned. "Either the soldiers will follow me, or they won't." "They will," said Peter, "if they get the chance." Ali indicated his small escort. "That's what my camera crew is here to ensure." Ivan smiled and lifted his shirt enough to show that he was wearing a bulletproof vest and carrying grenades and clips and a machine pistol. "Oh," said Peter, "I thought you had gained weight." "We battle school boys," said Ali, "we always have a plan." "You're not going to fight your way in, then?" "We're going to walk in as if we expected to be obeyed," said Ali, "with cameras rolling. It's a simple plan, but it doesn't have to work for very long. That thick rope, it always did love a camera." "A vain and brutal man, my sources say," said Peter. "And not stupid." "We'll see," said Ali. "I think you're going to succeed," said Peter. "So do I." "And when you do," said Peter, "I think you're going to do something about the things Virlomi has been complaining about. It's because of those things that I could not wait for a more opportune time. I must wash Islam clean of this bloody stain." "I believe that with you as Caliph, the free people of Earth can coexist with a united Islam," said Peter. "I believe so as well," said Ali, "though I can never say so." "But what I want," said Peter, "is insurance that I can use in case you don't survive. Either today or at some future point, I want to make sure I don't have to face a Caliph I can't coexist with." Peter handed Ali a couple of sheets of paper. It was a script. Ali began to read. If you die a natural death and pass on your throne to someone you have chosen, then I'll have no need of this," said Peter. "But if you were murdered or kidnapped or exiled or otherwise dethroned by force, then I want this." "And what if you are killed or otherwise forcibly removed from office?" asked Alai. "What happens to this vid then, assuming I say these things for the camera?" "Try to encourage your followers not to think that killing me would be good for Islam," said Peter, "and my soldiers and doctors will guard against any other possible causes of my untimely death." "In other words, I just have to risk it," said Alai. "Come now," said Peter. "The only way this vid will be useful is if you aren't around to repudiate it. And if I'm dead, it will have no value to my unworthy successor." Alai nodded. "True enough." He stood up, opened his suitcase, and dressed in the flamboyant costume of a caliph as the Muslim people expected to see him. Meanwhile, Peter's vidman set up his equipment and the backdrop, so it wouldn't be obvious it was taped on a battlecraft surrounded by soldiers. At the gate of the heavily guarded military complex at Hyderabad, once the headquarters of the Indian military, then of the Chinese occupiers, and now of the Pakistani liberators, 3 motorcycles pulled up, 2 of them carrying 2 men each, and the third a single rider with a satchel on the seat behind him. They stopped well back from the gate, so no one would suppose it was an attempt at a suicide bombing. They all held up their hands so some trigger-happy guard wouldn't take a shot at them, while one of the men pulled a video camera out of the satchel and fitted a satellite feed to the top of it. That got the attention of the guards, who immediately phoned for advice from someone in authority. Only when the camera was ready did the man who had been alone on his cycle peel back the traveling coat that had covered him. The guards were almost blinded by the whiteness of his robes, and long before he had his kafia cloth and agal rope in place on his head. Even the guards who weren't close enough to recognize him by face guessed from the clothing and from the fact that he was a young black man that their caliph had come to see them. None of the common soldiers and few of the officers suspected that General Rajam would not be happy to have a visit from the caliph. So they raised their voices in cheers, some of them in an ululation meant to suggest the cries of Arab warriors riding into battle, though all the soldiers here were Pakistani. The camera rolled as Alai raised his arms to receive the adulation of his people. He strode through the checkpoint unmolested. Someone brought him a jeep, but he refused and kept walking. But the vidman and his crew got into the jeep and rode along beside and then ahead of the caliph, while the caliph's aide, Ivan Lankovsky, dressed in civilian clothes like the vid crew, explained to the officers who trotted alongside him that the caliph was here to bestow upon General Rajam the honors he had earned. He expected General Rajam and those men he wished to have share this honor greet the caliph in the open square before all of the caliph's soldiers. This word quickly spread, and before long Alai's progress was accompanied by thousands of uniformed soldiers cheering and calling his name. They kept the path clear for the vid crew, and those who thought they might be within line of sight of the camera made an especially exuberant show of their love for the caliph in case someone from home was watching and might recognize them. Alai was reasonably confident that whatever Rajam might be planning, he wouldn't do it in front of a live satellite feed with thousands of soldiers looking on. Rajam would have had Alai die in a plane crash on the way or be assassinated somewhere far from Rajam himself. Now that he was here, Rajam would play a waiting game to see what Alai was up to, meanwhile looking for some innocent-seeming way for Alai to be gotten rid of, killed or trundled back to Damascus and kept under closer guard. As Alai expected, Rajam waited for him at the top of the imposing stairs leading up to the finest-looking building in the compound. But Alai walked up only a few steps and stopped. turning his back on Rajam and facing the soldiers and the camera. The light was good here. The vid crew took their places at the bottom of the steps. Ali held up his arms for silence and waited. The shouting died down. "Soldiers of God!" he shouted. A huge roar, but it subsided at once. "Where is the general who has led you?" Another cheer, but one that was noticeably less enthusiastic. Ali hoped that Rajam wouldn't be too resentful of the difference in their popularity. Ali did not look. He counted on Ivan to signal him when Rajam was near. He saw Ivan beckoning to Rajam to take his place at Ali's left hand, directly in front of the camera. Ivan signaled. Ali turned and embraced and kissed Rajam. "Stab me to death right now," Ali wanted to say, "because this is your last chance, you treasonous, murdering dog." Ali raised his hands for silence and got it. "God has seen all the deeds that have been done in his name here in India." Cheering. But also on some faces uncertainty. They had seen Virlomi's vid, including the most recent one. Some of them, the brightest of them, knew that they could not be sure what Ali meant by this. "And God knows, as you all know, that nothing has been done in India except by the will of General Rajam." The cheering was definitely half-hearted. "Now is the day God has appointed to pay the debt of honor that is owed." The cheer had barely started when the camera crew pulled out their machine pistols and filled Rajam's body with bullets. At first, many of the soldiers thought it was an assassination attempt on the Caliph, and there was a roar. Ali was glad to see that these were not the Muslim soldiers of history. Few fled from the bullets, and many rushed forward. But Ali raised his arms and strode to a higher position above the body of Rajam. At the same time, as he had instructed them, Ivan and the two men who were not holding the camera bounded up the steps and stood in line with Ali and raised their weapons above their heads. "Allahu Akbar," they cried in unison. "Muhammad is his prophet, and Ali is Caliph." Again Ali raised his hands and waited until he had relative silence and the rush toward the steps had ceased. Now there were soldiers all around him. "The crimes of Andari Rajam have made a stink throughout the world. The soldiers of Islam came to India as liberators. In the name of God they came as friends to our brothers and sisters in India. But Andari Rajam betrayed God and his Caliph by encouraging some of our people to commit terrible crimes. God has already declared the penalty for such crimes. Now I have come to cleanse Islam of such evil. Never again will any man or woman or child have reason to fear the army of God. I command all the soldiers of God to arrest any man who committed atrocities against the people we came to liberate. I command the nations of the world to give no shelter to these criminals. I command my soldiers to arrest any man who ordered such atrocities, and any man who knew of the atrocities but did nothing to punish the offenders. Arrest them and bear witness against them, and in the name of God I will judge them. If they refuse to submit themselves to my authority, then they are in rebellion against God. Bring them to me for judgment. If they do not resist you, and they are innocent, they have nothing to fear. In every city and fortress, in every camp and airfield, let my soldiers arrest the offenders and bring them to the officers who are loyal to God and the Caliph." Ali held his pose for a long 10 seconds while the soldiers cheered. Then he saw the cameras lowered, as some soldiers already dragged various men toward him, and others ran for nearby buildings in search of others. It was a very rough kind of justice that was going to go on now, as the Muslim army tore itself apart. And it would be interesting to see where such men as Ghaffar Wahhabi, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, aligned themselves. It would be a shame to have to use this army to subdue a Muslim government, but Ali had to act quickly, even if it was messy. He could not afford to let any of the offenders get away to plot against him. And as he watched the accused men being lined up in front of him, under the direction of Ivan and his men, who seemed unlikely to be killed today after all, Ali spoke inside his mind. There, Hot Soup. See how Ali adapted your trick to his purposes. We still learn from each other, we soldiers of Ender's Jish. As for you, Peter, keep your little vid. It will never be needed, for all men are only tools in the hand of God, and I, not you, am the tool God has chosen to unite the world.
Chapter 13. Found. From Graph, pilgrimage at Colman.gov, to P.A. Delphiki at tootsinet.rw.net. Ray, can you travel? Since your husband is busy in Rwanda right now, I wonder if you are able to travel. We expect no physical danger apart from the normal rigors of air travel, but with little Ender still so young, you will probably want to leave him behind. Or not. If you wish to bring him, we will do our best to accommodate you. We have confirmed the identity of one of your children, a daughter. Naturally, we are finding the children who share Bean's genetic condition first. We have already accessed blood samples from the child, taken at the hospital, because the birth was premature. The genetic match is absolute. She is yours. In all likelihood, this will be difficult for the erstwhile parents, especially for the mother who, like the victim of the proverbial cuckoo, has just borne another female's child. I will understand completely if you prefer not to be present. Your presence, however, might also help them believe in the reality of the true mother of their child. Your call.
Petra was furious with Peter and with Graf. These plotters, so sure they know what's best for everyone. If they were holding off on the announcement of ratification while the turmoil, no, the bloodbath, in the Muslim world continued, then why couldn't Bean come with her to pick up the first of their missing children to be found? No, that was impossible. He needed to cement the allegiance of the Rwandan military and so on, as if it really mattered. And most maddening of all, why did Bean go along with it? Since when had Bean become obedient? I have to stay, he said over and over, without any further explanation, despite her demand for some kind of justification. Was Bean a plotter, too? But not against her, surely. Why would he conceal his thinking from her? What secrets would he keep? But when it became clear that Bean would not come with her, Petra packed baby clothes, diapers, and a change of clothes for herself into a single bag, then scooped up little Ender and headed for Kayabanda Airport. She was met there by Mazer Rackham. "You came to Kigali instead of meeting me there?" she said. "Hello to you too," said Rackham. "We're not trusting commercial flights on this matter. We believe Achille's network has been broken, but we can't risk having your baby kidnapped or you harmed en route." So Achille still bends us and costs us time and money, even after death. Or else he's just your excuse for making sure you supervise everything directly. Why are Beans and my children so important to you? How do I know that you, too, don't have some plan to harness our children to the yoke of some noble world-saving project? What she said aloud was, "Thank you." They took off on a private jet that pretended to belong to one of the big solar desalination companies that were developing the Sahara. Nice to know which companies the IF is using as a cover for planet-side operations. They overflew the Sahara, and Petra couldn't help but be pleased at the sight of a restored Lake Chad and the vast irrigation project surrounding it. She had read that the desalination on the Libyan coast was now proceeding faster than evaporation, and that Lake Chad was already affecting weather in the surrounding area. But she had not been prepared to see so many kilometers of grassland, or the herds of animals grazing on it. The grass and vines were turning sand and Sahel into fertile soil again, and the dazzling surface of Lake Chad was dotted with the sails of fishing boats. They landed in Lisbon, and Rackham took her first to a hotel, where she nursed Ender, cleaned herself up, then put the baby into a sling in front of her. Carrying him, she went back down to the lobby, where Rackham met her and led her to the limo waiting outside. To her surprise, she felt a sudden stab of fear. It had nothing to do with this car, or their destination today. She remembered the day in Rotterdam when Ender was implanted in her womb. Bean emerged from the hospital with her, and the drivers of the first couple of taxis were smoking, so Bean made her get in the third one. He got into the first one himself. The first two cabs had been part of a kidnapping and murder plot, and Bean only narrowly escaped death. The cab she entered was part of an entirely different plot, one to save her life. "You know this driver?" asked Petra. Mazer nodded gravely. "We leave nothing to chance," he said. "The driver is a soldier, one of ours." So the IF had trained military personnel on Earth, wearing civilian clothes and driving limousines. Such a scandal. They drove up into the hills, to a large and lovely home, with an astonishing view of the city and the bay and, on a clear day, the Atlantic beyond. The Romans saw this place, ruled in this city. The Vandals took it, and then the Visigoths. The Moors got it next, and then the Christians took it back. From this city, sailing ships went out and rounded Africa, and colonized in India and China and Africa, and eventually Brazil. And yet it was nothing more than a human city in a lovely setting. Earthquakes and fires had come and gone, but people still built in the hills and on the flat. Storms and calms and pirates and war had taken ship after ship, and yet people still put out to sea with nets or trade goods or guns. People made love and grew babies, in the mansions just as in the tiny houses of the poor. She had come here from Rwanda, as humans had come out of Africa for 50,000 years. Not as part of a tribe that climbed down into caves to paint their stories and worship their gods. Not as part of a wave of invaders. But wasn't she here to take a baby out of a woman's arms? To claim that what came from this stranger's womb would belong to her from now on? Just as so many people had stood on the hills overlooking the bay and said, "This is mine now, and it always was mine," regardless of the people who happen to think it belongs to them and have held this place all their lives. Mine, mine, mine. That was the curse and power of human beings, that what they saw and loved, they had to have. They could share it with other people, but only if they conceived of those people as being somehow their own. What we own is ours. What you own should also be ours. In fact, you own nothing if we want it, because you are nothing. We are the real people. You are only posing as people in order to try to deprive us of what God means us to have. And now she understood for the first time the magnitude of what Graf and Mazer Rackham, and yes, even Peter, were all trying to do. They were trying to get human beings to define themselves as all belonging to one tribe. It had happened briefly when they were threatened by creatures who truly were strangers. Then the human race had felt itself to be one people, and united in order to repel an enemy. And the moment victory was achieved, it all fell apart, and long pent-up resentments erupted into war. First the old rivalry between Russia and the West, and when that was quelled by the IF and the old Polomark fell and was replaced by Shamrajnagar, the wars moved to different killing fields. They even looked at the battle school grads and said, "Ours, not free people, but the property of this nation or that." And now those same children, once property, were at the heads of some of the most powerful nations. Alai, mortaring the bricks of his fragmented empire with the blood of his enemies. Hanzu, restoring the prosperity of China as quickly as possible in order to emerge from defeat as a power in the world. And Verlomi, out in the open now, refusing to join any party, standing above politics, but Petra knew that she would not release her hold on power. Hadn't Petra sat with Hanzu and Alai and controlled fleets and squadrons in distant wars? They thought they were only playing a game. All of them thought that, except Bean, the secret keeper. But they were saving the world together. They loved being together. They loved being one, under the leadership of Ender Wiggin. Verlomi hadn't been with them then, but Petra remembered her as well, as the girl she turned to when she was a captive in Hyderabad. She had given her a message, and Verlomi had taken the burden as if Petra were a real person. She had delivered it to Bean, and had helped Bean to come and save her. Now Verlomi had created a new India out of the wreckage of the old. She had given them something more powerful than any mere elected government. She had given them a divine queen, a dream and a vision, and India was poised to become, for the first time, a great power commensurate with her great population and her ancient culture. All three of them are making their nations great, in a time when the greatness of nations is the nightmare of humanity. How will Peter ever gain mastery over them? How will he tell them, no, this city, that mountain, these fields, that lake, they do not belong to you or to any individual. They are part of Earth, and Earth belongs to all of us, a single tribe. One overgrown troop of baboons that have taken shelter in the shade of this planet's night, that draw their life from the heat of this planet's day. Graf and his ilk did their work too well. They found all of the children best suited to rule, but part of the mix they selected for was ambition. And not just the desire to achieve or even surpass others, it was aggression, the desire to rule and control, the need to have our own way. I certainly have it. If I had not fallen in love with Bean and focused on our children, wouldn't I be one of them? Only I would have been hampered by the weakness of my country. Armenia has neither the resources nor the national will to rule over great empires. But Alai and Hansa inherit centuries of empire and a sense of entitlement to rule, while Verlomi is making her own myth and teaching her people that their day of destiny has come. Only 2 of these great children have stepped outside the pattern, the great game of slaughter and domination. Bean was never selected for aggression. He was selected for brilliance alone. His mind far outshone any other. But he was not one of us. He could solve the strategic and tactical problems more easily than anyone, more easily than Ender. But he didn't care whether he ruled. He didn't care whether he won. When he had an army of his own, he never won a battle. All his effort was spent on training his soldiers and trying out his ideas. That's why he was able to be the perfect shadow to Ender Wiggin. He did not need to surpass Ender. All he wanted was to survive, and, without knowing it, to belong. To love and be loved Ender gave him that. And Sister Carlotta. And me. But he never needed to rule. Peter is the other one. And he does need to rule, to surpass all others. Especially because he wasn't selected for battle school. So what tames him? Ender Wiggin? Is that it? Peter must be greater than his brother Ender. He can't do it by conquest because he isn't a match for these battle schoolers. He can't take the field against Hansa or Alai, or Bean or me for that matter. Yet he must somehow be greater than Ender Wiggin. And Ender Wiggin saved the human race. Petra stood at the edge of the hill, across the street from the house where her second child waited for her. A daughter she intended to take away from the woman who bore her. She looked out over the city and saw herself. I am as ambitious as Hot Soup or Alai or any of them. Yet I fell in love with and determined to marry, against his will, the only battle schooler who had no ambition of his own. Why? Because I wanted to have the next generation. I wanted the most brilliant children. Even as I told him that I wanted none of them to have his affliction. In fact, I wanted them to have it. To be like him. I wanted to be Eve to a new species. I wanted my genes to be part of the future of humanity. And they will be. But Bean will also die. I knew that all along. I knew that I would be a young widow. In the back of my mind, I thought of that all along. What a terrible thing to realize about myself. That's why I don't want him to take our babies away from me. I must have them all, the way conquerors have had to have this city. I must have them. That is my empire. What kind of life will they have with me for their mother? We can't put this off forever, said Mazer Rackham. I was just thinking. You're still young enough to believe that will get you somewhere, said Rackham. No, she said. No, I'm older than you think. I know that I can't think my way out of being who I am. Why would you want to? Said Mazer Rackham. Don't you know that you were always the best of them? She turned to him, suppressing the rush of pride, refusing to believe it. That's nonsense. I'm the least, the worst, the one that broke, the one that Ender pressed hardest, relied on most. He knew. Besides, I didn't mean the best at war. I meant the best, period. The best at being human. The irony of hearing him say that right after she realized just how selfish and ambitious and dangerous she was. She almost laughed. Instead, she reached out and touched his shoulder. You poor man, she said. You think of us as your children. No, said Rackham. That would be Hiram Graff. Did you have children? Before your voyage? Rackham shook his head, but she couldn't tell if he was saying, no, I had no children, or no, I won't talk to you about this. Let's go inside. Petra turned around, crossed the narrow street, and followed him through the gate of the garden and up to the door of the house. It stood open in the early autumn sunlight. Bees hummed among the flowers of the garden, but none came into the house. What business did they have in there when all they needed was outside? The man and woman waited in the dining room of their house. A woman in civilian clothes, who nevertheless seemed to Petra like a soldier, stood behind them, perhaps watching to make sure they didn't try to run. The wife sat in an armchair and held their newborn daughter. Her husband leaned on the table. His face was a mask of despair. The woman had been crying, so they already knew. Rackham spoke at once. "I didn't want you to turn your baby over to strangers," he said to the man and woman. "I wanted you to see that the baby is going home to her mother." "But she already has a baby," said the woman. "You didn't tell me that she already—" "Yes, he did," said the man. Petra sat down in a chair across from the man, cornerwise from the woman. Ender wriggled a little but stayed asleep. "We meant to save the others, not to have them born all at once," said Petra. "I meant to bear them all myself. My husband is dying. I meant to keep having his children after he was gone." "But don't you have more? Can't you spare this one?" The woman's voice was so piteous that Petra hated herself for saying no. Rackham spoke before she could. "This child is already dying of the same condition that is killing her father and her brother. That's why they were born prematurely." This only made the woman cling more tightly to the baby. "You'll have children of your own," said Rackham. "You still have the 4 fertilized embryos you already created." The would-be father looked up at him blandly. "We'll adopt next time," he said. "We're all very sorry," Rackham went on, "that these criminals stole the use of your womb to deliver another woman's child. But the child is truly hers, and if you adopt, you should have children that were willingly given up by their parents." The man nodded. He understood. But the woman had the baby in her arms. Petra spoke up. "Would you like to hold her brother?" She reached down and lifted Ender out of the sling. "His name is Andrew. He's a month old." The woman nodded. Rackham reached down and took her daughter out of her arms. Petra handed Ender to her. The girl is... I call her Bella. My little Lurinia." She wept. Lurinia? The baby's hair, such as it was brown. But apparently it didn't take much lightness of hair to earn the appellation blonde. Petra took the girl from Rackham's hands. She was even smaller than Ender, but her eyes were just as intelligent and searching. Ender's hair was as black as beans. Bella's hair was more like Petra's. It startled her, how happy it made her that the baby took after her. "Thank you for bearing my daughter," said Petra. "I grieve for your grief, but I hope you can also rejoice at my joy." Weeping, the woman nodded and clung now to Ender. She turned her face to the baby and spoke in a small baby-talk voice. "Es tu feliz, Emterminia? Es tu felizinho?" Then she burst into tears and handed Ender to Rackham. Standing, Petra laid Bella into the sling where Ender had been. Then she took Ender from Rackham and held him against her shoulder. "I'm so sorry," said Petra. "Please forgive me for not letting you keep my baby." The man shook his head. "No ha de que disculpar," he said. "Nothing to forgive," murmured the stern-looking woman who was apparently not just a guard, but also an interpreter. The woman wailed in grief and leapt to her feet, upsetting the chair. She sobbed and babbled and clutched at Bella and covered her with kisses. But she didn't try to take the baby. Rackham pulled Petra away as the guard and the husband pulled the mother back and held her, still wailing and sobbing, while Petra and Rackham left the house. Back in the car, Rackham sat in back with Petra and took Ender out of her arms for the ride back to the hotel. "They really are small," he said. "Bean calls Ender a toy person," said Petra. "I can see why," said Rackham. "I feel like a really polite kidnapper," said Petra. "Don't," said Rackham. "Even though they were embryos when they were stolen from you, it was a kidnapping, and now you're getting your daughter back. But these people did nothing wrong. Think again, said Rackham. Remember how we found them. They moved, she remembered. When Valescu's dead man switch triggered a message, they moved. Why would they knowingly? The wife doesn't know. Our deal with the husband was that we wouldn't tell. He's completely sterile, you see. Their attempt at in vitro fertilization didn't take. That's why he took Valescu's offer and pretended to his wife that the baby was really theirs. He's the one that got the message and made up a reason for them to move to this house. He didn't ask where the baby came from? He's a rich man, said Rackham. Rich people tend to take it for granted that things they want simply come to them. The wife meant no harm, though. Neither did Bean. And yet he's dying, said Rackham. Neither did I, and yet I was sent on a voyage that jumped me decades into the future, costing me everyone and everything. And you'll lose Bean, even though you've done nothing wrong. Life is full of grief, to exactly the degree we allow ourselves to love other people. I see, said Petra. You're the Ministry of Colonization's resident philosopher. Rackham grinned. The consolations of philosophy are many, but never enough. I think you and Graff planned the whole history of the world. I think you chose Bean and Peter for the roles they're playing now. You're wrong, said Rackham. Flat wrong. All that Graff and I ever did was choose the children we thought might win the war and try to train them for victory. We failed again and again until we found Ender, and Bean to back him up, and the rest of the Jish to help him. And when the last battle ended and we had won, Graff and I had to face the fact that the solution to the one problem was now the cause of another. The military geniuses you had identified would now tear the world apart with their ambition. Or be used as pawns to satisfy the ambitions of others, yes. So you decided to use them as pawns in your own game once again. No, said Rackham softly. We decided to find a way to set most of them free to live human lives. We're still working on that. Most of us? There was nothing we could do for Bean, said Rackham. I guess not, said Petra. But then something happened that we hadn't planned on, said Rackham, hadn't hoped for. He found love. He became a father. The one we could do nothing for, you made him happy. So I have to admit, we feel a lot of gratitude to you, Petra. You could have been out there playing the game with the others. He chuckled. We would never have guessed it. You're off the charts when it comes to ambition. Not quite like Peter, but close. Yet somehow you set it all aside. She smiled as beatifically as she could. If only you knew the truth, she thought. Or maybe he does know. But telling her that he admires her is a way of manipulating her. Nobody ever completely means what they say. Even when they think they're telling the truth, there's always something hidden behind their words. It was dark when she got back to her own house in the military headquarters compound just outside Kigali. Mazer Rackham did not come inside with her, so she carried both babies, Ender in the sling again and Bella at her shoulder. Bean was there, waiting for her. He ran to her and took the new baby from her and pressed his cheek to the baby's cheek. "Don't smother her, Oaf," said Petra. He laughed and kissed her. They sat together on the edge of the bed, holding the two children, and then trading, back and forth. 7 to go, said Petra. Was it hard? Asked Bean. I'm glad you weren't there, said Petra. I'm not sure you would have been tough enough to go through with it.
Chapter 14. Verlomi's Visitors. From Imperial Self. Hot soup at forbiddencity.ch.gov. To Suriyawong at hegemon.gov. Ray, we have found Paribatra. Suriyawong, I am relieved to tell you that Paribatra, the former Prime Minister of Thailand, has been located. His health is not good, but with proper attention it is believed that he will recover as well as can be expected for a man his age. The former government had nearly perfected the art of making people disappear without actually killing them, but we are still tracking down other Thai exiles. I have great hopes of finding and releasing your family members. You know that I opposed all these illegal actions against Thailand, its citizens, and its government. I have now moved at the first opportunity to undo as much of the damage as I can. For internal political reasons, I cannot release Paribatra directly to Ambul's Free Thai organization at this time, even though I fully expect that his group will be the core of the new government of Thailand and look forward to an early reconciliation. As we free Paribatra into the care of the hegemon, it seems appropriate that you, who tried so hard to save Thailand, should be the one to receive him.
Verlomi came to Hyderabad, and in front of the gate of the military complex where she once worked in virtual captivity, drawing up plans for wars and invasions she did not believe in, she now built a hut with her own hands. Each day she went to a well and drew water, even though there were few villages in India that did not already have clean running water. Each dawn, she buried her night soil, even though most villages had working sewer systems. Indians came to her by the hundreds to ask her questions. When she was tired, she came out and wept for them and begged them to go home. They went, but the next morning others came. No soldiers came near her, so there was no overt provocation to the Muslims inside the military compound. Of course, she was controlling the Indian military, which grew in strength every day through her encrypted cell phones, which were swapped out daily for freshly charged ones by aides posing as ordinary supplicants. Now and then someone from another land would come to see her. Her aides would whisper to them that she would not speak to anyone who was not barefoot, and if they wore Western business suits, she would offer them appropriate clothing, which they would not like, so it was better to be clad already in Indian clothing of their own choosing. 3 visitors came to her in 1 week of her vigil.
The first was Tikal Chapekar. Emperor Han had freed him, along with many other Indian captives. If he had expected some kind of ceremony when he returned to India, he was disappointed. He assumed at first that the silence from the media was because the Muslim conquerors would not allow any mention of the return of the imprisoned Prime Minister to India. So he went to Hyderabad to complain to the Caliph himself, who now ruled over his vast Muslim empire from within the walls of the military compound there. He was allowed to enter the compound, though while he waited in line at the checkpoint, he was curious about the hut a few dozen meters away, where a great many more Indians waited in line than waited to see the rulers of the nation. "What is that hut?" he asked. "Do ordinary citizens have to go there first before coming to this gate?" The gate guards laughed at his question. "You're an Indian, and you don't know that's where Verlomi lives?" "Who is Verlomi?" Now the guards grew suspicious. No Hindu would say that. "Who are you?" He explained that he had been in captivity until just a few days ago, and was not aware of the news. "News?" said one guard. "Verlomi isn't on the news. She makes her own news." "Wish they'd just let us shoot her," muttered another. "And then who would protect you as they tore us all limb from limb?" said another quite cheerfully. "So, who is she?" asked Chapekar. "The soul of India is a woman," said the one who had wanted to shoot her. He said woman with all the contempt he could put into a single word. Then he spat. "What office does she hold?" asked Chapekar. "Hindus don't hold offices anymore," said another guard. "Not even you, former Prime Minister." Chapekar felt a wave of relief. Someone had recognized his name. "Because you forbid the Indian people to elect their own government?" "We allow it," said the guard. "The Caliph declared an election, but nobody came." "No one voted? No one ran for office?" Chapekar laughed. "India has been a democracy for hundreds of years. People run for office, people vote. Not when Virlomi asks them not to serve in any office until the Muslim overlords leave India." Now Chapekar understood everything. She was a charismatic, like Gandhi centuries ago. Rather a sad one, since she was imitating a primitive Indian lifestyle that hadn't been the rule through most of India in many lifetimes. Still, there was magic in the old icons, and with so many disasters befalling India, the people would look for someone to capture their imagination. Gandhi never became ruler of India, however. That job was for more practical people. If he could just get the word out that he was back. Surely the Caliph would want a legitimate Indian government restored to help keep order. After a suitable wait, he was ushered into a building. After another wait, he was brought to the anteroom of the Caliph's office. And finally he was brought into the presence. Except that the person he met with was not the Caliph at all, but his old adversary, Ghaffar Wahhabi, who had been Prime Minister of Pakistan. "I thought to see the Caliph," said Chapekar, "but I'm glad to see you first, my old friend." Wahhabi smiled and nodded, but he did not rise, and when Chapekar made as if to approach him, hands restrained him. Still, they did not stop him from sitting in an armless chair, which was good, because Chapekar tired easily these days. "I am glad to see that the Chinese have come to their senses and set their prisoners free. This new emperor they have is weak, a mere boy, but a weak China is better for all of us, don't you think?" Chapekar shook his head. "The Chinese people love him." "Islam has ground the face of China into the dust," said Wahhabi. "Has Islam ground the face of India into the dust as well?" asked Chapekar. "There were excesses under the previous military leadership, but Caliph Ali, may God preserve him, put a stop to that some time ago. Now the leader of the Indian rebels sits outside our gate, and we are untroubled, and she and her followers are unmolested." "So now Muslim rule is benign," said Chapekar. "And yet, when the Indian Prime Minister returns, there is not a word on television, not an interview, no car waiting for him, no office." Wahhabi shook his head. "My old friend," he said, "don't you remember? As the Chinese surrounded and swallowed up your armies, as they swept across India, you made a great public pronouncement. You said, if I remember rightly, that there would be no government in exile, that the ruler of India from then on would be, and I say this with all modesty, me. I meant, of course, only until I returned." "No, you were very clear," said Wahhabi. "I'm sure we can get someone to play you the vid. I can send for someone if you... You are going to hold India without a government because India has a government. From the mouth of the Indus to the mouth of the Ganges, from the Himalayas to the waves that lap the shores of Sri Lanka, the flag of Pakistan flies over a united India, under the divinely inspired leadership of Caliph Ali. May Allah be thanked for him." "Now I understand why you suppress news of my coming," said Chapekar, rising to his feet. "You are afraid of losing what you have." "What I have?" Wahhabi laughed. "We are the government, but Virlomi rules India. You think we blacked out the news about you? Virlomi asked the Indian people not to look at television as long as the Muslim invaders retained their unwelcome presence in Mother India. And they obey her. The drop in national power consumption is noticeable. No one interviewed you, old friend, because there are no reporters. And even if there were, why would they care about you? You don't rule India, and I don't rule India. And if you want to have anything to do with India, you'll take off your shoes and get in that line in front of the hut outside the gate. Yes, said Chapekar. I'll do that. Come back and tell me what she says, said Wahhabi. I've been contemplating doing the same thing myself. So Chapekar walked back out of the military compound and joined the line. When the sun set and the sky began to darken, Virlomi came out of the hut and wept with grief that she could not hear and speak to everyone personally. Go home, she said. I pray for you, all of you. Whatever is the desire of your heart, let the gods grant it, if it would bring no harm to another. If you need food or work or shelter, go back to your city or your village and tell them that Virlomi is praying for that city, that village. Tell them that my prayer is this: let the gods bless the people to exactly the degree that they help the hungry and jobless and homeless. Then help them make this prayer a blessing upon them instead of curse. You try to find someone less fortunate than you and help him. In helping him, you will also rise. Then she went back inside the hut. The crowd dispersed. Chapekar sat down to wait until the morning. One of the others who had been in the line said, Don't bother. She never sees anyone who spends the night. She says that if she lets people gain an advantage by doing that, soon the plain will be covered with snoring Indians and she will never get any sleep. He and several others laughed, but Chapekar did not laugh. Now that he had seen his adversary, he was worried. She was beautiful and gentle-seeming, and moved with unspeakable grace. She had mastered it all, the perfect demagogue for India. Politicians had always shouted to whip an audience into a frenzy, but this woman spoke quietly and made them hunger for her words, so she hardly had to say anything, and they felt blessed to hear her. Still, she was only a lone woman. Chapekar knew how to command armies. More important, he knew how to get legislation through Congress and keep party members in line. All he needed to do was attach himself to this girl, and soon he would be the real ruler of her party. Now all he needed was to find a place to spend the night and come back in the morning to see her. He was leaving when one of Virlomi's aides touched his shoulder. "Sir," said the young man, "the lady has asked to see you." "Me? Aren't you Tikal Chapekar?" "I am." "Then you're the one she asked for." The young man eyed him up and down, then knelt, scooped up some dirt, and flung it at Chapekar's suit and began to rub it in. "What are you doing? How dare you? If I don't make you look like your suit is old and you have seen much suffering, then—" "You idiot! My suit is old, and I have suffered in exile." "The lady will not care, sir. But do as you wish. It's this or the loincloth. She keeps several in her hut, so she can humble proud men." Chapekar glared at the young man, then squatted, scooped up dirt, and began rubbing it into his own clothing. A few minutes later he was inside the hut. It was lighted by 3 small flickering oil lamps. Shadows danced on the dried mud walls. She greeted him with a smile that seemed warm and friendly. Maybe this would go better than he had feared. "Tikal Chapekar," she said, "I'm glad that our people are returning from captivity." "The new emperor is weak," said Chapekar. "He thinks that he'll appease world opinion by letting his prisoners go." She said nothing. "You've done an excellent job of annoying the Muslims," he said. She said nothing. "I want to help you." "Excellent," she said. "What weapons are you trained to use?" He laughed. "No weapons." "So, not as a soldier, then. Do you type?" "I know you can read, so I assume you can handle record-keeping in our military computers." "Military?" he asked. "We are a nation at war," she said simply. "But I'm not a soldier of any kind," said Chapekar. "Too bad. I'm a governor. The Indian people are doing an excellent job of governing themselves right now. What they need are soldiers to drive out their oppressors." "But you have government right here. Your aides who tell people what to do, the one who covered me with dirt." "They help people. They don't govern them. They give advice." "And this is how you rule all of India?" "I sometimes make suggestions, and my aides put the vid out over the nets," said Virlomi. "Then the people decide whether to obey me or not." "You can reject government now," said Chapekar, "but someday you'll need it." Virlomi shook her head. "I will never need government. Perhaps someday India will choose to have a government, but I will never need it." "So you wouldn't stop me from urging exactly that course, on the nets?" She smiled. "Whoever comes to your site, let them agree or disagree with you as they see fit." "I think you are making a mistake," said Chapekar. "Ah," said Virlomi, "and you find this frustrating. India needs better than a lone woman in a hut. And yet this lone woman in a hut held up the Chinese army in the passes of the East long enough for the Muslims to have their victory. And this lone woman led the guerrilla war and the riots against the Muslim occupiers. And this lone woman brought the Caliph from Damascus to Hyderabad in order to seize control of his own army, which was committing atrocities against India. And you're very proud of your achievements. I am pleased that the gods saw fit to give me something useful to do. I've offered you something useful too, but you refuse. You've offered me humiliation and futility." He stood to go. "Exactly the gifts I once had from your hand." He turned back to her. "Have we met? Have you forgotten? You once came to see the battle school graduates who were planning your strategy, but you discarded all our plans. You despised them and followed instead the plans of the traitor Achille. I saw all your plans. No, you saw only the plans Achille wanted you to see. Was that my fault? I thought they were from you. I foresaw the fall of India as Achille's plans overextended our armies and exposed our supply lines to attack from China. I foresaw that you would do nothing except futile rhetoric, like the monstrous act of appointing Wahhabi as ruler of India, as if the rule of India were yours to bequeath to another in your will. I saw, we all saw, how useless and vain and stupid you were in your ambition, and how easily Achille manipulated you by flattery. I don't have to listen to this. Then go, said Virlomi. I say nothing that doesn't play over and over again in the secret places in your heart. He did not go. After I left, to notify the hegemon of what was happening so that perhaps my friends from battle school could be saved from Achille's plan to murder them all, when that errand was done, I set up resistance to Chinese rule in the mountains of the east. But back in battle school, led by a brilliant and brave and beautiful young man named Sayagi, the battle schoolers drew up plans that would have saved India if you had followed them. At risk of their own lives, they published it on the nets, knowing that Achille would let none of it get to you if they submitted it through him. Did you see the plans? I was not in the habit of getting my war plans from the nets. No, you got your plans from our enemy. I didn't know that. You should have known. It was plain enough what a shield was. You saw what we saw. The difference is we hated him, and you admired him for exactly the same traits. I never saw the plans. You never asked the most brilliant minds in India for a shred of advice. Instead, you trusted a Belgian psychopath and followed his advice to make unprovoked war on Burma and Thailand, pouring out war on nations that had done no harm to us. A man who embraces the voice of evil when it whispers in his ear is no less evil than the whisperer. I'm not impressed by your ability to coin aphorisms. Sayagi defied a shield to his face, and a shield shot him dead. Then he was foolish to do it. Dead as he is, Sayagi has more value to India than you have ever had or will ever have in all the days of your life. I'm sorry he's dead, but I'm not dead. You're mistaken. Sayagi lives on in the spirit of India. But you are dead, Tikal Chapekar. You are as dead as a man can be and still breathe. So now it comes to threats. I asked my aides to bring you to me so I could help you understand what will now happen to you. There is nothing for you in India. Sooner or later you will leave and make a life for yourself somewhere else. I will never leave. Only on the day you leave will you begin to understand Satyagraha. Peaceful non-compliance. Willingness to suffer, yourself and in person, for a cause you believe is right. Only when you are willing to embrace Satyagraha will you begin to atone for what you have done to India. Now you should go. Chapekar did not realize anyone had been listening. He might have stayed to argue, but the moment she said those words, a man came into the hut and drew him out. He had thought they would let him go, but they didn't. Not until they led him into the town and sat him down in the back room of a small office and brought up a notice on the nets. It was his own picture, a short vid taken as the young man tossed dirt onto him. Tikal Chapekar is back, said a voice. The picture changed to show Chapekar in his glory days, brief clips and stills. Tikal Chapekar brought war to India by attacking Burma and Thailand without any provocation, all to try to make himself a great man. Now there were pictures of Indian victims of atrocities. Instead, he was taken captive by the Chinese. He wasn't here to help us in our hour of need. The picture of him with dirt being flung on him returned to the screen. Now he's back from captivity, and he wants to rule over India. A picture of Chapekar talking cheerfully with the Muslim guards outside the gates of the compound. He wants to help our Muslim overlords rule over us forever. Again with the dirt flinging. How can we rid ourselves of this man? Let us all pretend he doesn't exist. If no one speaks to him, waits on him, shelters him, feeds him, or helps him in any way, he will have to turn to the foreigners he invited into our land. That was when they ran the footage of Chapekar turning the government of India over to Wahhabi. Even in defeat, he invited evil upon us, but India will not punish him. India will simply ignore him until he goes away. The program ended with, of course, the dirt-flinging picture. Clever setup, said Chapekar. They ignored him. What do you want from me, so you won't publish that piece of trash? They ignored him. After a while, he began to rage and tried to fling the computer to the ground. That was when they restrained him and put him out of doors. Chapekar walked down the street, looking for lodging. There were houses with rooms to rent. They opened the door when he called out, but when they saw his face, they closed the doors again. Finally, he stood in the street and shouted, "All I want is a place to sleep and a bite to eat, what you would give a dog." But no one even told him to shut up. Shapekar went to the train station and tried to buy a ticket out, using some of the money the Chinese had given him to help him make his way home. But no one would sell him a ticket. Whatever window he went to was closed in his face, and the line moved over to the next one, making no room for him. At noon the next day, exhausted, hungry, thirsty, he made his way back to the Muslim military compound, and after being fed and clothed and given a place to bathe and sleep by his enemies, he was flown out of India, then out of Muslim territory. He ended up in the Netherlands, where public charity would support him until he found employment.
The second visitor followed no known road to come to the hut. Velomi merely opened her eyes in the middle of the night, and despite the complete darkness, she could see Sayagi sitting on the mat near the door. "You're dead," she said to him. "I'm still awaiting rebirth," he said. "You should have lived," Velomi told him. "I admired you greatly. You would have been such a husband for me and such a father for India." "India is already alive. She does not need you to give birth to her," said Sayagi. "India does not know she's alive, Sayagi. To wake someone from a coma is to bring them to life as surely as a mother brings forth life when she bears a baby. Always have an answer, don't you? And the way you talk now, like a god. How did it happen, Velomi? Was it when Petra chose you to confide in?" "It was when I decided to take action." "Your action succeeded," said Sayagi. "Mine failed." "You should not have spoken to Ashil. You should simply have killed him." "He said he had the building wired with explosives. And you believed him?" "There were other lives besides mine. You escaped in order to save the lives of the battle schoolers. Should I then have thrown their lives away?" "You misunderstand me, Sayagi. All I say now is, either you act or you don't act. Either you do the thing that makes a difference, or you do nothing at all. You chose a middle way, and when it comes to war, the middle way is death. Now you tell me." "Sayagi, why have you come to me?" "I haven't. I'm only a dream. You're awake enough to realize that. You're making up both sides of this conversation." "Then why am I making you up? What do I need to learn from you?" "My fate," said Sayagi. "So far, all your gambits have worked, but that's because you have always played against fools. Now Alai is in control of one enemy, Hansu another, and Peter Wiggin is the most dangerous and subtle of all. Against these adversaries you will not win so easily. Death lies down this road, Velomi." "I'm not afraid to die. I've faced death many times, and when the gods decide it's time for me to—" "See, Velomi, you've already forgotten that you don't believe in the gods." "But I do, Sayagi. How else can I explain my string of impossible victories? Superb training in battle school, your innate brilliance, brave and wise Indians who awaited only a decisive leader to show them how to act like people worthy of their own civilization. And very, very stupid enemies. And couldn't it be the gods who arranged for me to have these things? It was an unbroken network of causality leading back to the first human who wasn't a chimp, and farther back to the coalescing of the planets around the sun. If you wish to call that God, go ahead. The cause of everything, said Velomi, the purpose of everything, and if there are no gods, then my own purposes will have to do, making you the only God that actually exists. If I can call you back from the dead by the power of my mind alone, I'd say I'm pretty powerful. Sayagi laughed. Oh, Velomi, if only we had lived, such lovers we could have been, such children we could have had. You may have died, but I didn't. Didn't you? The real Verlomi died the day you escaped from Hyderabad, and this impostor has been playing the part ever since. No, said Verlomi. The real Verlomi died the day she heard you had been killed. Now you say it. When I was alive, not one little kiss. Nothing. I think you didn't even fall in love with me until I was safely dead. Go away, she said. It's time for me to sleep. No, he said. Wake up. Light your lamp and write down this vision. Even if it is only a manifestation of your unconscious, it's a fascinating one, and it's worth pondering over, especially the part about love and marriage. You have some cockeyed plan to marry dynastically, but I tell you the only way you'll be happy is to marry a man who loves you, not one who covets India. I knew that, said Verlomi. I just didn't think it mattered whether I was happy. That's when Sayagi left her tent. She wrote and wrote and wrote, but when she woke in the morning, she found that she had written nothing. The writing was also part of the dream. It didn't matter. She remembered. Even if he denied that he was really the spirit of her dead friend and mocked her for believing in the gods, she did believe, and knew that he was a spirit in transit, and that the gods had sent him to her to teach her.
The third visitor did not have to have help from the aides. He came walking in from empty fields, and he already wore the garb of a peasant. However, he was not dressed as an Indian peasant. He wore the clothing of a Chinese rice paddy worker. He placed himself at the very end of the line and bowed himself to the dust. He did not move forward when the line moved forward. Every Indian he allowed to pass in front of him, and when dusk came and Verlomi wept and said goodbye to all, he did not go. The aides did not come to him. Instead, Verlomi emerged from the hut and walked to him in the darkness carrying a lamp. "Get up," she said to him. "You're a fool to come here unescorted." He stood up. "So I was recognized. Could you have possibly looked more Chinese? Rumors are flying. But we're keeping them off the nets, for now. By morning, there's no controlling it." "I came to ask you to marry me," said Han. "I'm older than you," said Verlomi, "and you're the Emperor of China." "I thought that was one of my best features," said Han. "Your country conquered mine." "But I didn't. I gave the captives back, and as soon as you say the word, I'll come here in state and get down on my knees in front of you, again, and apologize to you on behalf of the Chinese people. Marry me." "What in the world do relations between our nations have to do with sharing a bed with a boy that I didn't have all that high an opinion of in battle school?" "Verlomi," said Han, "we can destroy each other as rivals, or we can unite, and together we'll have more than half the population of the world." "How could it work? The Indian people will never follow you. The Chinese people will never follow me." "It worked for Ferdinand and Isabella." "Only because they were fighting the Moors, and Isabella and her people had to fight to keep Ferdinand from trampling on her rights as Queen of Castile." "So we'll do even better," said Han. "Everything you've done has been flawless. As a good friend recently reminded me, it's easy to win when you're opposed by idiots." "Verlomi," said Han. "Now, are you going to tell me that you love me?" "But I do," said Han. "And you know why? Because all of us who were chosen for battle school, there's only one thing we love, and one thing we respect. We love brilliance, and we respect power. You've created power out of nothing. I've created power out of the love and trust of my people. I love you, Verlomi." "Love me? And yet you think that you're my superior." "Superior? I've never led armies in battle. You have." "You were in Ender's Jish," said Verlomi. "I wasn't. You'll always think I'm less than you because of that." Are you really telling me no? Or merely to try harder? Or come up with better reasons, or prove my worth in some other way? I'm not going to set you to a series of lovers' tests, said Virlomi. This isn't a fairy tale. My answer is no. Now and always. The dragon and the tiger don't have to be enemies. But how can a mammal and an egg-laying reptile ever possibly mate? So you got my letter. Pathetically easy cipher. Anybody with half a brain could get it. Your code was just to type an obvious version of your nickname with your fingers moved one row higher on the keyboard. And yet, only you, of all the thousands who accessed the net, figured out it was from me. Virlomi sighed. Just promise me this, said Han. No. Hear the promise first, said Han. Why should I promise you anything? So I don't preemptively invade India again? With what army? I didn't mean now. What's the promise you want me to make? That you won't marry Alai either. A Hindu? Marrying the Caliph of all Islam? I never knew you had such a sense of humor. He'll offer, said Han. Go home, Han. And by the way, we saw the choppers arrive and let them pass. We also asked the Muslim oppressors not to shoot you down either. I appreciated that. I thought it meant you liked me, at least a little. I do like you, said Virlomi. I just don't intend to let you diddle me. I didn't know a mere diddle was on the table. Nothing's on the table. Back to your chopper, boy emperor. Virlomi, I beg you now. Let's be friends, at least. That would be nice. Someday, maybe. Write to me. Get to know me. She shook her head, laughing, and walked back to her hut. Hanzu walked back out into the fields as the night wind rose.
Chapter 15. Ratification. From Radagasta Bellini, Privato at Presid, ncia.br.gov, to Peter Wiggin, Private at Hegemon.gov. Ray, please consider carefully. If your goal is to establish world peace, my friend, why would you begin our Constitution with a deliberate act of provocation against two widely separated nations, one of which might call upon the whole weight of Islam against you? Is peace to be founded on war, after all? And if you did not have Julian Delphiki commanding 100,000 friendly African troops, would you attempt it? From Peter Wiggin, Private at Hegemon.gov, to Radagasta Bellini, Privato at Presid, ncia.br.gov. Ray, we must make it real. History is strewn with the corpses of attempted world governments. We must demonstrate immediately that we are serious, that we are capable, and that we are transformative. And without Delphiki, I would follow your more prudent counsel, because I would not count on our African troops.
The ceremony was simple enough. Peter Wiggin, Felix Starman, Klaus Boom, and Radagasta Bellini stood on the platform in Kigali, Rwanda. There was no attempt to bring in crowds of citizens to cheer. Neither was there any kind of military presence. The audience consisted entirely of reporters. Copies of the Constitution were provided on the spot. Felix Starman explained the new government very briefly. Radagasta Bellini informed them of the unified military command. Klaus Boom explained the principles under which new nations would be admitted to the free people of the earth. No nation will be admitted that does not already provide human rights, including a free and universal adult franchise. Then he dropped the bombshell. Nor do we require that a nation already be recognized by any existing nation or body of nations, provided it meets our other requirements. The reporters murmured to each other as Peter Wiggin walked to the dais, and the map appeared on the screen behind him. As he named each country that had already secretly ratified the Constitution, it was lighted in pale blue on the map. South America provided the largest swaths of blue, with Brazil lighting up half the continent, along with Bolivia, Chile, Ecuador, Suriname, and Guyana. In Africa, the blue was not so dominant, but it represented most of the African nations that had maintained stability and democracy for at least 100 years: Rwanda, Botswana, Cameroon, Mozambique, Angola, Ghana, Liberia. No two ratifying nations bordered on each other. No one missed the fact that South Africa and Nigeria were not participating, despite their long record of stability and freedom, nor did anyone fail to notice that no Muslim nation was included. In Europe, the map was even sparser: the Netherlands, Slovenia, Czechland, Estonia, and